back to the upside we go this morning, coming off pretty impressive end to the session yesterday following the Fed. We get another quarter point from Fed Chair Powell. We get more hawkish talk from Fed Chair Powell, and the market says, ho hum, let's rally up 2% to end the session yesterday. It was all about tech. It's going to be all about tech again this morning with Meta leading the way here. A huge monster move, gapping to the upside to the tune of 20% this morning. After their report, dragging all of the big tech names along with it, all of the ad-based names along with it as well. Pinterest, nice move both in the aftermarket yesterday. Its own catalyst coming up here with some job cuts as well. This morning, we'll also talk a little bit about the big ones to come tonight. Yeah, we'll get Apple, we'll get Google, to name a few here coming up after the close tonight. So going to be a monster day once again. Initial jobless claims just coming through there at 8:30. A little bit better than expected, 183,000 versus 186 last week. Non-farm productivity on a quarterly basis up 3% versus an increase of 1.4% expected. Markets back to, here we go again, session highs. It is Thursday, February 2nd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, nice look for the overall market here as our quote board is not cooperating so far. 1 point, there we go. 1 point, it's actually 1.7 at this point for the NASDAQ, 0.7 for the S&P. Seeing a bit of a laggard here. The Dow still in negative territory, but overall pretty good start to the morning. Crude oil back to the downside a little bit. Some positivity at the bottom there, 2.5% for Ethereum and about 0.5% right now for Bitcoin. Notably, we were talking a little bit yesterday about this, but notably, cryptocurrencies in general, not that volatile. They did move on the Fed yesterday back to the upside, but not as volatile. I saw a few people talking about as maybe some thought they were going to be. Going to be an interesting day here coming through with huge tech earnings to deal with again this morning. Just saw Harley-Davidson up here in the pre-market after they beat right across the board. Pretty good report for them. We can go ahead there, Brad, bring in the guys, and we'll get going. Sharif with a day off today, guys, so we'll jump right into things here. Going to be an important day, I think, as we head towards the biggest of the big earnings coming tonight.
Ooh, the biggest of the big. Well, probably not going to. Right. They're not going to move as much as Meta.
No. Well, they can't.
I mean, no,
Apple's not moving 20%.
20% on Apple, and like basically, yeah, that almost breaks the market. Although you should never say never. So I'll say there's a 0.001% chance they can move as much as Meta, but we get the big three A's: Alphabet, Apple, and Amazon. See, I called it Alphabet. No, today's going to be a wild one. I do expect we're going to see some decent moves. I'm not convinced that Meta is going to be able to hold up today. There's a big resistance level that it's above. It's obviously up 20%. That's a hell of a lot. But the SPY, the NASDAQ, have broken through very key support. That's very awesome. I like Pinterest today. I'm looking at that. Maybe we'll have to catch a dip there. And Carvana's up like 33%. The squeeze names are back. I'm probably not going to be, and people have asked about AMC in the chat. That's not exciting today. Carvana's in play. I'm short Bed Bath & Beyond because they missed that debt payment and went up anyways, which... okay, they got 30 days, and then we'll see what happens if they go into default there. There's still a risk of bankruptcy, but you have to watch out for anything with significant short interest. I mean, Silvergate's up like 18%. Like if it's got a short interest over 15%, the chances are something interesting is happening to the upside. But yeah, it's always good when you break into new territory. You just come quickly. This is the SPY. The NASDAQ as well has broken into new territory. Oh, we can't go to my chart? Yeah, no worries. I mean, I think, yeah, there you go. The NASDAQ is broken clean into new territory. We've essentially broken through a double bottom. I know Luca had that chart up. He was showing kind of, the double top, and then do we actually break through? So can we close above? You got this 1410, it's gone. That's going to set up a lot of breakout sort of above key resistance longs, and we'll see if they end up holding up. Sometimes it's pretty cut and dry. It was a fun show yesterday. I think it's only just begun. Aftermarket's going to be absolutely wild. What was that?
As long as we're here, we'll always have a good show. So, yeah, good luck to Sharif today on his day off. Crazy time to take days off, but, if they're scheduled, they're scheduled.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is. I promised you I'd wear the Adidas, so we did that today. I just realized I got a nice little gold patch there. So we're wearing this today. I tweeted this out yesterday, guys. You know, when I was talking about Meta here and we had this report, I said, what does this mean for companies that are superior? And I was talking about Google and Apple when we had up over 20% last night at the close there at 8 p.m. when we were stopped. I was like, what? Over 8,000 views, 70 likes, 6 retweets, and a bunch of comments. So very interesting to read everybody's comment on here right now. Yeah, it's unbelievable, Dan, right here, that Meta's up 100% right now. So, I mean, what a great move up for Meta, and the rest is going to continue here again today. I've already got, that was the text came through from my bakery there. The wife's organized it. We've got cannolis coming tomorrow. I didn't want to get them today, so we got them on special order for tomorrow. It's going to be a great Friday show. We've got the ZA coming for the midday show as well. We're going to have some cannolis for them, cannolis for us. It was a great day yesterday, and we were here to celebrate it, and we're celebrating it with you guys. So I want to thank everybody for yesterday's barrage of super chats, and yeah, it was such a great day, and we're going to look to continue it today. I mean, I don't know if I can have a $13 winner on Tesla or whatever again, but we'll see if we can do that. Man, it was wild, and I just love Fed days, obviously. You look back at the last couple ones, it's been an absolute monster for trading, and we're going to see if we can repeat it again here today. And I'm just going to treat today like any other day, man. We're going to have the charts in front of us. We got the sticky note. We got some ideas to flow through with, and yeah, as I look around, man, Apple's at 150. That's going to be spicy. AMD's huge. NVIDIA's huge. Like, all these names are so big. Google's running around today as well. 5%. Earnings, Amazon. I mean, it's just, it's going to be, again, this is the Super Bowl of trading, and this is why we like it. This is why we're here. It's really nice. I actually logged into the long-term portfolio yesterday and was quite happy with it. So yeah, we're rocking and rolling. Netflix up on password sharing details as well today.
What isn't up? Well, actually, I know what's
oil, I think.
Oil's not that good, but like defensive names aren't that great today.
Yeah, and maybe Snapchat. We'll see if they can get off there.
They're up too
as well.
Is Intel actually? Snapchat's up to 1080. Snapchat is today.
Okay,
so
okay.
that's actually if it gets to like $11, it's interesting. I don't think Intel's up.
I didn't look at Snapchat.
Oh, no, Intel's up too.
Intel's up?
Yeah, Intel's up.
Oh my God.
No, they are.
Be a big
no, I'm not making it up. There it is. They're up 0.7%. But look, this is what's down on my quote board. Oxy, Pepsi, Pfizer, Procter, Peloton's down, but that's because it was ridiculous yesterday. So yeah, really not that much is negative today. I could have sorted by that and showed it to you. But Brennan, we're excited. Even Mullins passed 36, for crying out loud.
Yeah, only 11 price target increases on Peloton today from analysts, so pretty impressive. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV. You can see at the bottom of the screen there. Get 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. I wanted to show you guys this to start things off. We got a huge move down in the treasuries yesterday after the Fed. This is the 2-year. Back to 4.06 right now. That jobless claims number sent this thing to new lows again. So that's a 2-year. This is the 10-year following suit. Back to 3.35 here for the 10-year. More dollar weakness as well. Look at this trend to the downside on an hourly chart for the DXY. So all of that going to be helping equities back to the upside as well. Yeah, jobless claims coming in. If you missed it, they're joining us a little bit late. A little bit better than expected, so to the downside versus last week. So positive data seeming to be positive data once again, even with, I mean, I sat here and listened to that press conference yesterday, guys. Fed Chair Powell is still very hawkish. I mean, what else can he do at this point but say they're going to continue to raise? He said not only just one more, but multiple more increases to come. We'll see if that actually happens. It's about 80, I checked this morning, 80 to 82% on the quarter point coming in March again, and then we'll have to see what happens at that point. But still pretty hawkish from the Fed, but the market just does not care.
You know, it hasn't cared the last few times. The only thing I'd be concerned about is it's almost like we've seen this story before. Okay, we rally, we get a big rally into the Fed decision and everything looks roses, and then like that's literally a temporary high, and then we head back into some of those lows. And you know, I'd hate for that to happen because it does look a little bit different. Like this is the first time. Like look at the NASDAQ. I know I showed the SPY last time, but it looks a little bit different because you're breaking. Look at the 200 period on the Qs here. Like you have a more significant breakout happening. Essentially, this has been rejecting the 200 period. You're definitely, well, I shouldn't say definitely, you're almost certainly closing above it and looking to have some kind of a push. And that's probably the most significant one we've had. However, we've seen this story before. Do we actually hold up in the next coming days? Well, the good news for us is I think we get to find out right away. Because you can have all that conjecture you want, but the decision in the rally was yesterday, and then we get 3 of the biggest tech names tonight. So we're probably going to find this one out at the end of today. And that's why I would not be surprised if we have a kind of a contained inside day today for some of these stocks. Like I look at Meta on the daily, will it get through 185? I don't know. My first gut is that it's unlikely that we're through that when we're already up 20%, and everyone's might be waiting around to see what happens on some of those big tech names at the end of the day. I think that provides us with a lot of opportunities because there's lots of great bids in there that are standing around. I think there's some stocks that I still like to the short side if they get some pops in there, but I'm just not expecting Meta to go from 20 to 30 today. I don't know if I see that. I could see Pinterest going from 5 to 8 or 5 to 10 because it has more room to run. But something like a Meta, I'm a little bit skeptical. I think a secondary push might wait until after we get the earnings from the big 3. And, there's other names out there that it might be independent of this and have a chance to go. And we talked about the Carvanas and the Squeeze names of the world, but I'm just going to throw another one out there, which is, this is really strong, and it's not a name that we usually talk about, but FedEx has been on just a tear the last 2 days. It broke its 200 period. I know it's a bit of a random one, like it's gapping up again. It's into brand new territory, which you usually like, and it's got some room to its kind of gap down failure was $8 from here. So, this punches through 10. It's still got some room to the upside. I just think you got to pick the individual names that are right because there's a lot of names that might not get outside of, say yesterday's highs or those support levels from when we had that initial dip into 230. Those are levels that matter to me. When we dipped support at 230, I like bids at prices on all those stocks. That's AMD 81. I feel like that was Tesla 1. Was it 181, something like that? No, it was lower than that. But yeah, those dip prices at 230 matter to me, and then find individual names that don't have as much overhead resistance for the longs.
All right. Yeah, I was just reading some messages in the chat. No, I didn't. I was just reading off Fahad Rod. I didn't even read anything else other than that. Okay, so I don't, we talked about the NASDAQ and what it's been doing, and it's just going off right now. It's like a freight train that can't be stopped. We talked about that 11,900. Once we retested there and bounced, then you got good earnings. Now it's kind of game over for anybody that was short. But, I don't think necessarily the longs have won over the last, 2-3 weeks here, obviously. But you're going to see probably a pullback, I would say, at some point. Like if Apple comes in line and Google's kind of just in line as well. There still are headwinds in this market. Let's not think that, we've solved this. People are still calling a recession, if not in one, as we speak. Oil prices, we said, they're going back down, which is nice. We still have inflation, near, not at record highs, but we're still up there on the inflation side of things. So I still think there is a pullback due here. It's kind of cool because we have Rahim Alani coming on talking about REITs and things like that. I really think that part of what needs to be put into everybody's portfolio, like if you've just realized a 100% or 70% gain or something like that, like a lot of us have in Meta, then, maybe it's time to take something off the table here. It's right back to where we were when we sort of talked about that huge drop. I don't know if this chart's going to load or not here. Oh, yeah, because we switched the name. Yeah. So, back down here when we went to Meta, this is why we know exactly when we switched over to Meta. June 8th. So anyways, you're almost all the way back to where that name change happened into this 180, 185 spot. So let's see if we fail off here. If we fail off here, I could see the NASDAQ and Meta sort of retracing back down, maybe landing somewhere in this 160, 165 area over the next couple days. Or if we take this 185, we're not going to see 200 today, but it could come back in there. I'll get a better chart for you in a couple minutes on Meta, but right now this is a level to be concerned with. But it's nice to see a rally completely back. I just, as an investor, you know, we're back here. I took Netflix some off at 288, 290 when we came up to that $300 level. Now it's 266. I took some off, I think at 366 at 360. Now I'm thinking the same thing here for Meta. Let's take something off the table now because, you know, we've seen and now we can realize, you know, holding on to this thing and you can now realize some profit. The important thing was Mark Zuckerberg, you know, started the conference call. He called year 2023 the year of efficiencies. When's the last time we heard that? Dude spent $10 billion on the most inefficient thing he possibly could have, the metaverse. So now we're talking about improving. He had 5, he didn't mention the metaverse until his 6th point. So he talked about improving Messenger, improving Reels, year of efficiencies, something about online versus mobile ads. So, and then he went into metaverse. That's what we want to hear as investors. So let's just see. Maybe it's a Meta alone story. I'm going to think that Google can start to go upside as well. I mean, Google's already went up. You add yesterday's 5 or 6% in Google, plus you add another 5% today. What are we even talking about? I mean, some of these names, Google was, this is 2 days ago, $97. So now today you're going to touch 106, 105. Like that's 10% up in 2 days on Google. It seems like a lot for this huge conglomerate. We'll see what happens here today. I'm excited for the earnings, but I don't want to get overly excited. And I mentioned on the sticky note as well, it's going to be all about tape reading today and honestly trying to find those sellers and buyers where they exist and on what stocks, because there's so much to look at every single day now that it's like I don't know, it's a plethora of great opportunities, Neil. And then we have Carvana to deal with. And then we have Bed Bath & Beyond to deal with. We have everything. MGAM, MGMS, I don't even know the name.
How do you forget Mullen?
Mullen to deal with. We didn't even talk about
actually,
Tesla.
I have to apologize because one of the super chats was actually, someone sent a super chat and they were like, this super chat is so you can take that breakout in Mullen that I was trash talking. Not that it works that way because we never just do it for that reason. But right. I did say that break at 36, the 35, 36 area has been no good. But that was because I never made any money doing it 3 or 4 times.
Right.
Like when I didn't take it today, it's good. So that's how sometimes I think about it. But you really have to narrow your focus today. There's going to be a lot of names moving out there, and it's just like, you know, we haven't even talked about the Chinese ADRs. If you're looking for something relatively weak, they're one of the only groups that's actually down. Like not Baidu, but Baba's down, Neo's down. I think the JD was down, Pinduoduo. So, you know, there are pockets of, you know, relative strength and weakness. We really rarely even talk about crypto. Coinbase is at a monster level. It's at the 200 period. It's got room to still squeeze to the upside. You got to put into perspective where these things have come from and how far they still have to go. Do you really think shorts have covered coin yet? Do you really think shorts are done with, I mean, look at Silvergate. It was like 70% short like a month ago. Okay, are they done? I mean, you haven't even broken out of the bottom channel till you're above like $22 to $23, and we're at 18 and a half. We're at 17. We're at 16 yesterday, for crying out loud, up another 15%. Brendo?
Like, it's crazy. Yeah, let's jump into a little bit on real estate today. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto, back with us again. Great to see you.
Likewise.
What a week.
Yeah.
What a time to talk about the market in general, but we're going to kind of shift focus here and go back a little bit and talk a little bit about what happened during the pandemic and then what happened coming out of the pandemic to REITs. As you said when you sat down here this morning, typically not the most exciting topic in the market itself, but we'll show you some of these charts and these things and you'll be impressed right across the board.
Yeah, so from the macro level, there's one way to look at it, and then you get into the micros, and the micros in some of these names that we'll talk about have had phenomenal sort of year-to-dates, which is the last month. But yeah, no, you go back to COVID, and I think we had talked about REITs at that point, where, like you just said, left for dead. Not much going on with them because people were not moving into rental units, and typically the REITs will follow. There's 2 types. Guys will have multi-res units, apartments, retirement homes, and then people that will have commercial buildings. And with both of those things, people just not shopping and people not wanting to move into rental units.
Yeah.
Both of those types of REITs, like you said, left for dead, hit probably their 52-week lows quite quickly. And now that we're seeing the world coming back, both types of REITs again are seeing occupancy start to increase. Here in Toronto, we are seeing articles about rental rates hitting their highest that they've been. Occupancy rates are at their lowest because people are seeing this interest rates rise. Do they want to put their money into purchasing a home at this point, or if they have just a little bit of flexible cash, are they going to go into rental units? So you're seeing these REITs really move phenomenally well into higher price points, simply on the back of revenues, on the back of occupancy figures, on the back of net income, and some of them are even doing share buybacks.
I don't know about you, but I had yesterday, for example, the longest travel. I live very close to where we are here, but I had the longest travel home that I've had in years since COVID yesterday. Traffic was just insane.
And if you're going where I think you were going, I was sitting and I was looking at the traffic and I was like, what is happening?
Yeah, like
so people are back.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So let's talk higher level here for a second. Obviously, we get the interest rate hike from the Fed yesterday in the U.S. Obviously, that's going to benefit some of the banks. But how can we then translate that into an opportunity in real estate? Everyone then turns to these, which do pay a dividend, some on a monthly basis. There's a lot of opportunity from an investment standpoint. Tell us about CAR.UN to kick things off here. A lot of these going to be in Toronto, guys.
Yeah, so that one's traded between 39 and 57 all year. It got down to $42 at the end of the year, and it's trading at 50. So you've got a nice 20% bump just in the last 4.5 weeks. So it's a company, they have their news coming out, like all of these will actually. If you want to stay tuned for that, by third week of February, they'll all have their year-end results. So just keep an eye on that. You want to look at things like their occupancy ratios and what they're into. So CAR is into mid to high-end luxury rentals, and occupancy's at 98%. So you put those two things together, and
yeah, monster rally. As you said, 41 to 51 in a month. Essentially here this year for Canadian apartment. Let's go to CSH, which is another one here. Again, if you look at the bottom of the screen here, guys, these are monthly dividend pairs as well, right across the board. So this is a daily chart. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, again, same thing. You see what they've done in the last year. They're at 980. Where they were just 4.5 weeks ago. You're up 20 points. You're up 20 points on the back of that. In addition, some of these guys like CSH went out and picked up additional units as well and purchased, because they have a lot of cash on the balance sheet, ability to leverage. So they're buying additional assets so that people can move into. This one's based more on the retirement community.
Right.
But same thing, people are now moving into some of these things.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Have you seen, I guess, discrepancy between some of the more commercial type units versus some of the more like retirement or vacation type units in REIT land?
Yeah, so I think you will start to see that from the commercial point of view, I think as well, because some people may not necessarily be coming back to offices, or maybe skinnying down the number of offices that they're going to be using. That I just anecdotally, I think is a concern. I don't know if, I'm sure the REIT companies have all planned better than Raheem sitting there doing his back of the envelope math, right? But I'm sure they've all planned for this better. They are accounting for some companies not needing 3 floors anymore, maybe needing 2. So that's on the commercial side, your Dreams and Brookfields and things like that have the larger office buildings here in Toronto or in Calgary or in Vancouver. So will they start to change how they monetize some of these other floors potentially? The ones with the ones that we're talking about particularly today, the ones with the rental units, again, they're hitting higher and higher and higher numbers that they've ever had on an average monthly basis. So I think you're going to see that momentum continue to be strong, I think.
Let's go to the next one here, Boardwalk. It doesn't get much better. I mean, look at the daily chart on this one. Doesn't really get much better. A nice breakout through 52. We are, $5 or so away from all-time highs.
Yeah, $5 away. 40 to 60 was their 52-week high-low, sitting here at 56, and they were just at $50 at year-end, right? So they have 33,000 suites. They've built out 200 communities. So again, just that same play. If you believe that's where people are going to be moving to, as opposed to purchasing homes, they're going to be looking at rentals. Then you look at some of these ones.
BEI.UN on that one. Let's go to the next one here, which is Killam Apartment.
Yeah, they're based out of Halifax, $4.8 billion portfolio of apartment and rental units, $16 at year end, and you're sitting at $18.75 just over the course of the
Crazy.
4.5 weeks, right? So all of these are simply just following, like we talk about with gold or with oil, some of the larger producers. Some of these ones that do have that direct relationship to the rental market are going to start to see that as interest rates do what they're doing.
It was definitely the most hardest hit, or one of the most hardest hit areas of the market during the pandemic. Coming out of it on the other side, we're seeing just absolutely impressive moves. IIP.UN, the last one here, internet real estate. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, they're one of they're probably the smallest one on this list, about 2 billion market cap, but sitting again 1280 at the end of the year, going over $14, and getting closer, like you just said.
Yeah.
Some of these are getting closer to their 52-week highs, all-time highs. 95, just shy of 96% occupancy rate.
Yeah.
So up 100 bips over their last quarter. Look out for their year-end numbers that should be coming up here very shortly. Multi-res and 12,500 suites. $1,462 is their average rent. So again, as these numbers just creep up, when you have your occupancy times the dollars moving up from 1462 to 1465, just money.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Fed Chair Powell yesterday in the U.S. even talking about the fact that the real estate market specifically and rent market specifically still hadn't shown any signs of cooling off. So if you're going to be anywhere, it's definitely there.
Yeah, and like we just talked about, it's like Groundhog Day. Every time he goes up, it's a quarter point.
Yeah.
It's a quarter point. It's a quarter point.
6 more weeks of interest rate.
Let's hope that he's done shortly. But he, like I was saying, his commentary was he needs to bring inflation back down to palatable levels. But what we don't consider is the rental market, as an example. Like no one takes that into account on their pure inflation numbers, right? They're looking at avocados versus how much people are paying on a monthly basis. So I think it's something to keep an eye out for. This needs to touch into the real estate market
before we get any kind of a pause or a sign of a pause too.
Yeah, I think so.
Great opportunities right across the board. Keep those in mind, guys. Real estate investment trusts, I mean, not something you're going to look at as a day trader on a daily basis or even a weekly basis, but if you take a step back from a higher standpoint, definitely huge opportunities. Rahim Alani's Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Good to see you.
Take care, guys. Thank you. And Super Bowl, what do we got?
I mean...
The Battle of the Kelseys.
Philly? I don't know. Give us yours.
As you guys know, I'm a Ravens fan, and the Ravens should have been there, but not for a ill-fated leap at the goal line. So it should have been the Ravens. They wouldn't have made it. But I think I'm going to have to maybe lean with Philly as well. I got Neil laughing at least.
Sean and Neil have opinions, always.
I'm not going to be here before Super Bowl, so I got to get my pick in. I think we got to go with Philly.
Guys.
Huntley made the Pro Bowl. Did you know that?
No, he did not make the Pro Bowl.
Yes, he did.
Get the hell out of here.
You want to
Huntley is in the Pro Bowl?
I'll bet.
That is the dumbest thing. Seriously?
So not only do the Ravens have Lamar Jackson, but they have Pro Bowl backup quarterback. This is how good the Ravens are, Neil, in the AFC. They probably are the best team in the AFC. I mean, if the Packers were in the AFC, then they would be the best team. But I would agree also for Philly.
I'll play in the Pro Bowl this weekend if you need a real. Are you kidding me?
I don't think it's this weekend, is it? Oh, I don't. They've changed it. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah. But no, I'm on Philly. I'm going to be on Philly as well. I think it's going to be a great game, and right now it's like a pick-em. So I'm going to take Philly. I just think that they have the momentum going through. They were, sort of the best team all year record-wise.
We're going to have a bet.
I feel like, we'll have a bet. I think it'll be fun. I actually think it's going to be a great game.
I think it'll be a great game, too.
I don't have it. I have my biases towards Philly.
Look, Philly looks fantastic, but I think just for the fun of it, because we only do something when it's like one of my teams versus one of Sean's teams. So like if it's like Bills and Packers, when it was Italy versus England, but we can do something for the Super Bowl because I want to back KC. I own a Jamal Charles jersey. He's one of my favorite all-time players. So why not? That's about as far as I'm going.
See, I could never. It's like KC is like they just keep killing the Bills all the time.
It's different.
And it's kind of like I couldn't support like
so the way
a
I
Green
feel
Bay Packer killer.
Holy crap, Meta's already at 185.
I was just saying the NASDAQ is up 2% right now. Like, what is exactly, what is going on? Like,
so, we got a really good question.
I might just liquidate everything in my portfolio today, to be honest
I
with
wouldn't
you.
go that far, but there's some selling opportunities.
I'll never do that. But I mean, I just said I'd never sell anything a couple minutes ago.
Someone in the chat just had a good question about how do you narrow your focus on a day like today? Well,
I don't know.
One of the things that I'm actually thinking about right now is I just watched Meta go up $1, $2. Check that. Snapchat's running, but look at what Pinterest is doing. I came in loving Pinterest, finally breaking out, sympathy to Meta. breaking out, and they did their own cost cutting. Maybe it does something at the open and plays catch up. But if this were to not break out from this range here with everything going to the highs, suddenly this becomes a name that I would want to fade. Now, I still believe it's a breakout trade, but sometimes it has no pre-market volume. But this is getting insane. We're at 184.65 right now on Meta, and Snapchat fills in the gap in 50 cents. So if Snapchat fills in the gap, that's one I'd feel a little bit better about taking a shot to the short side. But wow, I mean, everything I'm looking at is up. Not really looking at much that's down. I'm in Bed Bath & Beyond. That's kind of barcoding. I got a 47 short, and there's a buyer at 35, so it's really just giving me 10-cent scalp trades, and that's about it. But I will be I'll be looking for the short at Snap up here at 11.50. Just feel like with the quarter that they had, it's too much.
I mean, it's way too much.
It's too much.
I mean, right now we have Teslas at too much. It's 190 right now.
So
Tesla.
You say it better because you're actually Italian.
I mean, come on, man. This is just. We bought Tesla yesterday on Fed at 172.50 right there. Rode it all the way up. As you guys know, we got out at what, 183, something like that up there, and then we took we got out at 178.50. Then we took the 180 break, and now it's too much, all the way to 190. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now with these names, but it continues to move upside. And I just don't think that as a day trader, momentum trader, you can call yourself whatever you want. I'm a mean reversion trader. I'm a this trader. Who cares what kind of a trader you are? Look at this market. It's ripping up right now. I think if you're going to wait and you are going to be one of those mean reversion traders, you just have to wait for these markets to slow down. I don't know. I mean, this is ahead of Apple. This is ahead of Google. This is ahead of Amazon. We have some huge moves coming here today. And I mean, 3.5%, 4%, 5%. Yeah, you keep that thing a bull today.
His face was like punched in.
His face. This guy's probably on cocaine, this bull right now. I mean, I don't understand what's going on right here.
He can afford it.
The market, yeah. I mean, if he bought a little bit a couple weeks ago, the guy can be fine for a while. This guy's 21.10 over here.
Should have just shorted 185.
But yeah, anyways, let's keep going on this market, man. It's going to be great. I even was saying to Neil, because remember yesterday we bought Rivian at 1904. Like, we bought Rivian at 1904 yesterday, right here. So it came down, there's Fed, 230, blasted through 19. We bought it. The thing rips to 20, and now today you're going to look at 20.50 again here on Rivian. So let's see if we can take out some of these levels, 22, 21, 21.50. We're ready to rock and roll here today, if you can't tell. So let's get ready to go, man. It's 9 o'clock, lots on the docket here. I have no idea how to focus today other than just looking at specific names. And then if the shiny car or whatever shows up, you can have a look at it, but make sure you know your levels and make sure that you're still trading the names that you want to focus on. For me, it's going to be the same as always, man. I've been a big cap NASDAQ trader now for 3 years on this show, and I'm not going to change it. So let's keep on rocking and rolling. Today's a good day for that.
All right, quickly, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. A ton of notable names on this board this morning. There's Meta. That's one of many to the upside for Meta today. FedEx, this eyes, lips, face company. I don't know. Peloton, Citigroup with the upgrade. There's actually 11, I counted this morning, price target increases from different analysts as well. There's Amgen, they reported for solar as well. Not a positive note there. I read through that one from Bank of America and Humana to the downside as well. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the futures here as we head toward day highs. ECB President Lagarde speaking right now as well. They went 0.5 point this morning to 3% as well, I saw, Arun. What do we do here? I mean, what a move this has been.
Yeah. I mean, this is, the market was setting up, right? I came out yesterday, I was like, okay, well, the way we're setting up, the Fed has to deliver. Well, it looked like for a half second there, maybe he didn't. No, turns out he did. So here we are running up straight into, yes, we're running strong, and I hate to put a damper on things, but we do need to clear some areas here, and that is going to be what I'm looking at for. 4180, we're coming up to that fairly soon. 4180, I imagine there's going to be some stops going off if we get above 4180. Why? You go back to September, you go back to mid-December. There's some that's been an extreme point a few times. So I imagine a lot of people are using stops just above those extreme points. So north of 4180, if we can see stops go off and still maintain that buy strength, then I think 4200 is on deck. And then if we get through 4200, clearly we're going to clear all the major resistance levels on the bigger charts, but we do have a ton of space to the upside. But right now, I think between 4180 and 4200, that's going to be the key area where this market will decide whether this is still going to be respected as a resistance area on the larger chart, or we are going to grind through. Keep in mind, we have big earnings coming out later. So it's entirely possible that we just go, we kind of drift up, and then we come in with earnings tomorrow or overnight, which sends the market either directly through this 4200, and we could even be seeing 4250 by tomorrow morning if it's positive. Flip side of that is, based on earnings and the way this market is drifting up, if we end up having negative earnings from Apple specifically, this market may come right back down and respect this same resistance area. So for now, clearly buy strength to the upside, respect it. I just want to see what happens north of 4180. If we still have buy strength there, we may see that 4200 today.
And again, tomorrow morning, yeah, it's going to be an important night, guys. Apple, Google, Amazon, all to come after the close tonight. Quickly, I mentioned this one yesterday. This is AI tied, or an AI announcement. Anyways, this Versus with a offering. That was out there just before Raheem came on. So a heads up if you're watching that VS little one that was moving around throughout the day yesterday. I was trying to find the note on Meta here, but oh, there it is. So big move for Meta, obviously aftermarket yesterday. We're up even more than that this morning. Just absolute monster. I mean, there were some question marks in this report, but for the most part, beating top and bottom. Forecast looks great. More cost cutting to come. I mean, it's tough to try and convince yourself to go long when Meta's up 20% here today. But as you were noting there, Sean, you got to do what the market tells you.
Yeah, and that's sort of what I wrote down here on, I don't know if Neil went to go get a sugar packet or what for this bull, you know, we talked about it here, and I just wrote down on here, I didn't even give any levels for Meta or anything. I think the key here is just going to be your ability to read the tape and read momentum. And what I sort of mean by that is to be able to find out where the buyers and sellers are exhausted, if they get exhausted at all. I expect the volume here in Meta to be huge today. It's already 3.5 million shares done in the pre-market without even seeing the imbalance yet, which comes out at 925. That should be, I mean, I'm thinking that could be a couple million shares as well. So let's just, you know, let's just trade it. Like, I'm going to have it up on the side here. I just, like 21%. I mean, it seems like it's a lot, but again, they're sitting on tons of cash. They've got so much going for them right now, Meta, that I just, you know, I like the fact that they didn't even really, like I mentioned there, didn't really talk too much about the metaverse, unless they did, and I missed it there. I was just reading some things yesterday. Seems like ads are working out for them. They've sort of solved that iOS issue there about tracking and whatnot, you know, and remember, like, they have Messenger, they have WhatsApp, they have Instagram, Reels. Like, forget about the legacy Facebook. Like, that's whatever. And not only that, their ARPU, average revenue per user, huge. Daily active users up as well. Record highs for daily active users. And when you're a platform, you know, all you need is users, right? And then you can monetize them, which they've already solved that problem. So you know, Meta, first of all, did not deserve at all to be down here. When it was down here, even at $100, I was pounding the table with you guys every day saying, I cannot believe where this PE is. 10, 11, 12 for Meta. It was way below the market, and we knew this day was going to come at some point. But now that it's here, I almost think that we've made its way all the way back, and now it's worth selling a little bit. And I just feel that I'm not going to be in the minority there. So I would say look to see if there is a wall of sellers somewhere. That's where we really want to engage this stock for the short. So, hey, look, a monster day. Looking for shorts, I think, is the wrong idea. Let's just look at the stock and figure out what it wants to do. For me, that bottom was 182. Right now, you could, you know, break of that, and we could go lower. But again, I don't think key levels are going to be overly important today. With the volume that I'm expecting to come into Meta, I just think that you want to just watch it. Like, you get some number of red candles in a row, then it tries to bounce and holds. You know, that holding spot is your short. So I think that it's going to be tough for me to be focused on this stock today because there's so many other ones. So I'm going to have to decide, am I just going to trade Meta and watch this thing or look at other names today? So, you know, a break of 185 is going to happen most likely at the open, if not much before then. So I would say you watch the order flow and you try to find a top, and then you put on that short and then get the heck out when it violates whatever that top is. So I would say that's probably the right trade. Or you find out maybe there is a buyer that won't lift his bid. Like maybe it comes down here to 182 and we just see a reserve order, or it keeps coming down and keeps bouncing back. But, like we've seen before, we were doing that with NVIDIA at 194. We were doing this. Now it's going to look stupid because I have to zoom back all the way. But there was levels, and I can't remember the day it was. Was it here 146, 147 maybe? Kept coming in, dipping, dip buy. There's always moves like that. And I think it was just yesterday or 2 days ago, actually, right into here, 148.50, right? It just kept on coming in, buying it, eventually starting to rip up. So let's see if Meta can do that today. Let's see if there's a level that holds. And then that's what we have to look for. I think it's kind of crazy to call a level. So let's just see the volume and the momentum, and we'll try to trade it from there. So I know that wasn't too much help, but I just feel like it's a tape reading kind of day for this, and you're going to have to find out where the big money is. I don't know if they're going to want to buy this thing up 20% or take some profit. For me, I'm leaning towards profit taking and looking for a top, then the short rather than a long. Raider wide receiver. This is exactly the news that I'm trying to look for here. Raider wide receiver hints on Twitter that Packers QB move could be into his neighborhood. So thank you, Devontae Adams. Let's try to fleece the Raiders and move on from there. But
that would be hilarious if it happens. You just said something about levels. The only one on Meta that 185 was pretty much it, and that's just because it was the daily chart. You probably wanted to have it the first time. Like that one check right there and be sitting in $1 when you've already scalped out made some sense to me. But the other way to look at it, if you don't want to trade it, is just, Snapchat reported, and to me, it being up 6%, it's all because of Meta. You can say that Meta has solved things when it comes to monetizing the users that they have. Well, if you don't have the growth that you want in users and you've never been terribly good at converting them into dollars, then you get Snapchat. So the stronger that gets, I feel like there's a fade opportunity here. I was looking at 1150 because that would have been like a complete gap fill. That's probably not the only place worth going. If you put like a head and shoulders on this, which I don't like doing because there's no real consolidation up here, that's around this 11 to 11.15 area. If Meta starts falling apart, I might just look over to a Snapchat short, to be honest with you. This one might be clean to trade. It's free for us to short today. And I just can't really see, without Meta doing something crazy to the upside, how this is going to hold up on its own, Snapchat.
Guys, just seeing a note on GM and Netflix expanding a current partnership to get more electric vehicles on screen, which is going to include a combined Super Bowl ad between the two. So GM and Netflix teaming up for a Super Bowl ad, so watch out for that. Let's go on to Pinterest as well. Big mover after the close yesterday on this Meta move. Basically anything that was ad-based looks like this morning. Nice move after the close. Even the Trade Desk, an ad agency, digital ad agency, up this morning I saw as well on this note. Pinterest not really doing a heck of a lot. They also announced 150 job cuts coming through. That was, again, late yesterday for Pins.
It's been stuck, and I mean stuck in a range, and been like, when is it going to give you that breakout day that it just, it finally makes a move into like the 35, 40 range? You feel with Meta doing this and them reporting next week, this could be its chance. This is like the 27 and 28 levels are both huge. Those are the two I want to play off here today. It's up 5%, kind of like Snapchat's up 5% in sympathy to Meta right now. They did their own job cuts. So that's, it's not a huge amount, but no one's really cutting a huge percentage of their workforce. The numbers sound gigantic, but they're not. They're not really. So I like 27 here for sure if we get a big flush. At the open, if it just simply holds the pre-market low, like I don't mind taking a shot at this. Every single time you get into a new price area and get bullish on a breakout, I like to play the break because the potential upside is huge. And you just mentioned GM. GM's kind of an example of that, right? Like the other day, we were looking at GM breaking out that 38. Breaking out that 38 on the daily. It had a nice little double top there above the 50 and the 200. It had room to go on the daily chart. You started working the longs and you got a nice return a couple of days ago. Actually, this is setting up for a 40 break now that I look at it. Not that I don't know if I want this one through the top at 40. Maybe if it dips, I like GM at 38. But I don't want to talk myself into something when I just pulled up the chart for the first time. But I do like that same notion on Pinterest today. If it doesn't hold the pre-market low, then it's an easy out for me and then reassess at 27.
All right, yeah, let's just keep going here on Apple. I mean, Apple, again, it's not on our board here today, but, you know, once again, yeah, thank you to Trade Ideas for sponsoring the rundown here as well. But Apple, 148.50, nice move. I wrote down here on the sticky note that we really... I missed that. But 146.50 here. That top yesterday for Trade Ideas, for Apple right there, 146.50. I kind of want to see if the market does fade out a little bit. I mean, obviously we're up 2% on the market and on Apple right now, but I'm thinking like with them reporting here today, I know there's a lot of people in the chat asking about Apple here. Meta's back down to 184 now. Went down 50 cents there. 146.50 right here for Apple. Let's see if it can hold yesterday's high. We'll give it like to 146 if it does come in. So that's a trade that I'm looking to make here. We don't have Google on there. Or 150. Right, the 150 short sell as a top. The only trade that I have on right now is 104 buy here on Google. It's the only one that I don't have it on right now, but the only one I have bidding right here is this 104. So, you know, just to see if we can hold those levels. I'm a little nervous here heading into the open. Again, not necessarily because of where these stocks are, but this market being up 2%. I can't really remember the last time we came in and the market was up this high without giving something back off the open. And then if there's something to give back, and I'm going to look at these big cap tech names, then I think this is where they give it back, right? So we might have to look somewhere else if the market does continue to tank, or just flip over the bias and try to go short. So the 200 periods right here, we're not looking at that too much because of the fact that, you know, we don't have 200 points of data because I don't count everything up until 8 p.m. So we'll wait to see if 104 can hold. Maybe 103 is an issue as well down there for Google, but these are the two names that I prefer more than Pinterest. So I'll be looking at Google and Apple today. I haven't done any work on Pinterest, but Carvana should be an interesting one. That looks like it's trying to go as well here. What was that stat? Again. 2 billion? Yeah, 2 billion users on Meta. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, let's go to see what Carvana is doing. I know it's dancing around.
Yeah, up huge. No additional news on this, guys, for CVNA today, but what a move it was yesterday. 23% short interest, now up, 187% just in the last little while here. So, again, this is primarily a short story. Nothing along. It's also a short story, but the short interest is the story here today for CVNA. How far can this thing go?
Oh, we need the boom. That was a good one. That was a good one, Brendo. I like that.
That's how far it can go.
Look at the dailies. There's a lot of room. Mars. Oh, I can't say the second part of that. You know from Chappelle's show. You guys know what comes after that. But I want to go to Bed Bath & Beyond just because it rolled over a little bit here. They missed a debt payment. It's also on the watch list. So they could be going, you know, they have 30-day grace period before you actually end up, you know, truly delinquent on it. But at the end of the day, they could be heading to bankruptcy. I just shorted the first consolidation I could. I should have had 60s. If it pops at the open, I want to fade 360, maybe get a price in the 50 range, see if it can't get down to $3. If it breaks out, fair enough. Everything is squeezing, and you got to have yourself an out. That 365, 370 area is going to be mine. I prefer an area stop if it's the only thing I'm in, because I don't want to get wicked out at the open. But Carvana, the moon. I didn't give this one enough opportunity to go higher yesterday. And, you know, we had the breakout when it took out the double top. It looked like it was fantastic. I was pretty much all out after $1.15, only to see it get all the way to like $14.25. And now, I mean, you're up another 30%, which is, it seems insane until you look at the bigger picture here. Huge short interest. Finally breaking, it only broke the bottom channel yesterday at $12. Like, that's when it broke the bottom channel. Like, if this breakdown here, this is the high that got made after the breakdown. It's $12. So even after it went up 4x, that's when it was breaking out on that last bottom channel. I think you're going to have a big level when it gets to $20, but that's mostly psychological. I wouldn't even think about shorts until it's either at 20 or failing $15 makes some sense to me. In the middle, I almost want to see if I can't pick up a stink bid dip buy here in the 16 range. If they do a bunch of take profits at the open, stink bid it to the pre-market low and try and catch some rubber band action.
Yeah, we're gonna try to stack some rubber bands today. I mean, like 1870 right there. I only have one trade in. It's to break that. So once we break the high, I'm gonna go long on 1870, and then we'll just try to find areas to get out. Whether or not it falls back down, it's been holding the 1790 area. But yeah, any dip buys, I think on Carvana, you just got to go with it. The short interest is still there. It's exploding. I mean, we can check it out here on Trade Ideas. Last we checked was 58%, I think. CVNA. Let me just check out what it's on. Yeah, still. So it's giving. I said exploding, but it's going higher every time I check it. Now 59%, heading to 60% here. You know, Morgan Stanley, I already talked about this yesterday, went on a little bit of a rant. They screwed this one up again. And they probably just got long on their own recommendation there. So, you know, they put a $1 price target on this thing when it was at 7 or 8. It traded down to 3 or 4 right here. It was this day. You can look it up if you want to, December 7th. That's the day for sure, because I remember trading this one. And we actually had a great short on this day, man. I think we broke $4 or whatever it was, and then it tipped. I must have been 5 or 6. At the bottom was 4. So yeah. Anyways, big move down that day, and since then it just stopped at 4 and just has kept on going upside. So I know a lot of you have been on this trade. You know, like I said, I don't want to get distracted with it, so I just want to take one trade if it breaks higher. Might happen right now before the market even opens up. Yesterday we saw a big bid on Carvana, big bid on Carvana yesterday off the open. So it faded out, and then right at about, was that 936, 935? Once all that sort of market on open was finished, then you exploded to the upside from 10 to 11, and the rest, as you saw yesterday, was history back up to the upside. Let's just quickly have a look here on the imbalance locator. What's different today about this? Well, first of all, remember the last time? I want to talk to Larry Summers here as well. Last time we saw all bids on here, the market was a monster, but we're already a monster. So that's why I'm hesitant to call this a big, huge day. But buy. HBI, sell. Kick that guy out of there. Everything else is a bid here, right? And you're going to see the NASDAQ names come out in 4 minutes. Those should be buys as well. This could be a monster open here for the NASDAQ and for the overall market. So watch out for getting stuck in any rips early. By the way, Carvana is now down $1. Rips early here in the market because of these imbalances. And Larry Summers, I'm so proud of you for this, because all I've been talking about, whenever we talked about crypto, my number one pull forward was HUT 8. I kept saying that if you liked these altcoins, by the way, Cardano's now over 41 cents right now. Those were good pickups at 30, obviously, as a lot of crypto. Bitcoin 23.5 right now. You're up 105% right now in 1 month. So that's great. Thanks, Larry Summers, for the $5 super chat. We'll add that. Like I said, we got the cannolis on order. Luca's trying to arrange some pizza coming through. It's going to be a good day tomorrow on a Friday when we celebrate some of the successes as of late.
Good day today, too.
And are we getting some stuff today?
No, good day today, too.
Oh, every day is going to be a good day, but we're going to, you know, it's from yesterday. We all celebrated yesterday, and it was a big day on the midday show, so we're going to celebrate that right. And anyways, on with Carvana, now tanking here in the 1750 right now for Carvana. So that's why I was very specific, trying to wait for this 1870 take.
Ton of volume to deal with a lot of these highly shorted names already so far this morning. We didn't get to this before 9 o'clock, but I wanted to mention this Netflix story today, guys, on the watch list this morning. It's been a monster, obviously, over the past couple of weeks, but they come out with these new anti-password sharing rules, I guess, that are going to come into effect here. And essentially it means you're going to be prompted to log into your account on a 30-day basis. So if you log in today, at some point between now and 31 days out, you're going to have to log in again, and you're going to have to log in on the IP address or the router, I guess, that's registered to the account. So that's the way that they're going to get around people who are using different internet connections from sharing the same password. So that's Netflix news today, up a little bit anyways on that. Microsoft, meanwhile, showing all kinds of strength ahead of big tech to come after the close as well. ChatGPT going to be rolled into Teams Premium. That's set to launch in June at $7 a month. And I was reading into this a little bit this morning. It's very interesting. It's going to be able to take meeting notes for you in real time. It's going to be able to assign tasks during a meeting in real time. I mean, pretty impressive. Coming June again for $7 a month in Teams Premium, guys.
Yeah, look, I think second place in the AI world is not going to be the best thing in the world for a lot of people, because playing catch up it's not like with Apple and smartphones. You can't just do it better. Once someone beats you to it, like they're just getting smarter and smarter, and you sort of stay ahead of the curve. And I love what Microsoft is doing here. You've got a double top on Wix in the aftermarket. So I'd be cautious about this. So you have a double top 255, but that's that's like big, ridiculous moves. Essentially yesterday on Fed, and then you had a wick top in the aftermarket last week. When you pull up at the daily, you've broken out at 250. So if we dip far enough, I like a 250 bid for sure on Softy. Otherwise, I need to see it holding 255 at the open. We glossed over Netflix there. I just wanted to go over something with Netflix. I like 2 dips on Netflix. The afternoon bit dipped to 360. And that was when we established the trend. And then 350, like any of the bottoms that got made, if we get a reversal day today, the bottoms that were made on strong looking trend stocks, the bottoms that got made at 230, I love those for buys. So that 354, 355 area, that's similar to where we had the long anyways yesterday on Netflix, that got that push into 60s. So I definitely like that, but it's going to take a lot for it to get there. But it is a bid that I'm going to have. So 360, 354, 355 on Netflix, I'll be there for that bid. Softy, I need to see confirmation we're holding 255 at the open.
I just saw everyone talking about Ford, man. We didn't have, I mean, there wasn't more of a name maybe where we had more conviction on than Ford down here near these bottoms. Buying 11s, buying 12s. Now you're up to 14 and looking to break out again here on Ford. So, yeah, good day for them. Above the 200, above the 50, all that. We're rocking and rolling now with Ford as that just continues to rock here to the upside. So watch out for a 1450 break here on Ford. I really like that call as well. I didn't know any notes on Microsoft today, so I haven't really looked at them. But up here, like I said, I think Softy's the #1 stock on the show, profit-wise, since inception. So, we'll continue to trade this. We really like it. Obviously, all the way back here to 260 is fantastic for Microsoft, just trying to take out some of these levels as well. So let's let this market open up. Now the imbalances are out, so let's have a quick look to see if anything changed. There it is. So here it is right now, man. So Meta as the sell. Meta's the only sell on here. This is exactly what my note was talking about. Let's find out where the big money is. That's all that I talked about on Meta here today. Not giving any levels, nothing like that. It looks like they want to sell the open here on Meta. So there it is, coming back in. That's why I said it was a little fool's gold up here, thinking that, this is where we were going to open up. We could have opened up here, but we were waiting for this to happen. There's the push. I guess it just came out, right? 925. So there's the push from 183 all the way down to 182. I mean, now that's, okay, so now they've considered this, and it's bouncing off a level 182 that we were talking about. So, let's see how this opens up. Meta's going to be crazy here off open. I just got to now calm down a little bit. We only have 3 minutes to go. So I'm going to start looking at some trades here off the open.
On breaking downside right now, actually, as the market gets back to day highs, in fact, but trying to take out $16 right now, down 2%, but a monster day yesterday for Peloton. Again, 11 price target increases today, an absolute, I've never seen that many for a single stock as long as I've been doing this anyways, but Peloton, worth a look anyways, above that 1650.
Gotta be. It was a great long yesterday. Just another one of those longs. Like it goes $1, and then you think it's good, and then it goes another $1, and it's frustrating. But 15, that's kind of the dip that I'm looking for in Peloton. I just look at those afternoon sort of dip levels, and that's where it's got to be. I don't want to chase something like a Peloton today. Like either it's breaking into a new range, or you're waiting for a dip when you see this happen. So, you got to be breaking past here, like at 16, getting well past it and saying, okay, we're going into a new trading zone here, or just wait for it to dip back and get a consolidation. So I don't really have too much of a trade for that. But as Meta comes back in and bounces off 182 at the open, I do like pins off that low. I just want to see if it can hold a bottom. It might be one of these trades where it immediately decides it wants to reject this breakout, and I could be in and out rather quickly, but I'd rather have a tight stop and then look for the deeper dip buy than average into this thing $1 against. So let's be this Meta Snapchat is probably where my eyeballs are. I'm in Bed Bath & Beyond. I have some offers to pick up some more if it gets up to 360. And let's not sleep on Carvana. If that does like a stink bid into 16. I know Meta's right back to 184. Like that's sort of the thing. Like 930 is going to be very telling for us. And I do think, I think there's a high probability that we see that $3 that it's already put in up here, it goes back and forth in that $3 very quickly in the first couple of minutes. There might be some interesting scalp trades just to take a couple of bucks. Just don't get yourself run over if it clears out 85 or 82.
All right, let's go, guys. There goes Meta right back to the upside, right? So this is what we're talking about. We got to let this thing calm down a little bit, see what's going on. There's Meta. Look, what's gone. Where is that sell? It's nowhere to be found now. So that was fast. So yeah, we're getting like mixed messages here with the imbalance locator for sure. Because yeah, nothing to look at here on a Meta sell right now. It's gone. Carvana back to 1750 right now. Dip down to 17. That's a look there for sure. With only 30 seconds to go, man. Let's wait to see what happens. So I'm going to be watching Meta off the open. Tesla, Apple, we're all bouncing around. I'm not going to be watching Carvana because I already have my play for Carvana. That's that break of 1870. Otherwise, we wait for that to go as well. So here we go. Ready to rock and roll, Neil. 20 seconds. Ooh, it's the lady in white today, Katrine over there. Or is that gray? What is that, gray or white? It's white. It's white. All right. Katrine, ready to ring the bell. Only 10 seconds. Let's get ready to rock and roll here. Neil, it's going to be a great one.
Yes, it is. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Katrine.
Let's do this. Look at the market blowing up right away. All right. I mean, is Apple the dream that we all wanted? Is it going to take out 150 ASAP? I'm going to put a stop order now because I'm noticing, you know, obviously this movement here to take along if Apple breaks through 150 right now. So here we go. 149.25. Apple's starting to go upside. Google's probably ripping as well. Check in quickly on Meta here. 182. Here we go. So now we're trying to go right back down to that downside and retest some of those bottoms. 182 here on Meta. Let's see what happens. Not in yet.
Yeah, Meta making that 182 bid very quickly. I'm in Bed Bath & Beyond. Pinterest isn't doing too much, so I can get away from that. BBY is now finding a 3/4 bid. Being that it's the one I'm in, it just bounced literally off my bid. I was sitting at 26. It just bounced the upside. I'm still going to try to short this 55, but I'm going to take something out off of this bottom just in case it does that whole whipsaw action back and forth. Let's see if I can't get some 330s in here, and then if it gives me a 50 short, that's fantastic. Meta's wild, man.
Oh, just nuts.
Meta is hit or twice, man. So that 185, it just gave you 184.50, so close to 85, and then back to 82. There's dollar scalps in here. Just try not to get run over if you short this.
Yeah, I'm going to go long if we break upside through 185, but for right now, that's kind of what we're waiting for, or this breakdown here on Meta. Google just ripped to 107. That's a long for me as well, if that can come in board. But see, I don't have any trades on yet. So if you're looking at the board and saying it's wrong, it's right. I don't have anything on yet. We're waiting to try to, like I said, we're trying to wait to be specific on what we're trying to do right now. So like Google back here, 106. Let's see if we can grab some now because now it's starting to fade out, as is Meta right now trying to fade out as well. Back down to 183. So there's lots of trades happening here. We just got to find them. I'm going to take an initial position here on Google. So there we go. First position in Google. Oops, that's not Google. Google long right now.
Microsoft.
But ultimately, yeah, 105 area into concern there. We'll average back in if it gets down into 105. Not right now. First position, light on the shares. Our position on here is Google down to 104. So let's not go crazy right now by getting in too early on some of these.
So Microsoft, yeah, I'd say 255. It's confirmation above that level because it just hit 260. So obviously that's pretty good. The top break was at 57 here, so that's where I want to place. When I move up, it's like, okay, now I want to go long in front of the breakout at the pre-market levels and then see if we can't pick it up on a bit of a bid. So I'm going to get a bid out there, kind of move it off that 56. General Motors broke that 40. There's not a lot of liquidity in this thing pre-market, but it broke that 40 level. Now it's sort of stair-stepping to the upside. I'm going to join here because I like this level on the daily and see if I can't pick something up in the teens. Sometimes you should just try to cross the spread, but not too far. Give me a fill. You put a bid in there, and it's like he doesn't want to give you a fill. Gimme, always gets. Okay, just got some 17s. Cancel the others, don't need those fills now. And I want to see if it can hold 40 even. This is a great level on the daily chart, and Bed Bath & Beyond, good thing we rang the register on the open. Remember I was saying, okay, let's see if we can't get some 30s because it might test the top end of the range. Well, here comes Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm reloading this between 50 and 60, although there's a big offer at 50.
We're going short Meta.
Yeah, I might actually just take something in front of 50 on Bed Bath & Beyond and reload that one. And Meta just broke 182. Oh, goodness, Snapchat.
Yeah, we're going short Meta right now. We are now short Meta, 181.30. Not a great fill, but we wanted the 181.50 break. Watch out for 182 backside. So I'm going to put another offer here back up to 182. See if it fills back up. Here we go. Holy shoot. We got it again right now. Let's go Meta. We have this to the downside, man. Here we go. Let's go, man. This is what we're talking about. It's all about that energy. Here we go, Meta. Let's see if we can fall down. We just took 2 outs down there at 180.70. Hopefully we can get a little more in on this one. 2 outs at 180.70 off this short. It was only 60 cents. Let's see if we can go more here on Meta. Is this what they want? Meta short. We're here for it if it is. Yeah,
the second Meta broke support, short Snapchat. It didn't matter where it was. It kind of did matter, but it was right on support, and it was at 11.75, 10.75. I'm actually looking to add on the way down. I just believe if Meta's trying to fill in the gap, then Snapchat has a more fundamental reason to be filling in the gap because they had a horrible quarter. Meta's actually was pretty good. We'll see if we can't get some 10.60s out on the bid as we go to Brendan.
There was a downtick there in the overall market, guys. Just be aware, Putin making some comments right now at an event, so just watch the overall market.
Right, we rip the Meta short and we rip the Google long. Let's just spin this again. Look, honestly, man, if you're not down with this, then you're not down with the channel. This is going to be a good one right now. Let's check in on Carvana. People saying Carvana's halted right now. Oh, it halted right at my price too. We don't have that yet. That's too bad. We're almost in. Cancel the stop order now because I don't want to get blasted on here when it reopens. Let's just judge that. What a great long that was at 17. Congratulations to all right now. 50 cents in the money on Google. We called that one. Let's just see. I'm bidding down here 180 flat for Meta. So let's see if it wants to test that. We'll take a piece out at 180 flat. It's now 70 cents in the money on that one. But yeah, this is what we're doing right now. So we're sort of just looking at Meta, man. And nothing else for me. Apple's just dancing around right now. Meta's doing its thing to the downside. Let's see if it does test that 180. Part of me is saying to take out $1 right now on this play, but let's give it to 180. See if it does fill that. And then, yeah, Google, I don't know, man. I don't like being short Meta right now and long Google. So that's why we take out some there at 106 for flat. And then we just took out 25 cents in the money. But again, it's kind of a here we go, sort of a little bit of a proxy for that trade. All right, Meta, you know what? I just seen it dip down there a little bit. We'll take it out for $1. I'll cancel the 180, see if it flips, because that's twice now that we could have taken the $1, and now we're back to flat on this name. So let's see. This is a wild ride. Maybe the buyers came in there, but we were watching it. I didn't see exhausted sellers yet. So we're still going to stay on the short. Thank you, Rob, for Meta. But back into a flat position now. Good thing we took out about, like I said, 20% down there. We're looking to take out some more as we go. Yeah, what am I doing out of bed, says the cup. What's up, Brendan?
A few of the other squeeze names starting to go here is an interesting note, guys. The better squeeze stock today, Upstart versus Beyond Meat. So here's BYND. Not a bad start. 15% straight to the upside for Beyond.
It's genius the way that the stock, CBNO goes down just far enough so that it's going to halt up before it takes the top break. It's absolutely genius what it does, because anybody that shorted this with a stop at the high of the day ends up getting trapped. So this is why when a stock moves too far away from a stop level, you move your stop because it could go into a halt and now you're trapped. So there's some shorts that are trapped in this move. Indicated open is 18.53, which is flat. If it opens above, I just think it's a long to 18. If not, the halt price if it opens high enough, but the tap's not really giving us much information here because it's saying flat. I doubt it actually opens flat. That's just not going to happen. I got another leg out there in Bed Bath & Beyond. I'll rinse and repeat this one over and over again. Snap, I want to give this one all the way back into 11. There's only 2 trades I like for Snapchat. 11 as an out and 11.50. That's 2 shorts I will take on Snap, and that's it. Tesla's now, shoot Tesla. Really, Tesla? Okay, so Tesla's right about to break the high. Okay, I'm going to cancel my dip buy. That's way too far away. We didn't get the flush back in at the open we're anticipating. Tesla looking like it wants to take a 189 top here. So, wow, do not fight Tesla. I got to go back over to Microsoft. I obviously didn't get that dip buy, but Tesla's about to take the top.
Oh, man, I don't know. Like I was saying here, I don't even know anymore. AMD... what was it even doing? You might have heard me under my breath. I was like, what is AMD even doing down here today? It went down to 83.50.
No.
It's at 85.50 right now. So that was like 3 minutes ago, anyways, I'm taking the long anyways on an 85.50 break is what I'm getting at. That was yesterday's high right there, 85.50 right there. And now it is, we just went long. So we just took long on yesterday's high. AMD was only up 14% yesterday. So let's wait to see what it wants to do. Kind of just tongue in cheek on there, like how far that one went. Maybe we have it too high right now. I don't know. Let's take something out. There it is. Just a nice move down there off that 50 level. I don't know. It just topped out there at 68 on AMD. I don't want to be wrong here. I don't want to be wrong ever, but we might be wrong on this one. Maybe we'll just get out at 85 if it breaks back down below. We've averaged into our meta short right now. That's still fine, but it's really this new AMD position that we're looking at. For meta, if I'm wrong, it's going to be at 83, and that's it. So I'm just going to leave that one for now and see what's happening, but it looks like AMD doesn't want to go too much off this level, so we'll get some out here at 58, open. 59, 60, 65, 68, 69, 75. Nice little move upside for AMD. Let's go. We'll spin the money right now as Carvana is back open, but AMD is the money maker.
Carvana opened up. We got it at 76. I was able to catch. Oh, come on. Give me a break. A second I offered quarters to the upside, it actually started to come back in. Let's see if we can get something here. Look, I want to give this one back to 18. You got to give it some room here. See how far it can go. Get to Snapchat in a second, but Carvana on that reopen certainly looked like it's having trouble at 19. $20, obviously a psychological level where I would be all out. But that first snap up, that's what you wanted to be able to catch. Yeah, see, I'm not giving it past that. I'm in and out almost. Wow, that's a bad trigger. Why am I getting out flat on a trigger down there? Okay, that's a bad trigger. That never even happened. I'm getting back long on this.
Bring the Reggie, man. Look at AMD. Like if you're not here for this, then this was like holy. This is why, like I said, man, it might be softy number one, maybe it's AMD number two. I always look back and say, why did we get out so much? But we scalped it out right there, man. Again, having a little bit of a bias here today on Meta. Definitely, didn't change my opinion on some of these other names. We're still long Google, and here we are long on AMD, as this is just absolutely Rip City now. Was it the trade of the day yesterday? No, it was going to be. It could have been yesterday.
Then Fed happened.
And then the Fed happened, and thank you for supporting that trade of the day. It was a monster yesterday. And there it goes again. Hey, we just took that trade. If you wanted one trade, you're on PDT, you're on something. There it is right there. AMD, it's a one trade. It's a blast to the upside right now. That's 60 cents. And all the reason why we took it, yesterday's high break right there. So you're not going to be able to see it now because we have all these wicks. But let's go over to Brennan and see what he's up to.
Just working my way through some other earnings, guys. Here's one of them. Align, medical equipment maker, ALGN, beating top and bottom. Looks pretty good on the forecast as well. Decent move, to say the least. Aftermarket just took out that high right now on volume for ALGN, now 25%.
So this is crazy, and like
Palantir's at $9.
It's like figure out what happened after, and then just get back into the trade first. Boom. And by the way, I'm taking 20s. I'm taking 1975 out. I got triggered out, which I knew I must have made a mistake because I got triggered out at break even. Why would you have a stop at break even? All that did is give me the opportunity to get a better fill in front of 18, which is the support level. So now I want to play this. Oh, it's going into a halt. I'll take a shot if I can. Nope. Go, 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 go. Is it going? Is it going? I'll give this tight stop when you have a fake halt there. Yeah, tight stop. So I just wanted to see if I could play like it goes into a halt. Maybe you hold it through a 20 level. But that was just 18. Takes them out 75s. Hold for $1.40 on CVNA, which is a wild ride. If it takes out 20, we'll see what happens. All the while, GM, what are you doing, GM? Oh, I could have had a dip buy. My stop is actually at 39.80. So pre-market high is my out. That means I want to be buying some dips in here at 39.90. That's the opportunity cost of looking at like squeeze names, is they can take your focus away. So I'm going to get some bids in here southbound of 40 just in case we get a dip on General Motors. We haven't taken out the top yet, so there's still time. Somebody just said the short on Tesla looks good. Well, the break on Tesla looks better. Obviously, we opened up on CVNA, so I'm not taking the break at 189. That looks fantastic. It actually gave you $2. I don't know if I like the short on Tesla. I'm not there yet. The market's looking too strong here. I got Snapchat. I'm giving to 11. I feel like that's a short that I can roll with for now. Bed Bath & Beyond, they might be going bankrupt, so yeah. I like the reloads on that. Tesla, I'm not there yet for a Tesla short. Good luck.
All right, we just got, again, AMD was just at 86 again, so we took a little bit out there, and now we just watch this thing just continue to rip up. It looks like we may get stopped out here on Meta. I mean, I don't know, we just took another short now, so we're right back here into 182 one more time. We got a reload there and then out at 181. So, don't sleep on some of these trades. We're getting short there. That's a short. That's $1. We'll re-short that right now. Let's see if we can get back. Now, we didn't take everything out, right? So we want to see if it can go to the downside. So that's what we're trying to do right now on Meta, is try to hold this until a 183 break. Just we haven't been up here. So we were up here on open and in the pre-market. Let's give it a shot again here. Let's give this a shot to pull back. That's all that we're going to try to do here on Meta. If it goes up, man. This is what trading's all about. So we just grabbed a short there at 30. All right, so now let's try to pay ourselves out a little bit. Comes into the 60s. We just got a good short up there. Anyways, there it is. Nice fill back on the downside now. So let's see if this does want to fall back in here. More shorts on Meta. Just took another fill. So that right there, we just got 25s and then out at 60. So, this is like a scalper's dream here on Meta right now. I think we can go lower, so I'm not scalping it out. Let's see what happens with Meta as AMD continuing to climb as well here. So, all my trades are just sitting here right now. So hopefully we can get another trade in on Meta. But maybe we'll just hold out now. Try to get something like around this 182.50, and then that will be it. And then we can hold for that dream, as they say, to the downside. So scalp out a bit of profit here. We're going to go 1 for 1 on Google, 1 for 1 on AMD. Let's see if this averaged out price here on Meta will work out for us as well. So 182.50, my last offer. Then we're out at 183 if it breaks, and then we can dance with Prad's level up here at 185. So we'll wait to see if that comes in at some point, but for right now, this is what we're doing on Meta.
Yeah, it's flush city for a couple of names. One, Netflix is actually going to the downside, so watch out there. I just got 318s on Bed Bath & Beyond in front of 315. I'm looking for $3 next. It just feels like it's on a collision course with that, so we're going to make sure we get into it. Look, it was only really one price area that we liked. We were able to get it at the open, and we'll see how far this one can fall. Bankruptcy is bankruptcy. If it happens, I don't see a good path ahead for them. Carvana, that's why you get out of it. It resisted. The second you're looking for that top, it's like either it breaks 20 or it does this. So, we got the dip buy. That was good. The quick little try to halt breakout trade, and we gave back about 20 cents on that. I think it was actually 22 or 23 pennies when I look at it. Now it's halted to the downside. It's still above support. So that's support at 17. There's always a chance it goes the second time here, but it's indicating a flat open again. That's been telling us absolutely nothing. Flat opens are no good because they don't give you that gap to be able to play off of. Netflix is still flushing in. So it just tried to bounce to 360. Well, it's trying to bounce to 360 level. I'm not seeing any strength there. I'm going all the way back to that 230. Any 230 levels that held a bid and ran, I like them. So Netflix, that's about 354, 355 to be sure. NVIDIA, you already saw AMD with the chips to the upside. NVIDIA's up at 215 right here, right now. I think this is where it could probably dip. 215 is a fantastic level for this. Given it just went $6, I think you're looking at a dip right now in NVIDIA. I'm going to take a quick scalp short if I can with a hard stop at 15s. I don't like standing in front of the train without an obvious out.
So, what's up, guys? We're going to, I wish Meta would follow suit sort of with Netflix here and go back to the downside, but I just feel like I'm just sitting here, waiting to sort of get hit, to be honest with you. I don't know why it's saying up here, and I'm sorry to stay on the same name, but this is what I have shares in right now. We're also rolling with, I'm almost out, so I have 5% left of, actually I have 5% left of AMD now, because we took too much out when it went up to the upside there. That was where my bias took me by control there, because I was like, I don't want to be long AMD and short Meta, but I don't think that's going to matter today. But Google's the one that I still have a third on, so we did take a third out there when it didn't go through 106 initially. Then we took a third out for 25 cents. So now we're still holding that third. So this is the name that I like. It's not going to be a lot of damage here on Meta, but still, like I said, remember I just said it looks like we're going to get stopped out. Sometimes that's what I'm saying while I'm watching this name. You have to be able to read that tape. And it wasn't breaking through 82. The buyer was not lifting. It just kept on. We got a good fill there, right? But there it is. So here we go. So here it comes to the upside. Needless to say, this is going to crack higher higher right now for Meta. So watch out for this 183. I have the offer to get out at 183. But now that I see that, it's not for the right amount of shares. So I thought I had an offer up here. Now we'll punch a little bit more short. Here it goes. It's going to take me out. And this is going to be, there it is. This is going to be a stop now for Meta, as you could see. So yeah, not a good trade there as it takes out the top. There goes Meta. I mean, it's fine. It's not a bad, it's a bad trade because we lost, but I don't hold anything against that trade as it was something that I didn't mind. So let's watch out to see what happens here with Meta.
Yeah, and with Meta taking out that high, really close to Snapchat breaking 11 even here, so very likely that'll happen in conjunction with it. There was a wick top on NVIDIA there, so look, I'm going to show you. We get in, we get stopped out, and then it actually holds the high. So I'm always going to have a hard stop in that situation, and sometimes you're just going to get a wick top and a retracement, and the second time through is good. CVNA just opened back up, so we go from this just in a second, Brendo. It opened to the downside, pretty much flat, but I think that 17 can still be support. But you've got a failed breakout now, and can it hold support is the only question. Otherwise, that gets pretty bearish down there. Now, what's up, Brendo?
Notable weakness, guys, to the downside for Canada Goose today. Investor Day coming up next week, but heavy volume here after Canada Goose cut its full year forecast today, guys.
Okay. That was Canada Goose, I believe.
Its forecast, it's like -20 right now. Yeah, forecast, of course, looking forward. All right, we went back into Meta, and honestly, man, I don't feel any ways about this one. Meta coming right back in here. Let's take a little bit of profit. I thought I already had a 182.50 fill here, but I guess I did not put that bid out. We went short there. Oh, crap. I thought I had a bid at 50, and I didn't. There, as I went over to Google, realized I got punched into that one on a 107 break. This is the problem, man. It's like too many names, like I said, looking at it. But here we go. Maybe this will pull back. I'm going to cancel some of my bids on Meta. I think that was sort of the problem. I had too many out there and thought that I had that cover, but it was at 181.50, not 182.50. So that just tanked pretty good, man. We have a decent position on again here at 183 off that failed break right there. So if it takes out 183.50, we'll find that. But the seller came in there and pushed that down 70 cents in 1 minute. So yeah, we're here to watch this name. Doesn't look like it's working out to the short again, but that's my bad because it did work out, and I just didn't have orders out, so now we do. Let's take some more profit here as this one coming back in. I don't know for how long though. What's up, Brandon?
Some AI action, guys. QuantumScape just broke $10. Look at the daily chart on QS. Up 16%. Huge volume behind this QS move as well.
I know it feels crazy to chase something like that, but the way those have been going, like chasing those has worked. I'm now out of Snapchat, so whoops, I hit the wrong one. That would have been for GM if it hits the offer. No, we're going to take the fail on Snapchat at 11. We'll go back to 11.50 if we can. But I want to go, Meta coming back up here. Look, it's got lower highs on it. 185 is still the level. If it punches through 183.50, I will be looking for a short up top. GM just looking for it to hit the offer, and I think we're good to go. And yeah, I see you guys. I know it's blowing up my trade idea scanner too.
What?
Load. Lucid, there we go. Lucid breaking out. Remember $12 yesterday? Well, $12 was a nice, wick highs a couple of times through 12 even. This is what it looks like on the 15-minute chart. That is a valid break because look at the room. Remember the nonsense that happened last week? When it came back in, it consolidated off 12 even. To me, this is a valid breakout price of 12. It's maybe not as fundamental as like a GM, but hey, why not? It's got room to go to the upside. I'll be buying dips here. Maybe I don't chase QuantumScape because I don't want to be adding symbols at this particular time. I want to keep the focus on the names that we like. And speaking of one of those, CVNA is now at that $17 level. So if there's a bid left, this is where the first place I want to see it possibly pick up. But guys, guys and girls, that is a wick top on a break when everyone was excited about it. When it's already a double up in 2 days, you might just have gone bearish on this. And I could see $15 coming pretty quickly here if this 17 area doesn't hold. First things first. Let's see what happens at 17. If it makes a nice bid, I don't mind taking a scalp long to the low of the day, not the low of the day, low since the open.
All right. Look, we just held out for Google, or sorry, for Meta. We're in Google as well. I'm gonna take a piece out on Google right here, just to absorb some of that. But there's Meta. We just took $1 and change there on Meta. We're short at, oh sorry, yeah, $1 exactly. We're short at 182.95. We just got it right there at the 50 period of 181.90. So we did get blasted out of that first short. We took some profits. We're about flat on the stock. Now it comes back down here, and we are ringing the register on some of this. So if Meta can go back up to the upside, sure, we'd get stopped out of that. But let's just wait to see if Google wants to go back upside right now. So, you know, what was a trade that for some reason and this sucks because when Meta blasted to the upside there, I had a 107 bid trigger right there. So it's not, that's why you're seeing my average price at 73. We rebought some back. I really just wanted to buy back here near some of these levels. So unfortunately that take did happen. So now we're just sort of getting a little bit out piece by piece in case it doesn't go back to the upside, because we still got to watch out for Meta here. If Google goes, it wouldn't surprise me that Meta would be next to follow. So here goes Google right back into the money for us. So that's going to be a good one here on that reload. Let's see if we get back to 107. I'm going to put another offer up here at 107. It's kind of tough to manage 5 monsters at once, but I mean, I only have 3 kids at home, but this is, well, only 2 now, but yeah, managing these 3 now, Meta, Google, and AMD, plus keeping my eye on Apple, it's a lot. That's why we're not in Carvana or anything like that. You know, we're trying to make this thing work, and it's been working out for us. So far, so good here. We're watching Meta. Hopefully, that's the one that fades out. I love the Google long because I think their earnings are going to blast. So if we can hold out on that one, good one. And yeah, Neil, Lucid is an absolute monster. Once again, taking out that 1260 level.
Sometimes do as is said, not as is done. Because I was like, all morning, I'm like, yeah, Pinterest. That's Pinterest. That's me. This is me canceling this order because what's the point of having an order down at $28.10 when it's at $29? It's a great breakout on the daily chart. It's now consolidating. I didn't think Meta was going to go 20 to 30%, but Pinterest going from 5 to 10 actually made some sense because they don't report till next week, and it's been a big channel. I want to be able to join this because I think there's still room to $30 here if it wants to make a consolidation higher, but I can be patient with it now. Kind of like I'll be patient holding GM and trying to buy some dips in here. Patience might not be the way to play Lucid. I'll get to that when we come back from Brendan.
Just checking on this little one, Lucy popping up. Innovative Eyewear Incorporated. They make eyewear that you can apparently connect to digital devices. So LUCY, 2 million share float, just halted there on the upside to 63%.
Oh man, yeah, good talk there on Lucid. Good talk
but
on Pinterest.
Lucid's off right now.
Lucid, you know what?
Lucid's gone.
This is my style. Let's go. Let's see what Lucid's doing right now.
You just got to get in.
Yeah, if you ever get some key levels here, you know, you definitely want to be able to watch those, especially on a stock like Lucid. So, you know, where did we test last time? Here's the 20-minute chart. We can have a quick look at this. Yeah, 13. I mean, what about a 13 break right there? That looks pretty sweet too. So we'll definitely look at Lucid here on a 13 break for a possible entry there on LCID. But honestly, man, we're just still watching out for our trades right now. Watching out for that 183.50 possible break back up to the upside right now on Meta. I think we'll probably get into another short somewhere around here. So let's see about an averaging in on this name back up to like 183, 183.50 is our out if it gets back there. So I do want to average into this trade. So let's try to do that about 183.
So, you know, I talked about NVIDIA taking the out there, and look, it happens. I stopped out at 15s. It does go into VWAP, and then you have to have it out, in my opinion, but mine was clearly wrong. If it gets back up there again, I think there's one shot to maybe take it. Someone just asked to Snapchat a short. I don't like it again until closer to 1150. That's just how I'm going to roll. At this point, I'm going to be very particular about the prices we get things. I'm holding on to Bed Bath & Beyond and waiting for $3 here. It's not really rolling over fast enough or bouncing high enough to get me re-entry. So I can just kind of be patient, allow it to work. GM is working. We just took that one out. Alibaba is just dying. I don't know what the other Chinese ADRs are doing. But if you think, like, this is what's actually weak. The only sector, it's not really a sector. Is it a sector? So Chinese ADRs have been weak. But there was one note overnight about the administration targeting Chinese tech companies. Again, there was nothing solid. It was just speculation. So maybe that's why we're through this 110 area. It is a pretty decent level here. I just want to point out the weekly bottom is 109. So there's still room to go. If it does pop back up, maybe there's like a 110.50 or 11. if it gets through 109, that's kind of one of those flat bottom breakdowns. Baidu's been a rocket ship. I don't know if that one's going to continue in the midst of this weakness. Tesla, it did break out. It's still trending up. This is where you get that chance, I think, to be able to buy the dip in Tesla. It has to hold 188, though. That's the higher low. That's the pre-market breakout price. It has a wick bottom. 85 would be your next level down. But I'm here for a scalp on Tesla because I didn't get my Microsoft dip buy. So I guess that one must be off to the races because I never got my fill.
Ooh, softy. All right, and I know we love Microsoft, but yeah, we'll keep watching some of these names for you here. Meta just went down to 82 again, and I didn't get a bid in, so now we have a bid in, needless to say. So we'll see if we can get that bid down there on Microsoft, on Meta. I should look at Microsoft, but like I said, I'm a little bit obsessed with META, Meta right now. There's another fill at 183, so you know, it's that 183.50. It just, you know what? It's actually funny because we talked about this on Netflix earnings when it didn't really move that much. There are days when, like, you know, Microsoft was a different story because it had so many dramatic sort of switch arounds there on what it wanted to do. But right now, today, although we had one move down, Meta's just right back to where we opened right now. So, hey, I guess the sellers aren't going to win this time, man. You know, it looks like they want to buy.
Ain't over yet.
Yeah, it ain't over yet, but I'm going to be over soon. If this takes out 183.50, then I just don't want this to retest 185. Looks like that'll probably, okay, here it comes. Looks like that'll be a little bit of a better test. We do have a decent amount of shares now, as our average price is right at 183. So let's take a piece out here if we can, and then just like try to let this thing come back in a little bit here. We don't want to be too, what was that? Oh, new position alert. Neo, thanks for bringing that to my attention. Neo right now taking down the bottom of the day. So this is what we did. We always confuse that, remember? Neo.
You say that, and it's like, I think
yeah, and you're like, what? But right now, we're going to wait to see if this
Intel
continues.
broke 29? Holy really?
Holy shnikes. Nice move downside here for NIO. Let's stay on this one for a bit and see if it wants to move down. We do have some targets here to get out, right? I mean, if Neo takes back 12.05, we can get out of this name. But right now, I like Neo to the downside. 12.05 target out if we don't get back to us in time. We're still holding this short right now on Meta. Meta, Neo short, Google long, which is kind of flat. And then AMD, I'm just holding small piece on that one. But all right, you want to talk about anything? Because we got to go over to our guy over there.
Well, Intel just broke a flat bottom, which I didn't think was going to happen because everything else was flying. So flat bottom breakdown in Intel, I got 95 short. Brendo, what's up?
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on how things are shaping up at 10 o'clock. We got U.S. factory orders just out on a month-over-month basis, 1.8%. If we could go to that, there we go. 1.8% versus 2.3 expected. Again, for U.S. factory orders there at 10 o'clock. Durable goods revised as well, negative 0.2 versus negative 0.1 expected. That's how things are looking right now. It is all about the NASDAQ, 1.8 for the composite, 1.96 for the NASDAQ 100 right now. Russell doing quite nicely, the 2000 specifically, up 1.2%, just 0.6 for the S&P overall. Peloton made a pretty impressive move off that 15 to take out that high from yesterday, but coming back in a hurry there after that nice bounce for Peloton. Yeah, Microsoft took out highs as well, holding up a little bit better than the most, really at this point on that Chat GPT going into Teams, guys.
This is insane. Like
that was that news.
I just tried to get Alibaba. Like it was just 110. I just tried to get it. It's at 10. It just broke 109 now. So that's another flat bottom break. Are you kidding me? Like am I having to short it at this bottom? I'll take a scalp short. And this is sort of the problem. Like once you're shorting when it's already done this, you just can't give it as much room as you would like. Like it can't give this $1. That's ridiculous because if it snaps back up $1, it's not only invalid, you're sort of trapped. And I hate being the person that's trapped. I did just get Intel. That just feels like it's a weaker name. But I'll give this to the quarter mark. That's about as far as I want to give it. And then we'll look for something else because you could snap back to VWAP, and I've seen that like a million times, and that's just going to be the reality. So tight stop here. We'll see what happens with that. Like I said, I did get Intel just now. Bed Bath & Beyond is kind of cruising. The only long that's still in there for me.
This is so stupid.
Is like, yeah, let's hold on to it. I mean, why not General Motors? You're about the only thing that wants to stay strong that I'm in anyway. So it's right back up toward those highs. I've taken one leg out, and I think I can hold on for Dodge. NIO's below 12. I know. I see that. That's maybe a reason why BABA can be good, but I just shorted the absolute bottom on BABA. I don't love it. You know, I tried to get, I wanted it here. So if it gets back up to this price, I want a separate trade. If this is a wick bottom, fine. I'll just get out. When this breaks, I'll get out aggressively and wait for it to get back into this range to re-engage the short. I got no issues doing that. If you're looking at Baidu, that's another one that if it fills the gap, it gets ugly. It hasn't really, not just yet. So Baidu, they got the BlackRock thing. They're also yada yada AI a couple of days ago. 150 is a big support level. That gets taken out. I think some of the weakness in the Chinese ADRs might expand. This hasn't even gone red just yet. And Baidu was the leader of the pack yesterday. Going back over to what the other name I just got into, Intel. This flat bottom break, if this market gives up the gains, Intel should be back at 28.50. Quarter sucked, but I lost money shorting Intel yesterday. Intel was my worst stock because I like the shorts on Intel, and you can see what happens. So if this is a support level break, I haven't taken anything out. I will do so actually in the first 10 cents. I always take something out of Intel. That's right here.
All right, finally, we'll go a little bit of a bang here because I was just saying under my breath, this is so ridiculous. Like that, and I'm watching Meta, like I said I would do. I'm trying to find out what's happening. It looks like we got some exhaustion, obviously, on the upside there at that 183. So now we hold. I don't have any more bids until this comes down. Actually, now that I look at that, I can't stop who I am, unfortunately. So 181.60, we'll bid a little bit right there into that level, 181.50. If it falls down, hey man, it falls down and we'll be here to capture it, hopefully. But there it is, a little bit more out on Meta. If you're watching it today, it's position dependent here on where we go with our profit targets here on Meta. So I want to hold this until we break it through 183.50. Maybe we have this now, one more out here, 181.50, just trying to capture some of this. We are now $1 again in the money on Meta. And this is what I mean. Now, we're profitable on it, but it's got to fall down a little bit more now in order for us to really hit that home run. So let's see if we can do that, right? All right, so here we go again. NEO, my best out, 89 there on that. So hopefully one more time here again, we can talk about this. NEO trying to get back in. I'm still trying to wait for that 1205 area. But if this doesn't want to go, then I don't know. It's already down here today. It's red on the day. The market's trying to hold above its 50 period right now. Oh man, Meta just bounced again. What is that level right there? 81s? All right, you know what? All right, I'm gonna take this right here, and then I'm gonna cancel my 181.60. So let's take some profit there. It's $1, right? So we'll take $1 there, just in case 82 for some magical reason is a reason why this thing wants to stop. Now let's just hold for that dream, man, because it was all a dream,
Neil's got to be flushing.
Still read up Word Up magazine, but okay, here we go. 1185. You are right, my friend. There goes Neil right now. Spin it one more time, man. We have Fuego one more time here today. So thank you for joining us, and yeah, man, this is a good show. One more time. Every show is the best show we've ever done, and today is just another one of those examples.
How could I possibly have known that Neo was flushing for Sean? Because Baba made another leg down. So we're going downside. This stock is, it's flushing itself down the toilet. The market's still up 2% on the NASDAQ. Baba's now down 4. We did take it at the low. It just popped to 108.30. So it looks like it's about to get even uglier for Alibaba. We'll see what happens. GM's kind of holding up, but even that's starting to go against me. Like the last long I got in a 2% market has finally gone against me just now. But the short's all paying off as we speak. Brendo, what do you got, buddy?
Just watching Roblox, guys. Decrypt coming out with this note this morning. The NFL revealing their first version, I guess, or maybe some diagrams or pictures of what's going to come for Roblox for the first Super Bowl metaverse concept. Just watching RBLX.
And that's sick. So sick. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. We'll see what happens with Roblox there. We saw, I'm never going to forget when Paris Hilton did her New Year's Eve party on that. That was pretty funny for Roblox. But that's the kind of stuff that I think is in the metaverse right now. And it's that kind of stuff. It's just fun, stupid stuff like that. Not like, oh, let's have a meeting in the metaverse or let's sit around a boardroom and
there's
pretend.
money in that, though.
But I just don't know. There's money in it for sure. I just don't know if people are going to do that. That's all. It's like, I don't know. We'll see. But no, I'm with you. I think there's money in everything, to be honest with you. You just find the right buyers and you got it. But right now, Neo's coming back up to the upside. So there doesn't appear to be any money in the Neo short right now.
Every damn time you say that, it's just, I know.
Darn time.
Did I say? No, my bad. It's just, I always hear
man,
my
watch
name.
your mouth.
It is what it is, man. Like, even when the first time I watched The Matrix, for the first little bit, I'm like, yo, man, are they saying me? No, it's
Neo. Yeah.
So look, Netflix, I keep getting asked, is it time to buy Netflix? I don't like it till 54, 55. That's where I bought it yesterday, so I'm kind of sticking to that, and maybe I'm wrong about that. But Alibaba, I don't know why NEO just bounced up, because I'm telling you, Baba's still going. New York, Baba's still going to the downside. It hasn't broken 108. It hasn't broken 108 just yet. Maybe that's only a dollar move off the 109. I just feel like I've chased this, and it goes 5%. Like when you're short up here, it's like let it ride. When you're short a break of a bottom, I'm always thinking give it that dollar. I don't want this snapping back up on me. I want to try to reload Intel at 29. Do I trail this? My gut is telling me I should trail it. The market's making a higher low. You just said NEO bounced a little bit. Yeah, I got a bit of a bottom here, so I'm going to put a trailing stop in on this one. I don't want to give this one too much room. And 108 would have been a reasonable target anyways. You know what? I was able to join this. You know what? I'm just going to get out. My lucky number is 22. So if I was able to join this 109 to 108, it was that easy. And 110 to 109 was also that easy. Well, if it continues trending down, we should be good enough to get back in and find a place back into it. So I'm ringing the register on Alibaba. Sometimes you talk something through, and I'm like, trailing stop, no. Just take the bid right there. So I just got a reload on Intel back up to 29. And this is making a bit of a wick bottom as well. This is why it's kind of giving me pause on some of these shorts that you could be getting a bit of a turn. So this is bounced. I'm assuming NVIDIA's probably making a bit of a bounce. If I go long one of these, it's NVIDIA. See what I'm saying? Like NVIDIA's already gone. So NVIDIA held 211 here. 210 is probably a good support level. I'll short 215 one more time and give it a little bit more room. But even then, you don't want to get completely run over here. Don't want to get run over on that name. Intel is the one I prefer to short, so I'm not going to look for this roll over here when I just added to Intel, and I'll get some out in front of the low of the day. Make sure you pay yourself to that low. You always want to make sure you're paying yourself out, especially when you join a move a little bit late to the move. And I say a little bit late, but that's like really, really late to the move. General Motors, I got bids all the way through like 90s to 40s, and maybe I just need to pick something up at VWAP here. So cancel some of that and get some of this in here at like 15. So if I can get some 15, maybe some 16s, that's a place to reload. That's where I got long the first time, and it's the only long I still, for sure, like. If you're still watching Carvana, good on you. It did just hold 16. It blew through 17 with no support. It's trying to hold the pre-market lows. Maybe it just kind of barcodes off here. I'm not terribly excited to go back over to this name, guys. You know, it doesn't feel like it's there today. Maybe there's something else moving. Lucy, I know people were looking at that one. I didn't really have a look at this. Yeah, that's absolutely flying. So I got to refresh myself on the story here and how much it costs for locates. This one is absolutely flying to the upside right now. Come on, where is my daily chart? Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do this.
Yeah? No? Nothing? Okay.
Lucy,
I'm home, up 175%. I got to do some work to see what the short float is on this and how big the float is. I'm gonna go right over to Float Checker and come back to you guys.
All right. Right now, okay, so we have sniffed out a problem in Meta. So we're short now. We just took an out at 80. I don't think this is going to drop anymore, so we're just waiting to get stopped out at that same level that we've been waiting at forever right now on Meta, 183.50. We just took another reload there at 90 at 183 exactly, and then we got out at 80. So now I've set the stop. There it is. Set the stop order. We're now out of Meta. Now we can regroup at 185. Let's let this thing sort of go back up to the upside, kind of like a nothing burger event here for Meta today, which kind of sucks. I was hoping for a monster flush, but we're just where we opened, man. I mean, we were up and down 20, or not down, we were up 20% all morning, and now we're right back at that level again. Was that the flush right there? I don't know. I keep saying the same thing over and over again, and then I get the short, and it doesn't turn out to be right. So, yeah, let's just stick with it right now on Meta. You know, it's moving up, so you know, whether or not I think the short's going to be right because it keeps on testing and then flushing. But like I said, I would rather try to see some size on here now because watching the tape rate, you know, really, we sensed that it wanted to go up. And I mean, remember when we were down here and it was I said, let's wait for 180, 150, and I switched it to 182. Good thing we did that because we were able to capture that out there. But for right now, it does seem like there's a little bit of an issue, needless to say, here with Meta. But maybe that 50 is the spot. Let's go short now. Into a small area for Meta. I mean, it just seems like it just runs these stops. So like the next one would be 84, 84.50. Let's now wait for 85. So we take a small position here in case I just want to go short, and I know that's crazy. Like it's up 20%. We talked about that today. Don't stand in front of freight trains. We've done well on Google, and I mean AMD was a monster break. I mean now AMD's all the way up. Neil asked me about what AMD was doing. That was just a couple seconds ago, down at $10 when it broke down below, and I was like, I'm going to get out of AMD. But then AMD was like, all right, we'll just go back up to the upside. So now AMD's chilling up upside with nothing to do, but looks like go up. So yeah, I guess the only thing that moved down today might have been Netflix, but that's trying to move back upside right now as well. So yeah, a little bit tossed around here, which is fine. This morning, we did well on NEO so far. We're still holding that one. But here's Netflix right back to some more key levels. So what are we going to do here? Short 362? I don't know right now. But Meta's flying a little bit here. Let's get some 84 shorts.
Yeah, I'm only going to give, I might give Intel a couple more cents there, but AMD is looking pretty strong, so is NVIDIA. And I did reload it at 97, so it's a good thing we took some profit on that. The NASDAQ is trying to climb back to the highs. Lucy, by the way, on the daily chart, it finally did load. Like, it's already well past, like, a 3. Like, it's a 2 million float. That's tiny. Institutional ownership is, I had that one there a second. I'll get to you in a second. I think it's in the chat already, though. Lucy has lots of room to go. I don't want to be shorting this unless it's like $7, $10. That's when I would even consider. I might pay for locates just in case. But with that little of a float, I think you want the longs until it maybe breaks 5 or something like that. Meta and Snapchat. Okay, so Meta's getting close to 185 again. That's where I'm going short when Meta gets to 185. Snapchat is getting pretty darn close. Back up to that 1150. So I already shorted it once and lost. I'm waiting for 1150. Not yet. Up here, that's why I'm shorting it. Goes any higher, I'm going to take my shot. I only have GM to the long side. Tesla's starting to look a little bit weaker. Microsoft was the other one. Remember I said I missed out on the Microsoft? Well, does it even look good anymore for the dip buy? Maybe into like 55, 56 now. I feel like the opportunity to actually catch this on the way up might have gone, and we want to be patient waiting for it. Like I said, the only long I really like at this point, like I just got the dip on GM here. I love the fact that it's clearing out that 40 level. This looks great from where it's going on the daily. There's room to 41.5. So this just feels like a repeat of the other day where it's got some relative strength. Every time the market dips, it holds a higher low. Last I checked, I mean, I'm not a CMT. I'll leave that to the professor and to Michael Noss, but higher lows are good, at last I checked.
Yeah, they ain't bad.
So I've been told.
Yeah. The professor, of course, studying to become a CMT, I believe, anyways. Michael Noss will have him on tomorrow. Should be really exciting.
Isn't it like a CFA? Like, if you're doing it, you can kind of be like, you're a CFA candidate.
Right, yeah. CMT.
So if you're doing it, it's like he's on the path.
Yeah, he's on the path.
If you're in the minor leagues, you're a professional ball player, right?
Yeah. So all right. So let's hope that Sharif can get that, and then add more letters behind his name right there. So all right. Here we go. So here goes Meta, man. Looks like it does want to try that one more time. Back up to the upside here. We said that next level might be 184. I'm not shorting anymore into 184 right now. I've sort of got the plan of action that I want to do. What's up, Jude? Super chat be damned, $1. Thank you, Jude. Hey, Jude. What's up? Thank you for that right there. Details on that sweater? Yeah, not much. This is just an Adidas. I think there is something about it. Adidas. Yeah, there is some sort of a special thing about it, but I don't really know what it is. I'll check out for you after. Thanks for that comment there. Unless you meant Neil's sweater, and I just looked over. He's not wearing one. So
I took it off.
I guess that unless they meant yours. But yeah, all right. Let's just keep on going, man. Thank you to everybody. Sam Troy, if you're watching, I know you sent me a bunch of messages there on Instagram. I will double check those. But yeah, so 185 is that's it. So if it comes through 185, we're out of that one. Let's look for some more names right now. Intel, AMD. Let's just quit. Are you in Intel? No. Okay.
Not for much longer.
You are. Okay. So I want to look at that. Let's look at AMD then again, because you're already in Intel. So assuming that that's good to go on your side. But AMD barcoding. This is what Rob came up to me the other day and said, "What do we mean by barcoding?" And this is kind of what I mean. It's trying to figure out what it wants to do right here. Obviously, Advanced Micro. So let's give this a second. This was up 13% yesterday, and an absolute. Is it almost doubled up from its bottom? 50 55, well, not almost, that would be 110, but nice move up from its bottom. Meta's 100% from the bottom, as are a lot of those other crazy names that I know a lot of our traders trade as well. But for right now, AMD looking like it wants to keep going, man, taking out the tops. So there goes AMD. What is NVIDIA, 220 right now? 213, so kind of tongue-in-cheek there. But yeah, if that goes up there, wow, we did get to 215 though. AMD the highest of them all right now.
That makes sense though.
I don't know if it's Travis Scott or not, but right now it's a good take up to the upside right now. 215. There goes Meta. About that. One more short here at 184.50, and then Meta takes us to the grave today for sure, as it's going to take that Prad level of 185.
It's not there yet, but I just got stopped out of Intel, so that's how strong the chips are today. I'll go to that in a second. Intel stopped me out. You got to have yourself an out. Again, I probably could have been more aggressive on that flat bottom breakdown, getting some shares out at 28.80. But at this point, we'll let it glide back up to the double top of 29.50 before I even consider shorting that one again. However, I said I'd be there for you, Meta. And here we are, 185. The charts are going to look skewed on this because the scaling, when a stock goes 20%, right? Like every chart's going to show that. And it's going to be hard to see how good a dollar move is. But if it touches 85 and gives me the short and I get $1, I'm still going to like it, even if it doesn't look that impressive on the chart. So I'm here for it. I just jumped on the offer to make sure I grabbed it. Snapchat could come simultaneously. 11.50 is what I'm looking for. That's at about 42. So I do have offers on Snapchat in 3 or 4 cents. They could both come in. But the good part is if you have a hard stop, your stop order should take care of the trade for you. I should be on the 3-minute just so you get a better idea of this. I was on my 15. I like to look at levels off the 15. So if you see me go back and forth, it's a 15 daily or a 3-minute chart in case you're curious.
Yeah, it looks like we'll lose a bunch here on Meta as it's just going back upside right now. So yeah, this is finito.
Holy
it looks
crap,
like,
this is strong.
right now for Meta, just going up. So it's great for my portfolio, not great for my day trading account right now. Well, the account that you guys are seeing right here as we're short watching. Here it goes. It's going to break through 185. We're not going to get out of everything, but we're going to get out of 2/3 of what we have right now. Just we're overexposed here to the Meta short, and just a bad read, man. We thought it was going to go down today. Should have just given it back up to 185. Dang. But again, we just, here it goes. There's not even size here. Like
it's not even a big offer.
See ya. So there goes Meta now ripping up to the upside. It didn't even get out. So it just kept on going. I actually crossed up to 20 there and didn't get it. So bye-bye Meta. Huge upside move here. Doesn't want to stop. So we got to get something out here. Meta explosion time. Maybe, again, like if you want to hold these shorts, fine. But I don't know, man. It's a big move to the upside there on Meta. And there it goes, man. 185.50, the new high of the day. Wow, 21%. Completely wrong on this name. We thought would be short. All these are shorts. Sometimes you sort of make your bet and then you lie in it. So that's what that is right there for Meta. Not great as that continues to go back up to the upside. On the good news, though, monster winner for Google back there. But yeah, Meta's the one that took our lunch here today.
I can't believe how easily it got through that 185. My trade, if you even saw it in there, it just didn't last very long. I'm not still short Meta. The position board is incorrect. I'm in, I'm out in like seconds. Maybe it was 3 seconds, maybe it was 10 seconds. It felt like 3 seconds. But the problem with Snapchat, so as I got that fill, the first thing I did was it's about to run me over. I canceled my Snapchat so I didn't get run over on both. And Snapchat got to 48, but it's SSR because of yesterday. So when I try to get it on the way back down, you can't. You have to get it on the way back up while there are upticks. So that was on me. You have to let the fills come into you when it's SSR, but that does make it a bit more dangerous when you're shorting this. If I can get it short, I still like this 11.50 level. At least that's making some sense. But we did get stopped out once at 11. GM's great, but wow, Meta is strong, and I couldn't find a long. Brendo?
Hey guys, as always, make sure you hit the like, take a second, subscribe as well if you haven't. Big day for us yesterday. Good to see everyone back again this morning. Ton of new viewers once again. If you haven't done so, guys, hit that subscribe button. Busy morning. Ton of little tiny ones going crazy today, including this one. 10X popped up after the close on positive news yesterday. Was sitting here at $4 throughout the entire pre-market. I had to try the long there off the open just because the risk was so tight against for breaks to the downside, flip that short, so still have a fair piece of this. We'll see where this goes, down to 3 maybe. It's running out of steam though, volume dying off for TENX already, still up 100%. Same story, I mean, Peloton's more mid-cap, but hey, we'll talk about it. There was this level from yesterday, 1580, that came into play right at the open, then towards the end of the day as well. Broke that right out of the gate this morning at the open. Absolutely dumped down to almost 15. Now an impressive bounce, as I was saying, all the way back to day highs right now up 3.5% for Peloton once again. And I've been sitting here kind of grinding away with Bed Bath & Beyond, but nothing to see here. It's pretty boring so far today, guys, for Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, I wonder where everyone's looking today.
Well, it's just going down. It's not boring if you're just sitting holding on to it in the money. Like, I'll take that over trying to short Intel, I tried to short
How about
Meta.
trying to short Meta?
And I just missed Snapchat. Snapchat's pulled back. It did pull back off 1150. I have reloaded in Alibaba, so it ended up being a good decision. I mean, well, almost a good decision. I got it in front of 108. It broke 108, got 20 cents more, and then made a bottom. So that was probably the right call. Now I'm going to look for that retracement short. It just put in one of these. Forget about candlesticks or whatnot, but that's obviously a bit of a reversal kind of candle there on a big pop up. So I'll reload it essentially right at 109 and then giving it again a bit of a tight stop, acknowledging the fact that if it breaks here, you're probably seeing VWAP. And that's 110. I am not holding it to 110. I think that makes no sense. But if you were swinging it, that would make some sense because you're holding it for a couple of days. We're not doing that. We're day trading. So I think a bit of a tight stop is warranted here. As I said on Snapchat, it's short sell restricted. So when it touched 48 and I canceled my orders and I tried to get back in, there's just no fills to be had because there were no upticks. Now it's starting to fall back. I'll take it the second time if I can even get it at this point. It's annoying, but that's just how the market works when they have the SSR rule. So NVIDIA is getting very close to 215.
Wow.
And the question I have to ask myself is, do I want to get run over at 215? Nope. Canceling my offer. The short was the first time. I had it and I let it go. So I'm not going to short this a second time through 215 unless I see something crazy in the market telling me the shorts are good. At least we have something which is, like Bed Bath & Beyond's boring, simple, but it's working.
Yep.
GM is boring, simple, but it's just doing that thing where you can buy the dips and then it takes out the highs and it's just gliding higher. So, no worries there. I'm in and out of BABA. I said it would be a tight stop because I don't want to give it all back. I think it can go back into VWAP. I will revisit the short on VWAP there. But I'd rather be doing this, like relative risk to reward that's good than sort of just getting stubborn about it and then I just get punked. So here's one for you. Silvergate's up 38%. Now that sounds impressive, but is it? Is it?
Is it?
No, it's not. And I know it looks really, really good, and it's now getting to the level, $23. This is the first big level it has to get through. The next one is going to be when it's crazy to say, well, 25 psychological, then it gets to like 30, and it's all in. If I see $30 today on Silvergate, I'm going all in short. End of story. It's free locates on this, so I'd be very careful. That just means like prop traders, day traders like us, don't have to pay for locates on a stock that's 70% short. That is run over city. The last time I saw something with a big short float that was free, I believe it was, what the heck was it? It wasn't Marin, it was one of those stocks, and day traders were getting run over all day. So you got to be careful of the levels you take. This is the first one I want to try, Silvergate, 23. If I see 30, fair enough, but that's $7 away.
All right. We're back. I'm done with Meta for now. I chuckle about that because Meta is just like, you have guys seen it? Like, where's 190? Can I hear 190? Can I hear 2 bills today for Meta? Let's just go over to Apple. I don't know if anyone noticed the NASDAQ today. I didn't because I was just not even looking. Yeah, it's only up 2.5% off of yesterday's 2.5%, and still trying to go right now. So let's just take Apple. We know Apple has earnings tonight, obviously. So we're going to sit there, try to trade. Not try it. When I say try to trade, we are trading Apple right now. Let's just see where it goes. So Apple, we're long right there off the 50 period, trying to get it. There it is. So nice take. I was going to say, let's see if we can get it back upside right there. So we do that. Now we're on this Apple tip. Let's go Apple back up to the upside. How you know what? Maybe let's just take another 30 cents. We'll take another 98 here if we can get it. I want to average. I don't know. Now we probably can't get it. I want to average into the trade. So if it does come back down, I want to use 148 here as our bottom. So look, let's just continue to trade this. Hopefully the market will wake up and realize that Apple reports tonight and should be a big one. So let's wait to see what kind of gift Apple gives to us here. Hopefully back up to the upside. I'm waiting at 98. to get another piece out, and it just stops there at 97. So let's go to 96 now and get a piece out. But right now we're good to go here on Apple. Let's see if if it wants to go back to the upside. Our target for Apple right there, 148 for a reload, and nothing until then, like 148.20. Basically, whatever this bottom is, that's what I want to do there on Apple. So we'll wait to see if that comes in. And then, like I said, just kind of joking about Meta, but there's 189, so jokes be damned. This ain't funny.
I'm sorry, what?
This name... 189, man. I mean, like, this is why you got to have outs. Look, we got chopped up on Meta for sure. My biggest hit of the month. Day 2, right? Biggest hit of the month right there today for us on Meta. But that's fine. We took it. We're out of it. And it's a good thing that we are, because this name be smoking right now. Back up to the upside.
So Silvergate was in and out. That didn't last very long either. Like, when you're taking these pot shots, looking at these levels for short, they're just kind of getting run over. Whoa. Oh, I wish I had. I mean, Meta was probably a reversal at 185. You just reminded me of an awesome thing, because it was a trader. Like, when I was a trainee, this is a really long time ago, there was one trader who would sit there and he would overreact to everything. He'd be sitting there as the stock's going against him. He's like, oh, God damn it, I just lost my whole, usually he'd say like my whole week or whatever, but on the first day of a month, he was like, oh, damn it, I just lost my whole 5 minutes because it was 9:35.
Right.
And the guy had basically floated all the way up and shut himself down in 5 minutes on some stock. And I was like, yeah, your whole 5 minutes. But it was a big number. That guy was a lot of jokes. I'm trying to remember his name, but it's not coming to me. Carvana, so remember where it halted. 1850 halt price. That's the breakout that got us 20. So when it comes back to that price, I'm thinking resistance on it. This is it doesn't seem like it, but it's relatively weak at this point. Like, everything else is breaking out the highs. I think it could have a little bit of a curl on it right now. BABA, not quite at 110. That's not at a key price level yet. I would like to maybe buy dips in NVIDIA. That's not at a price I want to do it. But Carvana is at a price that I want to engage. Snapchat, still beneath 1150, but I want 45s or so. So once I see some weakness in CVNA here, I'm going to go for the first short. It's free. No, give me a break. It was free this morning. I got to pay for locates.
Boo. Was it free? No, it wasn't free.
No,
was it?
I'd swear I put an order.
I'm not saying you're wrong. That's strange. If it's free, that's good.
It happened to me yesterday, too.
All right.
Oh,
happens to the best of us. And that's the thing, right? If you guys we talk about preparation, not that that's not preparation. It's just like.
It is bad preparation. That's on me. I
didn't want to say that, but I don't think it is necessarily. You thought it was free.
I did think
so. There's nothing wrong. I mean, it's like you knew you were going to trade it. You looked at it, and that the rest, as they say. Okay, so I don't have any new ideas right now. Long Neo. It's so funny because
you're right. It was Snapchat that was free. It wasn't Carvana.
Yeah, okay. Carvana, I don't think has been free for a bit. Look at that. We got stopped out right there at 12:05, but we had already taken some profits, so we did hold back. I think it was probably about 20% right there. And look where it went right up to. Like, this is kind of the day. Like, we get stopped out right at the price. Like. Normally I give it a little bit more room, but okay, let's go. Let's just forget about all that. Let's just watch out. I mean, we could short Neo, but you know what we actually killed the other day was Alibaba. This could be a good name to short here. So let's take a look at Alibaba. Neil and I both, I think we both prefer this name.
SI's at 24 already? Holy
Neo can be tricky because it has that Tesla bump. It has that Lucid bump in it. Like, anytime you hear something about EV, they're always like, oh, maybe let's go over to Neo. So sometimes you can get bumped up on that when it's not really following the rest of them. But right here, Alibaba under 110 seems better than Neo right now to me. So we'll continue to watch this. Alibaba at that 110 level, pretty key. So let's watch that one right now.
So NVIDIA is very close to 215, and Greg Moore, you're 100% right. It was Snapchat that I said was free. It was not Carvana. It's like, that's what happens.
Nice, Greg.
You get a little older, you forget some of these things, but they're kind of similar names in some veins, not really. So I'm now in Carvana. It doesn't take very long for us to process pay for shorts here on the system. So you can do it in the pre-market, and I'm here early enough that I obviously should do that. I'm now in the short. You can kind of tell where I like it and where I want to get out. It's not rocket science.
Easy, Brankles.
Well, I don't know what you just dropped back there, Brankles, but I hope it didn't break. Someone just dropped something.
You know how we don't even look back and we both yell at Brankles there? Like, we don't. That could have been.
No, because it was obviously Brankles, not Greg.
That could have been Greg.
So we have two floor managers. They both said you kind of can't tell. 100% that was Brankles.
You can tell. They probably have that camera.
I love you, Brankles. His His name is actually Brandon, by the way. It's Greg and Brandon.
What? I thought his birth name was Brankles.
His trading ID is Brankles.
Ah.
And apparently we're going to the crypto update right now.
Yes, why not?
Brendan.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It was definitely Brankles, that's for sure. Let's get into crypto action for you today. Back to the upside we go for not only equities, but crypto as well. For all you technical analysis favorers, both the S&P and Bitcoin, guys, getting close to this golden cross once again. We talked about the death cross with the 200 going back to when that started in COVID, but here we go back to the upside for both once again, approaching that golden cross, which technical analysis type people like. Just took out that 24,000 again on this latest move to the upside for BTC. Looking pretty good coming off the Fed yesterday. Still within this range, 22.8, 22.5 at the bottom, back to 24,000 for the top end of the range. Same story for Ethereum here. Took out the highs. 1680, both pretty positive so far today. 3% for Bitcoin, 5.5 now for Ethereum, 1,670 and change. But nice to see green numbers top to bottom here. Look at Matic, 12% on the day, back above that 120, guys.
Wow, Matic
190
ripping.
on Meta, 215 again on Nvidia right now. So I like oddly enough, this isn't ripping my face off. 1150 is right here right now on Snapchat, so I'm just making sure my stop order is correct because you do not want to, even if you're risking 3 or 4 pennies on a stock, I still want to double and triple check my stop orders if you're sitting in the short. I elected not to short Nvidia. Is that the wrong decision? It's kind of slowing down here. This market's too strong. I'm not doing it. I just don't want to do it. Like, I already have 3 shorts, man. Like, if the shorts are going to work, we got a couple here. I see you, Slime Life J. Thank you for the super chat on Mullen. If it's not at 40 cents, that didn't get to 40 cents. 36 is good, man. 36 has been good on the stock. I trash talked it yesterday. And, you know, 36 wasn't breaking. I hit 35 multiple times. I couldn't get to 36. Now you're clear through. You're holding higher lows. Got to break 40 at this point. Otherwise, you're scalping inside of the range. But shout out to you guys. Thank you for the super chats. All we ask is, if you enjoy the fun, share.
Yep.
Hit the subscribe so you can be in the chat and talk to us, and hit that like button as well. It's a fun market to be sure, but right now it is, can we punch through on major resistance levels? I didn't take Nvidia just now off 215 because, quite frankly, I feel like I have some shorts on. You know, you have 3 shorts on versus 1 long. I'm not adding to Nvidia. Like, no. Look at something that has failed a top break and is putting in a lower high. Like, that makes sense for a short, Neil. I'm talking to myself again. But I also haven't taken anything out. I'm going to scalp some out of CVNA because if it does hang out here, I think I want to be adding to it. The second I get filled, it goes another 20 cents down because that's what it does.
That's what it
does. But if it goes back up, I think I want to be rinsing and repeating this. And then the other name that I wanted to try to get more short on was Alibaba. Now, Baba, so I cleared out with a tight stop in Baba. It never went to VWAP. So I am right back to the well. The market's screaming. I'm right back to the well, shorting 109s, looking for that low of the day. So Baba I like better. And note the difference. It's a subtle difference here. Like, I'm not, this is the thing. Like, sometimes charts, it's like you can hardly tell the difference between shorting Alibaba at 109 and shorting Nvidia at 215. Now, they might work, but if you guys can tell me what's different about these 2 stocks,
you win.
Then you win. I don't know what you win, but it's not. It's hard to see. It's very difficult to see there, and that's why I'm short Baba. Even if it doesn't work, if you lose shorting this stock, fine. If you lose shorting Nvidia at 215, and it goes to like 225, like what Meta's doing, I might be angry with myself. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Yeah, anger is a weird thing. All right, so let's just watch out here. We just got out more. So we'll go money on. Look, we've only screwed up 1 trade today, and we're back in it, by the way, right now. So right here, we have $1 in the money on Apple. We just took this one. Like, this is the thing. You know, sometimes you just got to settle down. Look what we're doing right now on Meta. We have a 190 short on Meta right now as it's hitting 188.50. All right, I'll take out a bid. I was going to wait for 188. Let's just take this right now. Now we're $1.20 in the money on this name. So let's watch out for this here as it's continuing to go to the upside right now. Downside Meta. We just waited for that 190. Look, if it takes 190, obviously that's going to be our out at this point. But it doesn't look like it wants to do it yet right now. So here comes Meta. Meta. Hopefully we can, okay, we got that piece, so that was good. Take a piece out there at 40. Now hold it for, again, maybe that 190 is the top, maybe it's not, but I'm going to hold it now. If it breaks it, it breaks it. We took enough money out of this name right now that we can afford to sort of sit here on it. So let's do that with Meta. Let's wait to see what happens now, but we are engaging in a new short position right now for me on Meta. So that's what we're doing. It's a short. It's Meta, and we just took it out for $1.20 or 30, whatever it was. And now we're going to wait to see if we fall back down here to the 50 period. So that's my call right now on Meta. Apple, so again, we only have 20% left, 20, 40, 60, 80. So now we got to wait on Meta. We have enough to get out if we need to, but for right now, let's let Apple continue to climb higher, and let's see if Meta wants to finally fall down here. Google was a monster today as well. So lots of good trades, you just kind of got to find them.
And one of them, like, I wish I had, like, I can't tell you I had Pinterest, I can't. But we did like I like three longs today. I like GM through 40, I like Pinterest. That sucks. I like FDX. I'm sure I'll look at FedEx and be pissed off at myself. But we just got out some in front of GM at 41. It's just a clean 40 break. We're able to get the trend going to the upside like we did the other day off the 38 level. It just hit 41. We took some out when it was getting to that halfway mark. I think if it clears here at 41 even, you still got room on the daily to 41.5. This is where I'm going to terminate the trade. I tend to have targets for these. Maybe I'm wrong about it. I'm wrong plenty of times. Sometimes getting out at a target level doesn't make any sense. I knew I was going to look at FedEx and be pissed off at this one as well. So FedEx, there's your 210 break. The thing about FedEx, I'd never trade this stock in the pre-market. I just wouldn't do it. So either I'm getting the fill right at 9:30 on the breakout, or not. And when you're watching Carvana and Bed Bath & Beyond, you're probably not wanting to take a breakout on FedEx, which is going to have a $1 spread at the open. So I did miss the FedEx break at 210. Congratulations if you got it. You probably could have got some dip buys as well. But there's some strong names out there in this market, despite the fact that I only got one long. Tesla's breaking the high of the day. Like, that's just absolute insanity. Nvidia, which I just went on that little bit of a thing about don't short. No, like Nvidia actually pulls back off 215, but I didn't do it, so that's fine. CVNA, we'll see if we can get the reload on that one. It's still a New York stock, unless they change something. I did take the first scalp into 17, and then if I can get more shares short just above VWAP, I don't really care about VWAP. I care more about that 18 level, so I want it on the north side of VWAP that sits at 1750. I only want shorts above VWAP on this move. That's going to continue to work. Alibaba, which we did take.
Right, that was another one.
Baba's starting to go back to the downside, so we'll take a little out here. We'll take a little out. Let me just get a bid. Maybe I'll put a 42, but no, I'm just kidding. I still like that 50 level. We like the 108s. The Chinese ADRs are working to the downside, right? The market's screaming up. Baba's weak. It's going down. If Pinduoduo ever loads here, I mean, it's literally at the low of the day. We talked about there was nothing weak outside of like defensive names and Chinese ADRs. So, take that with a grain of salt. And, well, I'm now 0 for 2 on Snapchat, but I did better with this short than I did with the other one, where I was just all over it in front of 11, taking it 75s, taking 90s, and getting out at 11. This time, I only shorted right at 1150. So when it stops me out, it really isn't as big of a hit. Now, when you do that, you probably take more shares because you're risking less. But at the end of the day, this has been a long. I don't get it, but the market doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't. You just have to try to be with the trend instead of fighting it. Brendo?
Hey guys, quick update for you on the S&P 500 if you haven't done so already as well. Before we do, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Guys, a nice day shaping up here, 1.36. There is a few areas of red though. When you look at the S&P 500 specifically, it's more about tech and the NASDAQ today because of, what a move, 22.6%. For Meta, jumping off this board right now, along with Google right beside it. Doesn't look like much, but that's 6.6% for Google so far today. Huge move. Paramount there as well, 4.5%. Nice look, though, for communication services stocks. Consumer discretionary names right across the board. I mean, these are huge moves as well. 5+% for most of these, but doesn't look like much when you compare it to Meta, LVS, Wind, the only two to the downside so far today. ALGN, if you're wondering, that was another earnings name over in the healthcare group. They beat right across the board. The rest of this group, though, a little bit of a laggard today, but this offsetting all of the negativity and then some for healthcare stocks. This is the tech group right now. QRVO downside, PTC downside, both with earnings out as well. PayPal having a nice day, 4.3% back to the upside so far. Western Digital among the hardware equipment makers making big moves today, up more than 3% right now, along with HPQ, one of the old school names, up 3.5% as well. So really nice day shaping up. All, though, about tech. Energy downside, materials downside as well. Even the insurance names within the financial group offsetting some of the gains as well. 1.3 for the S&P. We're approaching 3 for the NASDAQ, guys.
More money on the exchange. Okay, so yeah, about Meta right now. We reloaded at 75, only to get blasted out right now. This is going to be a flat trade because we took that profit, because I was watching my Meta net, and it's going to be the same as what it was as we were bleeding last time. But there it is right now, 190. It didn't come all this way, not to take it, to take a line from my guy back there, Luca. But yeah, it's going to be Trader Ian and Trader Ian. Like, well, we got to get a name for Ian. I'll leave that to you guys.
Ian.
Yeah, I think a name for Ian would be Ian. It would be a good one. But he needs to get a trading name maybe coming through. Never really had a nickname. Okay, we'll leave that. Hey, look, our viewers will think of a nickname. You don't worry about that one.
You just might not like it.
Right there. So my nickname would be the guy that keeps shorting Meta over and over again. Was that just a blowout?
Are you? Sorry.
It just took us out at 90 there. Is that what happened to you?
No.
Oh
Coinbase is at $80.
We just got taken out at 90. I don't even know if it broke above there, but we got taken out, and that sucks. My fill on Meta is 189.99.
100,000 on the bid of CVNA.
So that sucks right there. Carvana bid. Let's go over there.
Give me a break. I hit NASDAQ again. I am covering. Get me out first, and then I'll go you guys to the level. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, I'm going to level 2 now again. I didn't have the level 2 up because I saw it over there in another level 2.
Meta.
There was 100,000. There it is. That it's 1717. That's 100K clean on the bid. You know, whether it's, and that's probably why it just stalled there at 17 even. So I still don't mind the short in here, but I'm not going to fight it. Like, the market's strong. Everything's squeezing to the upside, so there's no point fighting this. It doesn't mean it has to go up, but it does mean I'll take the 40 cents and run at this point for the short. If I get another opportunity to short the pop, fair enough. If it breaks 17 down and fills this guy, then that's fine as well. Holy crap, what the hell just happened to Alibaba?
I'm disgusted with Meta.
So Baba just wicked bottom. I thought I was getting 108s there, and it just slammed back into the upside. So it's trying to put in a higher low.
Holy
These shorts
shit.
are getting put to the test, and under my breath, maybe not so under my breath a second ago, I said Coinbase is at 80. It's not. But it's at 79. Like, this is crazy. This is going to be a short, but this is all squeeze. Like, it's getting squoze like crazy. This is the level. I did the same thing on Silvergate when it got up here, but I can't help myself. So when it gets to a key price level and I think it's gone entirely too far and it's getting a little bit irrational, I'm going to try and fade into this one. It's starting to slow down, so I think the risk to reward is going to favor it. We'll see what happens here. Baba's starting to calm itself down a little bit, and CVNA is not running away from that bid. It's actually testing that bid right now, but I'm taking my Coinbase shot.
All right, so I don't know if you guys saw what just happened there. You probably didn't. But yeah, wow. Meta, I don't know if it broke or not, whether or not it was a dark pool or not, but like my trigger got triggered at 189.9999 was my fill, like all nines. So dark pool wicks there like crazy. Unfortunately, I didn't get back in. I tried to chase it all the way back down there. Now we have $1 in the money, but it's only 189.23. So we actually wind up losing on that trade. So yeah, I'm not super pleased about it, obviously, because we had a lot of shares on board there for that move. And unfortunately, we miss it. And that sucks because if I don't know, if it broke, it broke. Apple. My stop was until like 189.10, sorry, 190.10 or something like that. So it obviously did something there, danced around. We'll take another fill there, but I don't know, like that short. Did you guys get stopped out? Like it looks
Apple
like
150 is huge.
Yeah, I'm at Apple 150. So right now, we're long Apple right now. We're at $1.30 right now in the money on this Apple trade. So it's just, if I just somehow stayed away from Meta, wow, what kind of a day this would be. But there's Apple 150 right in the face. We like it, man. We're in the money at $1.30 on this.
It is, I can't even count. It's hard to see how big that size is, but it's chewing right through. It's about to break it. Are we going to Brennan here?
Some of the other ones, guys, starting to pop up here is GameStop starting to go. I just saw a few of the other highly shorted names popping up on volume as well. So they're all running.
So there's obviously going to be a turn, but my stops are literally like 30, 40, 50 cents every single time because you're just essentially like you're trying to get one here, and then there we go. It's about to stop.
Shit, I just got
it. It just hit, so I'm now out of that one. But again, I'm not going to take huge swings on these. I'm not going to try to hold them too far against me. Apple just made the 150 break, and I didn't get it. So I guess that kind of sucks. I'm trying to get back on the bid there if I can. Quick little scalp trade in there. I just took teens. Like, teens sucks on Apple. I don't want teens on Apple. I'll add to this one. I just went over to Apple and was like, okay, well, sorry, that's Tesla. I was just on Apple on that break. I didn't catch the breakout. So I'm like, okay, well, it just hit 25s. It's going to pull back off 25s. I hit bid, and I got 17s. I'm like, I don't want 17s. I want a little bit tighter if I'm going to scalp it. So I did get it in and out very quickly. But I'm going to try and get something a little bit tighter to the 150 area, just in case it goes back and forth off this level before going, and then I can kind of scalp it back and forth, try to hold on to core position. But if 25 doesn't break, I don't want a 17 long, not if I'm trying to scalp it. BABA's okay, GM, like whatever, that's good, but I need something else to the long side, even if it's just scalping breakouts at this point. And NVIDIA, yes, 215 was strong resistance. I just felt like I didn't want to fight that one. You know, you got to pick your battles when you're going short, and even if one ends up working out that I didn't take, I can live with that. I got no problems with that. It's just better. It's better not to fight every single battle to the south side when you get a screaming market like this one. Bed Bath & Beyond's also bouncing, by the way, so I have to watch out for that. As good as it was, and probably the easiest short all day, it's back up at VWAP here, but I'm out of almost all of it. I had one last bid in front of 3, and if anything, this might just be a safer reload unless the volume starts picking up, which you can clearly see. Volume still pretty insignificant on Bed Bath & Beyond.
All right, we're merking this right now again here. Apple will take a chop on this one back up to the upside. 150 long right here. We just averaged it in. We missed the out as well, man. We were just getting out of our long right there at 50, and then it blasted. I didn't even have a chance to put the order in. So we'll take a little bit out there at 30 on the upside. Their first out 25, next out 30, and now we'll see where it goes. So far so good here on this, obviously, as we watch it. But Apple, I don't know. Look, it has earnings today. It's only up 3%. Let's see if it wants to continue to climb. I do have a plan of action as per usual right now on all this. Meta, we're still in that short. I mean, again, if it breaks, oh, what? We just got more short on Meta? Okay, I'm going to have to figure this out now because I didn't think we'd get more short there on Meta. So let me go back and deal with this right now. Meta, we just took more short there. I didn't know we had an order. So we're still going short in front of that 190 anyways, but this time it's going to break, it looks like. So let's be careful with this.
Yeah, I just got out of BABA. BABA just rolled back up close enough to VWAP. I mean, close enough, I thought, to VWAP. So there's that same channel. We're going to get short in the same range. We'll take some out for profit, but once it looks like it's breaking out, you got to accept the fact that it could go up to 110, no problem. I still have GM, that's looking pretty good. I am about to reload in Bed Bath & Beyond, and I'll get to Carvana in a second because it's crazy price action on CVNA right now, and that buyer is still there. But I think we're still valid at that 350 level, or at least close enough to it on Bed Bath & Beyond. So I'm about to put some offers there. And CVNA, it was at 17, just about 17. So they're starting to chew through this order on Carvana. Why don't you? Oh, I got to roll up here. So they're starting to chew through that 100,000. It's now down to 800 or 80,000. And they're actually still taking the bid here. So it's not as if this is fake. They're getting filled. Like, it's for real. Now, when it bounces up, I have to zoom back down. Like, it keeps getting filled, down to like 58 right now. So it's going to get through. I just elected to cover the short because I thought it might squeeze on me when everything was going up based on that bid. But if it gets taken out, you could see a flat bottom break through 17 even here. And if it does go, I'm going to go for that short. It's down to 380,000. So over half of it has been taken out as we speak. Make sure I have my stop to go through, and I didn't get in fast enough. I'll just short where it is.
I like that. All right, so again, just watching out here. Where was that bottom on Meta? 188.50. So that could be something here that we are somewhat concerned with. So let's put a bid now at 188.50 just to see if it just flashes back down. We do have to watch this, of course, because we are in it. Apple right
now
there.
Wants to squeeze.
What happened? Sorry.
So basically, they ran that guy, and now it's right testing back of a VWAP. So they failed this. So whoever took that fill for 100,000 is now in the money 40-something cents. But the question is, can it actually take out this range here? Because in the grand scheme of things, like, this actually hasn't moved very much. But yeah, good fill for them so far. We'll see if it can actually continue. I haven't gotten Bed Bath & Beyond, but this is the one I want to focus on. Because if it breaks out here, you could go into a bit of an uphalt, and then whoever just took that fill long, unless they were short covering, I mean, they'll be happy. If they were short covering, I mean, that's a different story. Well, they'll be happy as well, but they're not going to be scalping it out on a halt at like 18 even. Apple has not retraced to 150 to get me filled, so I don't know what's going on there. It's not through the highs. It's not back to 150. I guess it's running out of steam a little bit. It's not really doing anything. I keep checking back, and I'm going to cancel my bid on Apple. I'm focused here on Carvana because it's about 15 pennies away from a stop out, and Apple isn't giving me any reason. Oh, there it goes. There goes CVNA. I didn't even get the fill there. I'm out. CVNA just went like crazy. So what I said, it's like very likely to either stop and halt up, which I don't want to get trapped into a halt, and then you can see that 20 level again. This might be going, and it's either here or 20s. So if it gets back into VWAP, I'm going to be looking for longs again in Carvana. Oh, that scalper is dirty. There they are. No, there it is. It's hard to see, but they just popped 25,000 shares on the offer right around 18.20 or so when they just went long at like 17.17. So I'm not trading you. Someone's got a hold of this one, and they're a big whale, and they're just running people's faces over.
Yeah, we're not trying to run anyone's face over right now, but we are watching out for this Apple trade as now it's into the 40s. So let's take another piece out.
That was nasty.
They're good. Good one there on Apple. Still Rip City, man. This is exactly what we wanted to have happen today. This is exactly what we thought would happen today. Apple, nice little upside move here. So let's just continue to watch it, man. I told you, we wanted Apple long, Google long, and we don't even have Meta written on here. I was like, let's just watch it. There goes Meta, by the way. Wow. I mean, Look, I'm through the moon with this trade because we all own this stock in our portfolios, but wow, 190 today. I was sort of throwing shade at 200, and like now it's throwing shade right back at me here and saying, yeah, we'll take 200, no problem, it looks like right now. So I'm still joking about that, but maybe we're not. As 190 coming into play one more time there. Let's take that piece out on Apple like we did. We're now holding half of what we have here on Apple, giving it back to 149.50, 149.80 for a drop spot if it doesn't work out. So Apple right now is working out. Let's see if we can continue on that front. I haven't traded anything other than Apple, Meta, Google today. We did trade some AMD, and that's going to look silly now, I assume. We were long right there on that early break of 85.50 there. We got a piece out. We should have held it all. But nice move upside right now for Google, for Apple, for AMD.
For everything.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The NASDAQ is just not stopping here, guys.
So it's all come full circle. And that also means that
Circle of life.
While that was happening, like, it just got out of CVNA, and guess what triggered? 40 on Mullen triggered. So it is what it is, man. 36. So many times I made this play long 35 in front of the 56 level, just because I wanted to be in before it took out that 36. And how many times did it not work, and then 36 goes? So I got the 40 into this 41. Because the way I see it, I'll scalp some here, but if 41 breaks, I want to be adding to it. I always like to get in before, if I think it's a strong trend enough. I like the break of a clean level on a penny stock or on like a squeeze type stock. On like a big cap, I wouldn't think about that because it's overhead resistance. But on a name with momentum, when you're squeezing, it just gives you a better price. Then if it takes 41s, I'm insulated a little bit because I'll have an average price of 40.5 if I add to it. Brent, hope that made sense. Brendo, what's up, bud?
A one-time runner from 2021, guys. Those were good days. NNDM up 10% here. The latest to join the AI bandwagon with a patent filing today for some AI technology. Just see Carvana on a down halt now, CVNA down halt.
Oh, you dirty son of a...
Gun or not?
Yeah, of course it is. No, but that's actually at 1850. That doesn't make any sense. Sorry, I'm on Mullen right now. That's why I have to actually go back over to CVNA because on a down halt at 1850. Oh no, it's not at 1850. Why am I seeing prices there? No, it's actually right in the middle of the range. So it actually hasn't broken the range. I just got out there. See, the play was wait for it to get into a new price range, and then when you diddle in the middle, you get chopped up in the middle. So 15s, 18s to 20s are what I care about. I just picked up some Apple, and we'll see if that one continues to go off that 150. Is it already 1055?
Yes, it is.
You got to be kidding me. So a couple of things here. 1849, looks like it's the tap here on Carvana. That's not much of a move. I finally get into Apple on the dip. I did have a one scalp trade, and we're going to the earnings board. Apple up here and on that board as well.
Biggest day of the week, yeah. Make sure you take this in because we're going to need some preparation for this afternoon, guys. Here's what's to come tonight and tomorrow morning.
So look, the big three, and they're all A's. Alphabet, Apple, Amazon, but they're not alone. This is a monster day. Tomorrow you're going to have a lot of focus because Starbucks is going to be wild. Don't sleep on Qualcomm. Never sleep on them for a bit of a mover. The morning I don't really care about. There's nothing reporting tomorrow morning that I think is, not to crap on any names out there, but it's about the big three.
Yep.
And I'd say then you look at Starbucks a little bit there. Ford, given how GM is moving, we got to pay attention to Ford because GM's been a bit of a beast today. So we could see Ford do nicely as well.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any sort of lesson, I mean, you never know what to expect when you're coming through.
You don't.
Every single day. Like, I didn't think that we would get chopped like that on Meta, but we did, and now we'll just sort of lick our wounds on that name, and we're going to look forward to tomorrow, man. Big day coming tomorrow, and I'm just excited for it. That's why we're long Apple right now. We'll try to buy some more dips on that. I know Apple's faded out. We're out of half of that one, and we just went short again on Meta. Like, look how stupid this looks. Over and over and over again, shorts on Meta until eventually there's a home run, and I don't know if it's going to happen. So now I'm just kind of scalping it out. Here we are again short at 60 here, and we just took some O's. Like every single trade I've been in was a big winner at one point. And then it just got going back up to the upside. So yeah, man, congratulations to everybody long Meta today. Huge day for you. And yeah, huge day for me too. But you know, we did short it all day here. Hopefully you're able to get out of the way. It's a hit. Like we don't take very many big hits here on the show because we always have outs. So although it is a big hit because it just kept adding up, you know, pretty happy with Meta today, where we're able to get out, the profits that we took early. It just sucks. I talked about it being a big hit. It's not really. Let's just see if it can come back in right now, holding against that 190.50 top. If that breaks, that's enough of pain for me here on Meta today, and we'll just see what happens into the rest for the close. I mean, I don't know if anybody noticed, but the NASDAQ today is 3%. Up 3%. So, like, I mean, you know, trying to chase some of these longs now, to me, seems a little out, like not out to lunch, but just like not the right call. Like, I don't know what to say about it. But hey, we're chasing the long on Apple still. I'm going to give this one back to 80s, like I said. That's kind of where the 50 period is. We'll give that one back to there and try to buy some more dips. But Apple's been a good one, man. Our first long, look where we went long. This is why, like, we could sit here and talk about, oh, woe is me, Meta, this and that. But, like, we had so many bangers today. Google long, right there. Apple long at 1. We just put this trade on at 10:30, right? That was 148.70. Our best out is right there at 150, and we had a lot of good outs on the way up. We didn't scalp this one like we normally do. We actually held this, and then we went long again right now and have a great out there at 46 as well, as now we hold half onto Apple and look to get, whoa, a little bit of a flush down there on Apple. We look to get longer now as this market trying to break a little lower here.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to break lower. Just a WWE also does report.
Oh, okay.
Aftermarket tonight. We wouldn't normally care too much about it. By the way, Coinbase 80. But we wouldn't normally care. But they have that deal potential. Just buyout chatter with them. It's been a super strong stock. So I think that does bear watching. So shout out to the chat. Thank you guys so much for reminding us. We put the key ones on there.
Yeah.
And a lot of times WWE is not a trading stock that people care about, but we do care about it today. It does feel like we're getting top heavy at that 3%. And yep, there is another shot in Coinbase, but I'm going to treat it exactly the same way as I did before. Relatively tight stop there, and then we'll see if it can't flush back. There's $5 to VWAP at this point. Like, the risk to reward is overwhelming right now, but it is 11 o'clock. Sharif is off. We got Ian locked and loaded, ready to go. So without further ado, we'll be back at 2, and let's send you guys to the midday. Go get them, the Scalp Demon and Ian.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to the midday show. Happy to be here. It's Ian is back here with the man himself, the Scalp Demon, the one and only Luca.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody's having a great day, enjoying the show, and yeah, making some money. Today was definitely crazy. I traded like an absolute donkey today. I'm not gonna lie, like an absolute donkey, but it's okay because if at first you don't succeed, keep trying, and I see some levels that are kind of setting themselves up. I know Sean's all over that 190. I came in today, and obviously, you know, Meta earnings, we're talking about this yesterday. You know, what do I think? Maybe 14% move, maybe 10, I don't know. Guys, Meta is up 23%, almost 24%, testing that 190 level. Like, is this going to 200 today? I don't know. But as you guys can see, I just have these, you know, terrible looking fills. I was long over here. I had a decent win, actually, and then I kind of added to it, and then I got it broke even. Tried the long again, you know, break even. Then I was like, okay, let me go long. Then I stopped myself out. Then I'm like, let me go short. Then I stopped myself out. Then I was like, I'm just done with this. And yeah, just clear kind of moon to the upside. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, you're not going to always kill it every single day as much as you try to, as much as I try to. Sometimes you just, you fumble things. But yeah, that 190 level is pretty solid. It's not breaking, so I just think you rinse and repeat as many times as you can before it does break that level. And then, you know, if it's off to the races, it's off to the races. So we'll see where this wants to go right now. Just getting that fill. I'm gonna actually, yeah, maybe now it actually wants to go. Yeah, okay, there we go. So it's going to the upside. So hopefully somebody is long this. Go figure. The one time that I take it, it's actually going. But that's, you know, just a story of the day there. I did have a few other trades as well. I traded Tesla, Carvana, Apple, Google. I'll share a few of these other trades as Ian gets set up here. AMD was good, not too bad, but I kind of sad that I let this long go and didn't reload it. You know, yesterday, obviously AMD earnings coming through, very, very strong. And, you know, today just kind of same pattern, VWAP test, bounce to the upside, making highs, testing 88 to the upside. So really, really good on that one. Definitely can't complain. Amazon as well atop my board. I think I had a long going at the bottom here. So I'm up on the name, and I had some decent scalps initially. And then I was playing off of that sort of, you know, under 110 for a move back up. It's just unfortunate that we actually failed back to the downside, and I sort of let it go. And I think my mistake on this one is the fact that, you know, pre-market low was closer to 109. So it was in my head that I was playing off of this 110 level that I sort of manufactured for myself. But then in reality, you know, the 109 bottom lines up with pre-market low. Amazon still up. You know, at the time was up maybe 5-4%. Now obviously up 6%. And just kind of steamrolling to the upside. So sort of butchered that last long idea that I wanted to do. But again, a product of, you know, when you lose and fumble a few things, maybe the good trades that you do have going, you kind of fumble them and let them go. And you know, things can't always be perfect. That's trading. You just try to get you know, a little bit of improvement every single day. That was my Amazon trade. Google, nothing really special. Basically, scalp trades on that one. Apple, I think this is another one that I sort of butchered. That could have been good, could have been great. You know, these were all longs. I was basically scalping these, had a really good start to it, then kind of adding to it, you know, getting the win over there, and then I don't know what I was thinking over there. I think I was thinking peanut butter bagels, so I sort of let that long go and went for a little bit of a walk there. But yeah, CVNA, coming in today to see this thing at like 17, 18 in the morning, I was like, I need to either long or short this and take my stab at it. The initial long worked, then I kind of got long again, and then that didn't work, punched out. And yeah, you know, then just kind of missed the short, and you know, here we are all the way back down to 16. I mean, now in the middle, and I sort of feel like the level that I see on this one is 1850. It just kind of topped out in the pre-market, you know, topped out close to the open, had a little bit of the over-under, and then never really got back through 18. So yeah, if we do get to, you know, around 18, I want to try the short there. And maybe there's some size that pops up at 18 that we potentially go test. So yeah, you know, I'm going to use the range of 18 to 1850 if I can get shorts here and then into 1850 for the over-under. We'll see what happens there. I see somebody saying, yeah, CVNA printing for me. Congratulations, man. Yeah, if you had this, I mean, this thing was at like $8. Like, what was it, like last week or something? So yeah, it's kind of crazy there. So yeah, we'll see what happens with a few of these trades. Those were my trades for the day. And then I was going for the move back to the high of the day. But unfortunately, it just couldn't get over that 190. And so I let some go over here and then let some go because I thought, okay, we're going to break VWAP. So I took the L on that, tried it again, took the L, then took the long and the short. Or I think this was a short, actually, just for like the scalp short. So I actually won on that short trade, just kind of over under. But then obviously, you know, Tesla's, it's going to test 195 right now. And, you know, I wanted the long. I was actually long below 190. So just go figure that it actually gives the move after I'm not in it. So yeah, you know, that's kind of a good explanation of my day. Just, you know, I had the right idea, but the poor execution, but something to improve on, which is always good. Tesla's now breaking 195 to the upside, and a nice little explosive move to the upside. Yeah,
190.
195.
No, that was it was 192. It's breaking 192 now, guys. I'm long Meta here.
No,
this is a huge trade right here. I got long 191. I got kind of chopped around here off of 190. I was thinking the long. And then I flipped short because it didn't look great, and then obviously that was wrong. So I took the long back through the day high here, 190.50. And this has been a big trade to kind of capitalize and recover some of these losses back here. I did have the longs in the morning, and they're not going to show up on this chart, but essentially I was long like right at the open off of 182 a couple times, and then, you know, quick dollar scalp. That was kind of rangy, super rangy in the morning. I had this long as well in the breakout here to 183.50, and those were kind of scalps, right? I didn't have anything for this move, and then you're seeing me get back involved here on Meta now at the highs and breaking out. Like, man, I remember Neil talking about it in the morning, saying like, there's no way Meta is going to end up 30% today, right? I don't know if it's going to end up 30%, but hey, man, it's halfway there, up to 25.5%. Do we see 200 today? That would be absolutely incredible. I'm not sure about that one, but man, Meta, incredible move today. I'm also in Google long as well. Google is going to have their earnings obviously tonight. It's been more range bound and not as exciting, but hey, man, it's still up 6.5%. A lot of things just gapped up huge overnight, I guess in sympathy with you know, like Meta and good news about their ad spend and whatnot. So, you know, Google gapping up as well today, up 6.5% ahead of their earnings. So I didn't expect like some explosive moves like Meta. But, you know, still kind of range bound, and it did consolidate around here, this 106.50 area, just above 106, like 106.20, and now we're breaking out, right? So that's why I'm trying to go long here off of this, you know, basically resistance turning to support, and it is kind of bouncing. Maybe I got to move this bid up a little bit. So actually, let me just do that now. So you're going to see me cancel that bid, and let's actually bid. I want to get picked up if it gets back to 106.90. So there's going to be another bid there. It might be a little bit too late because now I'm basically kind of flat on the trade, and we're kind of pushing back up to highs, right? But I like this trade as well. I'm also looking at Amazon. Amazon has had obviously they're having their earnings as well afterwards. Similar move today, guys, like up almost 7%. So many things just gapped up and you know, just made huge moves. This 110 was really big in the morning. That kind of broke out right at open. I was too busy with my Meta trades at the open, so I couldn't capitalize on that one. But man, look at how this 109 held, and it's basically like pre-market low. I guess it's like 20-30 cents below pre-market low, but it doesn't really get more basic than that. And now we're kind of trending upwards above VWAP, right? So I think if this pulls back, I saw 111 hold very nicely as well. This was kind of the resistance over here as well. So if it pulls back to 111, you're probably going to see me get involved in that one. Basically, man, like you've seen me come on the show and sometimes try to these reversion plays and you know, back to VWAP, trying to short tops and whatnot. Not today, man. I think you got to be bullish today for sure. We're just kind of breaking out to the level, our upside levels, and you know, I'm not trying to pick tops today, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting day, and you know, yeah, I like what Sean said in the morning. It doesn't matter what type of trader you are. You know, you come in, and obviously Sharif's not here today, but if he saw, I'm sure he's going nuts for where Meta is right now. That's basically what I was getting at. You know, Meta 193, getting a test there of 193. That's kind of crazy. Somebody in the chat was like, Luca, do you think blow off top on Meta? I'm like, say less, man. I tried the short. I took the L. I just look at this and I think there's going to be pullbacks. Now, the long is not wrong, clearly, but at the same time, you know, too far, too fast, very quickly. I take my shots where I see them. So, yeah, 193 short here, going for, you know, a move into the 191 region. As much as maybe I'll cover some over here. We'll take some off right over here. Maybe we get a pullback down to this general area of like 190.50 is basically what I'm going for the rest of that position. We will see. We will see where it goes. I was talking to traders in the back, and I'm like, what do you think, man? You think Meta all the way up and all the way down? And everyone's kind of like, I don't know, man. I think all the way up and just stay there and like float around. So yeah, who knows where this thing goes? Sharif is home managing his Meta money. Yeah, maybe managing that money over there. Just a heads up, yeah, guys. I was doing a little bit of a scalp here on Apple using this 150 level. I kind of like the 150 level. I'm also long AMD here, sort of building into a long for a little bit of a pop back in close to the 50 period. Not really too sure how this one's going to work, but I'm okay to continue to average into it. You know, it shouldn't go below 80. I don't want this to test VWAP right now. This is a scalp trade. I want it to just give a little bit of a pop back and go from there. And yeah, we will see. We will see what happens. And yeah, Meta falling very, very nicely here. So I think I'm actually just going to take the rest of the position here. That was a nice little win. So take that dollar win on that one. Can't complain there. And we shall see, man. We shall see. I am sitting on the offer on Carvana around 18 if it does get there. Could be good, but we'll see. And yeah, what's up to everybody in the chat? Hopefully, again, you guys are having a great day. If you're tuning in for the first time for the day, you know, things were crazy, man. Things were crazy. Markets are going wild. Everything's up. Everything's breaking upside levels. I have no idea what to think. You know, all these kind of levels coming into play. You know, Apple 150. Meta, you know, 190 now, but you know, testing 193. Are we gonna go to? Is it possible to get to 200 today? I have no idea, man. I have no idea. But everything. Who's Pride saying yes? He's like yes, absolutely. He's probably long Meta too, aren't you? Yeah, it's anything is possible, man. Anything is possible. And yeah, Tesla is obviously closer to 200. You know, 195, 196 right now. Do we trend up for the rest of the day? Is this a day where, you know, Tesla's up 7%, but we're going to go to 10%? I have no idea, but market's gone wild. Yeah, absolutely. Market's gone wild. So we'll see what happens next here. I'm pretty excited for the rest of the afternoon. Going to see, you know, where these things can go. And I will remind everyone, stick to the key levels. For myself, I'm going to be scalping around a lot, but stick to the key levels that you see. If you see the outer bands, you know, don't hold on to losers to the short side too much, just because we are, you know, we are up on a lot of these different names. So, you know, if you do see me in a meta short as an example, I am basically shorting off tops if I can get that, and then covering that very quickly. And we'll see what happens next, man. But yeah, definitely an exciting day.
Yeah, exactly. I think, like Lucas said, just stick to your guns, guys. Obviously, today's been really exciting. It seems like everything's kind of breaking out. Papa Powell kind of, you know, did his job yesterday and said some very dovish things. And you know, here we are. Obviously, you know, the market is rallying. We're kind of pulling back off of this 41.95, though. What I kind of noticed, obviously, you know, the market's made a huge move. 4,200 is going to be a huge level for sure. But you know, overall, I think the last high off of the past CPI, I believe, was 41.75 or 41.80, if I recall correctly. And then, you know, obviously here we are now breaking out of this area, right? 41.50 held very nicely off this consolidation for this, you know, big bounce move up, right? You know, it's kind of similar to yesterday's Fed move. During Jay Powell's speech, the market was like tanking at one point. It was just like selling off so hard right into the lows. And then the lows kind of held, and we had this big bounce move. Very similar to this action, obviously not as aggressive selling off this morning because of the good news from yesterday, kind of getting that continuation play. But here we are, you know, big bounce today. So I think if you're in some longs, guys, you know, try to trail your stops out. You know, try to, you know, trail your stops off some, you know, lower lows and whatnot, and you know, try to hold on to these winners as long as possible. Because, you know, like you might have heard Neil say in the background there, anything is possible, right? You know, Meta can definitely go to 200, and you know, make everyone a very happy trader today. This Meta trade is kind of going against me a little bit here, but I'm still liking this 190 here, guys. Pretty basic. Like, I'm just trying to see that if this consolidation will hold, right? So that's why I'm kind of like averaging into this position. I scalped out almost all of it here. That was like 80% of the position. Scalped out my best out there, $1.50 in the money. So, you know, that was a great trade there. But now I'm trying to structure a different trade. If this 190 breaks down and you know, starts to test into like 189.50, then you're probably going to see me stop out of that one. And the 190 is kind of breaking down, but it just got reclaimed there, right? So there's still buyers here. I'm watching the tape, and I'm trying to see, like, if there's buyers, you know, they're going to stay here consistently at this level and try to defend this 190 and see, you know, if Meta can continue to push up. This was basically kind of like it had the characteristics of almost like a short squeeze, or, you know, Luca likes to say gamma squeeze to the upside. For the first, I want to say, like, half hour, 40 minutes of the trading day, Meta was doing nothing, man. Like, Meta was just kind of range bound, doing nothing. Volume was low. It was right around like maybe like 30 mil volume. And now we're at 50 mil volume, and Meta's like $10 higher, right? So that was a bit of a squeeze there, and hopefully we continue to push up. If anyone's invested in those, in Meta long term, I think Sharif is for sure. It's been a good ride, and you got to imagine that people who were short up at like 200 and above there, they're probably trying to cover their position aggressively.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Hayes Records. I flaked on 01 bid on GNTX calls, and it's 83. Yeah, man, I'm looking at this thing right now. Not really doing crazy amounts of volume, but definitely up on the day, 2%. Nice little up move from the $30 area over there. I kind of see, this is the daily for anybody wondering, breaking out of that sort of channel that it's been creating there. And I don't know if you want to show my chart there just to, show the daily picture. But yeah, breaking out to the upside on this one. Maybe it runs into resistance a little bit at 31, 32, but for the time being, it is following trend there, and I would just look for that 50 period if that holds for a little bit of a healthy pullback and continuation. Definitely something to watch, but again, make sure you are monitoring the volume on something like that. Pretty light. That's kind of my thoughts on that one. But again, thank you for the super chat. Somebody asking Luca Baba, where do you see this going? I did not look at Alibaba, but the first thing that stands out to me is obviously the big down move, followed by the over-under VWAP short playing off that 110. It is, maybe it wants to run and test 108 again. I'm actually going to go for a 108 bounce on this. I just kind of feel that that's the right idea. If we can sell off through this low and then flush and then give the bounce, maybe that's going to give a little bit of a 50-cent pop. So if it comes to fruition, great. I don't want to necessarily draw something like this and say this is support. More likely what I see is just kind of sharp dips and then quick reclaims. So sharp dip and then quick reclaim. If it does it in this region, I don't necessarily want it. At this time of day, I actually want it to break the low and then give an even sharper dip. Then I'm going to go for that bounce play. I just feel like that feels like the right thing to do there. So that's going to be my play. And then, yeah, if we do actually get back to VWAP for whatever reason, I do like that secondary short off the top there. It's giving me the feel that it doesn't want to spend too much time at the bottom areas or the top areas. And so, if it wants to stay in this sort of channel that's creating, I'll give a little bit of a short at that 110. So I'm just going to throw out offers. I'm not sure if these offers will hit or not, but we'll see what happens. Around 110 and around 108, and just kind of play that range that it's showing right now. So good look on Alibaba. Thank you for whoever mentioned that one there. And phase 90% short. Yeah, Ian, when you were talking about meta short squeeze, gamma squeeze, I like to say gamma easily because are people, what's the short interest? There's plenty of float to go around on these things. But again, it could be a combination of both, where it's just like this mega move to the upside. And I think the options market, we were discussing this yesterday, but the options market was factoring in, I think somebody posted a 14% move up or down on Meta. And so for myself, I was like, yeah, maybe it goes to 160 and then it goes back to 150 and then kind of opens over here. I don't really expect anything crazy, but best believe if we do actually fly into 170, 180, then, people are offside and the market didn't expect that. And then you're going to get some crazy type of moves. So it's nice to actually see this happen because I do think it's a great example of the fact that it was just very, very choppy in the morning. And then as soon as it broke that 185, it was just kind of off to the races. So this gives me that little bit of kind of, whether it's a short squeeze, whether it's a gamma squeeze, it is some type of move to the upside and just magnet towards that 190. Then you got that sort of blow off top, over, under, and now we're back into that range. I don't know what to expect here, but if this was a gamma squeeze, if this was a short squeeze and the buying is done, do we then float back to the bottom, or do we just stay over here because no one's buying or selling the name, and then you just play the range that it's set up to play? So I'm going to let it resolve a little bit, and then I'm going to use, if it wants to go below 189 and then pop back above and then stay around the 50 period and just channel for the rest of the day, I do see a very high likelihood that we can just stay within this range. And so I kind of want to buy over here and then sell the middle and then short over here and then buy back the middle. So that's going to be my plan for the up and downs over there. And we will see if that one works. I don't necessarily want to take it the first time. I want it to show that it's going to be good and then kind of roll with it. And we'll see if we get a couple fills after going on there. Amazon, not really too sure how I feel about it right now. Feels like we maybe could get a little bit of a pullback going into VWAP. The overall market is I don't want to say breaking trend, but had a nice up move, down, holding the 50 period, up move again. Do we actually go back down? Where's a general line of support? I'm kind of eyeing that 41.75-ish for a short-term bounce potential, and then VWAP, and then low of day. So intraday, these are kind of my levels that if we do get there, I want to buy something, and then I'm going to look for relative strength in the names that I'm looking at. So that being, you know, Amazon. I mean, everything's strong today. Tech is strong. Google, Apple, Amazon coming out after the bell today. Are people really selling this down after seeing what Meta did? I don't think so. So we're going to see, you know, where that one wants to go. Last thing I'll say here before I do pass it back to Ian, somebody asking about Snap. I was eyeing Snap. I'm basically waiting to see, and I think I may have missed my opportunity on this because, you know, obviously a lot of things moving today, but I think that 1160 level is safe to say that's a level. And it's crazy how a level from so long ago can just come back into play months later and just be the same level. And, you know, I said 1160 to 1180, that's the range. It's no secret. This is the daily range. This is the daily chart. You know, map that 1160, and let me just draw the line here for a visual representation. 1160 into 12. Look at that, man. Look at that. Rejected, 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 rejected again. And so that gave you 1160 back down to VWAP. I am sad that I missed that, honestly. I am sad. But there may be a chance that we get back there. And if we do, I do want to take the short at around 1150. So I'll play off that area. It'll be scalp trades. I'm not expecting, I mean, this move was really good the first time. If it happens the second time, I'm essentially playing off of what I think is a little bit of a resistance level. And I will go for, you know, 10 cents, 20 cents. It gave this the first time. Maybe it goes up, comes back down to, you know, just below 1140. So if I can get 15 cents out of that in the middle of the day on Snapchat when it's doing a little bit less volume, I will be a happy camper for sure.
Man, I'm just putting in work here on this Meta trade. I was like trying to average into the trade here. I gave it a little bit more room down to 189 just because of this like big like demand here off this candle. And there's a lot of buying coming off of this consolidation 189.50 area. So I really wanted to just like, you know, obviously these ads were a mistake. You know, 191 ad, 190.50. Those were a little aggressive, right? But I wanted to give this one a little bit more space to kind of breathe and work out for me because I still like this trade. I still obviously am bullish on Meta today. So I want to give it a little bit more space to work, and that's exactly what happened here. So, you know, a final ad here off of 189. I wasn't going to just, you know, place a bid at 189 because obviously, guys, you know, you've guys seen that dips can continue to dip, right? So I didn't want to be aggressive in that sense. I wanted to actually see it hold first, and then, you know, I want to see that buying come in first, essentially, and kind of confirm what I was kind of thinking about this 189, 189.50 area. So after that, then I started to buy this dip here, and then now I'm kind of covering some of the position, trying to hold a chunk of the position, you know, basically from down here and, you know, better my average. So I was basically almost $1 out of the money, but some of these covers now are putting me $1 in the money back once again, right? So, you know, gaining back what I lost on this first ad here, and I'm trying to hold a piece basically to 191. Let me actually just get that offer out in case we do clip up there to 191. And I want to see the highs again. I want to see if, you know, the market can, you know, I see the market pushing up here to test 41.95 again. I want to see if, you know, Meta can test this 193 area once more, right? And then, you know, get going. It looks like that offer is going to hit. I'm sitting at 01. I don't know why I'm sitting at 01, but I like the number 1, and there we are. So it's about to hit. I'm just going to flip off of that one. So, you know, maybe I'm giving a bad juju talking about it. I did, you know, look at this Meta or this Amazon bid here. This bounced right off my bid, man. Are you kidding me? Like I was bidding, what am I bidding here? 22. I don't know why I picked just random numbers to bid or offer, but I usually do. And today I picked 22 here on Amazon, and that's exactly where the bottom was off of this dip. I told you guys how I wanted to buy this dip into 111 basically on Amazon, just based off of this like kind of consolidation, this breakout here, and that's exactly where it bounced off of. So I don't know how much better you have to be to kind of get that bid, but I guess it's like a, you know, a good thing that I guess I was right, at least temporarily. So, you know, I don't want to chase this one. I'll leave my bid there to see if it gets hit. Obviously, you know, there is the chance of this pulling back towards, you know, VWAP and whatnot. But I'm basically betting that, you know, the market is going to continue to be strong. I guess got to stop out if these like 111 down wicks here, if those kind of wick down, I'll probably stop out of this one and reassess. But that's what I'm trying to do if I do take a loss. I've been trying to reassess and step back a bit. Google is now working for me. Actually, I've been giving so much attention to this Meta trade, and now my Google trade is working out for me. And I'm also in that BOVESPA shorts, and that one's going against me. I'll talk about that one in a second. But let me actually just kind of manage this Google one and get some out here, because I've been sitting in this trade for a long time, and now it's finally starting to work. So I want to make sure that I'm getting some profits out there. Let me actually cover some of that one as well. There we go. So yeah, so taking profits on some of these names now, they're starting to work for me very nicely. That BOVESPA trade, I think I'm just going to stop out of that one. This one, I tried to go short essentially. Let me actually bring it up here. I tried to go short essentially off of this, and of course the trend line I drew is gone now. But essentially, guys, I was doing this, and I was thinking like, okay, maybe that this trend, this little bullish correction has kind of broken down now. It's going to hold on the downside here, and it kind of still is. So maybe I give this one a little bit more room. Maybe I offer out 190.40 area to kind of give it that space up to VWAP in case it does break out. That's where I'll stop out on this one. Yeah, let me actually just do that. So let me offer out 190. Let me do that to get more short and kind of average into this position, kind of give it to VWAP to see if this downtrend can kind of continue on BOVESPA. But I guess patience pays, because back to this Google one, as I was kind of saying after I had to kind of manage that BOVESPA trade that was going against me, patience pays, because you got to be patient, wait for trades to actually work for you if you're convicted about them. And I was convicted about this Google trade as well, just because I figured, if with their earnings coming up, I don't see it really selling off that harshly. It's probably just going to be kind of range bound today, or kind of trend up slowly with the market if the market's trending up. And that's exactly what Google's doing here. And it's kind of now testing these highs of this consolidation, 107.20, right? So you're going to see me take profits there like I just did. Probably next target's going to be around 107.40 area. I don't know if I'm going to add to this position, because these are some pretty big adds down here, but I want to see if this can potentially test highs again.
Yeah, guys, I'm just going to, what I'm looking at is a lot of things just at the 50 period, so I'm going to see if I can scalp around here. But there's actually a great question in the chat that I want to comment on. Somebody was like, what is a gamma squeeze? So I will run through this very quickly, because this is what we were discussing on Meta. Gamma squeeze is essentially, there's an options chain for anybody not familiar. It is basically taking, this is an options. You can bet on the price of a security to go up or to go down with options. So call options, if you're buying them, you want the upside. Put options, if you're buying them, you want the stock to go down. And there's somebody on the other side of that contract that then sells you those options. They have the unlimited liability and need to either deliver shares or take delivery of those shares. So it is basically a contract between two parties. And this is how institutions hedge their positions. The option market, for anybody that doesn't know, is $1 trillion market. It's bets on bets. And I do like, there's actually an example of I think in The Wolf of Wall Street, and essentially was saying, picture people at a roulette table, and they're betting on roulette. They're betting on red snake. They're betting on black splits. These are people actually trading the shares. So someone like myself sitting here saying, okay, I'm long Amazon. I think we're going to pop. I'm betting on this to go up, so I'm buying the shares. And then, if it goes to the upside, I'm going to sell it. Options would be somebody in the back says, you know what? I take a bet with somebody else in the back saying that Luca's going to win that trade. And then somebody says, no, there's no way. Luca's losing that trade. And so they take that bet. And so now it depends. If I win the trade, I make the money, but it has nothing really to do with them, but their bet is between each other. So in a nutshell, that is options. Now, gamma squeeze is essentially when, if there's a move to the upside that's unexpected, right? And so if there's a lot of call options, and let me go to Meta just to kind of show this in tandem with what I'm saying. With yesterday's move, the option market was pricing in, and again, I'm using this loosely, but I think it was 14%. So the options market was pricing in a 14% move to the upside. So do the math on that. Where does that land? That maybe gives this 166, 170. Maybe I'm off on that. I'm just guessing. But maybe the expected move was towards 170, right? Then on top of that, this thing flew all the way to 180, 182. So now everybody did not expect this, and it's a move to the upside. They're doing buybacks. It's just a lot better than expected, not to mention the fact that we started to break 185 and then just drift to the upside. So all of the dealers, all of the people who sold call options to whoever bought them, doesn't matter, but all the people who sold call options did not expect Meta to be at 190 today, and they sold call options at 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, and all the way up. And as it gets to that price, these dealers say to themselves, well, wait a second, we didn't expect this to happen. We don't actually have the shares for delivery for the options that expire tomorrow. We need to go get those shares. And so as we drift into even dollars, they then hedge and they buy those shares. And so as long as they buy those shares for below what the strike price is, then they are essentially hedged, right? It's when things, go too far, too fast, and they're offside. If they sold a lot of 182 calls this morning and then didn't hedge that, and then we're at 185, they're losing large on that, right? It's times 100. Options are essentially leveraged 100 to 1 because it's 100 shares per one contract. And so, yeah, if you do sell a lot of contracts and you get offside very quickly, you panic and you try to hedge that, right? So, dealers can be anybody from, I won't get into the specifics, but essentially people who are selling those call options. And so if they are all on the same side, if it is an unexpected move to the upside, if it keeps going to the upside, they don't care the price. They just need to hedge. They just need to buy those shares. Is there liquidity? Is there people that are selling them those shares? If not, it obviously more demand than selling in the stock market, the price is going to go up. And we do squeeze into these levels. So we squeeze into 85, 86, 87, so on and so forth. The fact that we then stopped at 190 and kind of 191, 192 over under, now we're just kind of sticking around this area. This sort of gives me the feel that if this was a gamma squeeze to the upside and now everybody is hedged, most likely what's going to happen is, this is why I said I think we just channel at the 50 period, because I don't think there's enough room, I don't think people are coming in and now selling this. There's obviously people taking profits, but there was probably a lot of profit taking off the morning. The fact that this move didn't happen right off the morning, it was kind of just in and around VWAP. This is maybe people that are taking profits from the up move, and then as soon as those sellers stop, the dealers are still trying to hedge their positions on the options if that's the situation at hand. And then as soon as they're done hedging, this then goes into robotic mode where bots just buy and sell and then try to push anybody who gets involved off position. So with that in mind, this is why I was saying I like this kind of channel, and I actually like the longs when it breaks and the shorts when it pops above, because it looks like it's going to break out, but then there's really no follow through, and then we quickly fall back into the range. Those are the money fills. That's basically what I look to. But hopefully that is very simple for you guys to understand. Obviously, it's very complicated initially when you start talking about options and hedging and this and that. But it does get easier with time as long as you guys are reading and making notes, right? So anyways, hopefully that helps and answers your question. Yes, gamma squeezes can be very lucrative for people that recognize them and take their stabs. Tesla's very famous for the gamma squeeze. Was this a gamma squeeze on Meta? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I don't think short squeeze, just because you can look at the short float. If it's not over 5%, 10% on a large cap like Meta, then I don't think it's actually super significant. And then in the stock market, the tail wags the dog. So essentially, options most of the time move prices more than people moving shares around. So yeah, you recognize those moves. It's a really good kind of strategy to build off if you kind of get comfortable with it and learn how things kind of flow together. But again, there is no one size fits all. There's no secret formula to make money. I will remind you guys on that one. Yeah, I know Dougie's saying, Luca, check gamma squeeze on CVNA, all calls in the money. Yeah, CVNA, same thing. I mean, maybe there's a little bit more people who were short this name, because CVNA was a name that was at 400 before. And let me just, I know a lot of people know this that are traders, but let me just pull this up for people that are watching the show right now. Like, this name, you think this is bad. Oh, it went from 50 down to 10. No. This thing was at like 160. You think 160 was the top? No. This thing was all the way at 385, guys, 385. So imagine you say, no, these guys are what, selling cars from a vending machine? I don't believe the business. It doesn't make any sense. The Fed's going to raise rates. Value's going to come back into play. They're going to get smoked. I'm shorting this. Well, guess what? If you short this at 385, it went all the way down to $2. And so as soon as they're like, well, guys, we're claiming bankruptcy, shorts are like, all right, this is where we cover. We were waiting for this. We're waiting for them to say that we're bankrupt, and now we cover. And so then you get a little bit of a pop. There's obviously, they could have 30, 40% short float, and then you get the little bit of a short squeeze, but it doesn't necessarily matter too much, because if these guys are short $100, $150, $200 a share, and then it pops up from 10 to 20, they're not exactly getting killed. They're just basically taking their profits. So could be a combination of gamma squeeze and short squeeze. More so short squeeze on Carvana, I want to say. More so gamma on Meta, just kind of the nature of the beast. And yeah, definitely exciting when you see one in action.
Real quick, guys, let's send it to Brendan at the big desk for your close.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll wrap up the session here. As always, make sure you take a second, smash the like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Turning into a very positive day over throughout the European landscape. Just waiting for a few more final prints to come through here. 1.4% for the Stoxx 600, the big one, to the upside after basically being flat to start things off. It's Germany, though, leading the way here, having a big day. 2% to the upside, 0.6 for England, 1.3 there for France, Italy 1.3 as well, Sweden as well having a great day, 3.5%. But overall, we started out pretty red and then got back to flat. But end the session here for Europe, guys, back to the upside.
Good. Man, this has been crazy here. I'm just like trying to process what's happening because I've been trying to scalp Meta essentially, and then I was trying to add here 189.50, and then it just ripped up, man. Like it was like 189.50 here, and it looked kind of bad for a hot second there. It looked like there was some selling coming in, so I was like thinking, okay, do I have to stop out? My stop is at 189, so if that breaks down, then I'm really going to reassess. But man, Meta is just ripping again now to the upside once more. So I made sure to get some out there on that rip up into 190.50. But yeah, it's just been working quite nicely for me here. I hate to be talking about the same sort of names back and forth, but
Well, these are the names that are moving.
these are the names that are moving, like Luca just said, and these are the names that we're on. BOVESPA is now working for me as well. I never got that ad, unfortunately. But let me make sure that this is the tough thing here. I'm managing so many positions here that I don't have my bids out to take profits. So let me just take profits there. Yeah, so I was gonna say I didn't get that offer out there, but now that it is working for me, I gotta make sure that I'm getting some out. I took some out on Amazon as well. That was like 40 cents in the money for me too. BOVESPA is like just tanking now. Wow, okay, yeah, so something's really starting to pick up for me here. On the midday show, this is nice to see. I want to actually loop it back because a lot of you guys were talking about Tesla and Lucid in the chat. So let's loop it back a little bit here and talk about some of the EV names. Lucid is getting a nice bump today. Let me consolidate this chart a little bit so we can see the move a little bit clearer. But up 7% today for Lucid, trending above VWAP here. It's not quite the move that it was the other day. And I don't know if you guys were trading that day, but man, those days do not come that often. Like this is probably the first day that I've seen like that Lucid day. And if you guys don't recall, I'm referring to when Lucid squeezed all the way up to 1780 when they had that rumor about the buyout, right? That was a pure squeeze play. That was insane. And I haven't seen a day like that since I've kind of joined the floor here. It was basically like, okay, it's breaking out each dollar, get into the halt, and then the halt opens flat, surprisingly, but then it just rips back up $1. There was so much buying on that day. I know a lot of us kind of made money to the upside on Lucid, and that was quite fun to kind of participate in. Let's check out Tesla here. Obviously, Tesla is going to be up big today as well, up 7%, just kind of trending up. It's not as exciting, though, as some of these other names. Tesla, I want to see, like, actually this. Like, I think it's this one here. Yeah, okay, so Tesla's volume today, 84 mil volume on the day. Not as much as you'd like to see from Tesla. I think it did like 300 mil volume the other day as well. But man, you can't deny that this is just making a huge move on the daily. Since this has kind of reclaimed this 150 area, after their earnings, it just ripped up, and 200 is obviously imminent. I think 200 is going to be a huge level for us to kind of watch and potentially trade off of. That's obviously going to be a huge psychological level. But man, if you are in this long on Tesla, like I said, like just try to trail your stops. Like if you're in a long now and you're long from like VWAP or down here from the open, try to trail your stops. So, don't get into oversized positions here in the midday. This is the time of the day where volume starts to drop off a bit. That being said, it's been exciting today. I don't know if volume will have that same sort of big drop off like we've seen in recent days, but hey man, you never know. But yeah, it's been an exciting day for sure. Definitely looking forward to the rest of it, but I'm definitely sizing down a little bit on my positions and taking the scalps and taking the wins when they are presented to me here, right? So if I am still going to defend this 189 on Meta, I still like this trade. It's still bouncing around and working for me. There is, you guys saw that big buying that came in there around 189.50 that ripped it all the way up to 190.50, right? And it's kind of just bouncing around this area now, right? So I might might try to add in this position a little bit, but you're going to see me add, obviously, we don't disclose share size or whatever, but I'm going to size down for sure, and then, kind of manage this one throughout the day. Wow, BOBA, this is one that I was talking about before, and I was like, okay, maybe this one's not working for me. Maybe it will. Let me give it a little bit more space. I don't know why the trend lines always disappear, but let me just draw this trend line so I could, talk about my kind of thesis on this trade. And this is the 5-minute chart, essentially. Obviously, BOBA had a big sell-off in the open. I wasn't really watching it, I'll be honest. Couldn't catch that move at all. But it kind of made this correction here and broke down below VWAP. So clearly some weakness here in BOBA. Let me actually just make sure and I get out a chunk of the profits there on BOBA. Quickly comes to one of my best names on the day because of that. But now it's almost $1 in the money, and this is kind of trending towards the low of day, right? So, that's where my target is for a big chunk of the profits or a big chunk of my position here to low a day on BOBA around this 108 area. Let me actually just look at the daily, because BOBA I know has been breaking out into a new range a little bit to the downside here. So there are, there is room to kind of fall, right? So obviously, we can't expect 100 to kind of come into play. That would be ambitious today, but maybe this 106 if BOBA really starts to sell off. But, just looking at this candle here, this is basically a very bearish engulfing candle after yesterday and the previous day of that, kind of a correction, right? So, I think we talked about this 120 level quite a bit the past week on BOBA. It was just kind of glued to that level, and Neil mentioned it a lot of times as well on the show. But look at this day after that big gap down, it tested 120 and couldn't really reclaim it, right? So I guess that was kind of a tell that the short was going to be in play off of this 120. So that was a good swing short if you bought some puts off that one. But testing lower on BOBA, let's see how low she can go. Probably, I guess next target, as I just took out some at 108, probably going to be around this 107.50 area, around there. But yeah, kind of just managing that one. On that one, Meta looks like it is going to stop me out around 189. Stop out of that one. I took my profits on that name. I've been working pretty hard here on it in the afternoon. If it stops me out, that's okay. Reassess, and I'm still going to be bullish on Meta, but maybe you got to find some levels to work off of next. Maybe this 187 area that held there off of this 5-minute candle.
Yeah, Meta looking like it might potentially be cracking, but guys, Sharif is not in the building, so I don't want to hear none of this flat bottom break because I'm going long here. That's part of my plan. We're going to see what happens next. If we break, it breaks, but again, I want to go with the fact that maybe we just kind of channel in and around this range for just a little bit and maybe potentially get a little bit of a test of the 190 again. So I am willing to build into this long for the rip back, but again, we'll see what happens next. If it's good, it's going to work. If it's not good, it's not going to work. No problem there. Heads up, I am now building into the BOBA long for the rip back up. Going for 50 cents if I can get it, that would be great. We'll see what happens next. And Apple getting those fills on the 150 test, holding a little piece to see if we can actually get a little bit lower and go into that maybe 149-ish region. Then I almost want to flip long at 149 and then into below VWAP over there. So yeah, I will. What? 140. Yeah, 149.50. Oh yeah. So we're gonna see where that one wants to go. But again, I am pretty light, and I'm in the money right now on the short. If we rip back to the upside and continue to float around, I'm not really going to get too worried with it, but we're going to see, we'll just see where that one wants to go. Somebody's saying, for once I am long BOBA with Luca. Best of luck. Hopefully this works for me. I see that it is basically flat right now, just kind of getting started. So yeah, it is new position, so we'll see where this one wants to go. I do see that Meta's sort of flying down just a little bit, so I want to add a little bit more to this one. If this is a little bit of a break and then pop and then reclaim, then I'll be in that long. If we break 188 to the downside and keep going, so maybe like a 187.50 test, then it's not going to look good, especially if that happens, in the next couple of minutes. So it needs to bounce right now for myself. We'll see where that one wants to go. And yeah, Meta it's not really crashing. I mean, crashing would be like if it went to keep in mind it's up on the day. So crashing would be like back to like 180.
Crashing, we're still up 23%.
Yeah.
It's not crashing.
It's not crashing. It's going down. I agree. It is going down. It is going down, and I'm getting my longs. But don't give me a heart attack like that, because I'm here long. I don't want to hear crashing. I got a couple positions on board, and I'm trying to make sure I'm watching everything very closely. And then you say Meta crashing, and I go, crashing? What do you mean? But no, yeah. So hopefully we get a little bit of a bounce back here. Everything flat right now. So basically just getting started. Pretty happy with the positions I have. Somebody said, Luca, can you look at phase? And I looked at it, saw it over $1, saw like a little bit of a kind of a bid below, and there is like an offer at 110-ish, give or take. But I'm long, Prad. I'm long, buddy. Let's see where this one wants to go. I'm pretty sure I butchered the last trade that I had on it. So second time's the charm. Like, we'll see where this one wants to go. With this one, again, it's not really my cup of tea. Do I think this is going to fly up to 150? No. If I can get 10 cents on a $1 stock, 10%, I'll be a happy camper. So let's see where that one wants to go. I'm noticing that BABA's now actually not flying, but it's going in the money. Now here I'm going to say it's flying. Yeah, sure, because I'm wrong. I want it to keep going. But yeah, no, now it's kind of bouncing back to the upside. So I'm going to scalp, around this level in case it just wants to go back below. I want to take my profits as it pops back to the upside. But when I loosely say I think I can get 50 cents, that's basically going to be my best out. So if it pops up to 108.50, I'll just be fully out of the position. But if it does go back down right now, I'll just be continuing to scalp this 108 level. So we will see on that one. Kian saying, Luca, please can you check Lucy short? Sure, let's have a look. I know somebody was asking before saying, Lucy, did you trade it? The answer is no. It's up 200% today. Nice up move, holding VWAP a little bit. That classic. And anytime I look at these names, I do want to check the float on this. So let me just check float checker. For anybody that doesn't know, float checker, free website to look at floats. Take the short interest with a grain of salt because it's always going to be delayed information. Innovative Eyewear, Lucy, 2 million float. So 2 million float, super low float. You need to be careful on those ones because these are the ones that could rip your face off. And anybody who's an experienced trader can take one look at the tape and say, oh yeah, this is one that I don't know where this one's going to go. But hopefully it just kind of explodes to the upside if you guys are long this name. But again, classic little algo action where it holds trend, dip, and then rip, and then back, and then hold, and then little up move. So it's actually looking not too bad. It is holding that 4 level, and this sort of gives me feels of like it has the potential to keep going, and they want to, dip it down, entice the shorts, squeeze people, and then clear them out to the other side. And this is basically that run into 5, a little bit of a high day clear out. If not a perfect one, the ones of over-unders where they really go back down very quickly. But high of day, does the volume sort of dies, and then here we are back going down to 4 there. So it does look like we actually broke 5 and triggered, 501s. And so this definitely gives me the feel of it, people have a stop at 501, whether they're going long, whether that's their stop because they're short. It ran the 501s, and it didn't even go to 510. So talk about a clear out where they use the volume, they exit exactly on that move, and then it just kind of goes and reverses and back to the downside. So my thoughts on Lucy right now is the fact that this move already happened. Maybe, you would have to watch the tape and gauge it. Do you think an algo is involved? 2 million float potential. Is it going to keep going? When in doubt, zoom out. Always look at the daily levels. So I'll have a quick look here. My first glance at this is there's not really any specific levels. And so when there's not specific levels, when I'm looking something that went all the way down and then wasn't, over here, it's all the way back now at 455, I like to use psychological levels and 50-cent increments. And so I would use 450, 5, 550, 6. I would use the high there being 7 if we do potentially get there. And then just, 50-cent increments and basically manage that accordingly. Again, no trades for myself on this name. Probably not going to trade it. But if it does go crazy and, maybe I won't be able to resist if it wants to keep running and break that 7. But, I say it because anything's possible, 2 million float, but at the same time, volume is sort of not muted, but it's just, it did this 5 over under. Now it's kind of back down. So it would need to get back to 5 first and break that, then potentially go. So we'll see what happens on that one. Phase is exploding to the upside, and I thought I had an order to take that actually. So I am going to... now that we're here, I'll take some off. I'm going to hold a little bit more. Man, 17s. Everyone in the chat's like, phase, Luca, phase. Okay.
This is insane. Yeah, phase is squeezing here to the upside. That's pretty interesting there. I did not have that on my radar at all. PLTR, I was also looking at as well. A lot of people are mentioning PLTR. I bring it up. It's up 10% on the day. I don't know what happened with this one. I looked at the volume. It's not doing that much volume. I know Sean is a big fan of PLTR. He has that one as well in his long term. He talks about that one all the time. But yeah, big up move here on PLTR. It wasn't really on our radar here. Apparently, it has some Ukraine-Russian news as well. So, a little bit of a catalyst there. Up 10% on the day. So if you guys had that trade, congrats on that one. I'm seeing NIO come through the chat as well. Let's check out NIO. Back to the EV names. We've been talking about Lucid and Tesla a little bit as well. This one's basically flat. This one's basically flat on the day. It's been consolidating around this 12 area, right? So NIO kind of losing some interest here, I think, trading wise. Obviously, you could be swinging this one long off of these bottoms here. I just want to zoom out because it kind of made this double bottom-ish. Well, actually a nice consolidation bottom around this 950 area, right? So, NIO just released their delivery numbers, I believe, yesterday, or maybe it was today. So, I think it was yesterday, actually. I think I remember reading about it, how it was just kind of like lackluster and whatnot. Yeah, NIO basically flat today, so no trades on that one there. FaZe, is FaZe just going off, Luca? Like, let's talk to that one. Maybe I got to get back involved in this one. It seems like this $1 breakout on a lot of stocks recently has been really explosive to the upside. And this one ripped up 17 cents. So, obviously sizing guys, FaZe is a $1 stock. You can do some damage with it if you size accordingly. 16 cents off of thousands of shares, it can be a lot of money, right? So, this one has been a big trade to the upside for sure. Nice clean breakout off of this consolidation.
Yeah, guys, I am looking at my BOVESPA trade. I don't know if you hear me under my breath. I'm just reloading this, and it's popping instantly back to the upside. So taking my scalps as they continue to pay me over here. When I get the fills at the bottom and then it goes back instantly in the money to the top, I'm just like, please go back down so I can just keep doing this, because there's nothing nicer than something that just goes up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and I'm just like in, out, in, out, in, out. Like, give me that money. Give me that money as fast as I can get it. Meta also moving back to the upside now. Pretty, nothing crazy, but again, middle of the day, I'm not really going for dollar moves here. I'm going for little wins. So yeah, Meta is essentially, where are we here? Like 40 cents now in the money. Let me take a little bit more off that one and see if we want to actually pop another 50 cents. I do have a bad habit of not having orders out to get myself out on the move. So I'm here giving an explanation, and then things go all the way up, and then they come all the way back down. I go, well, I would have sold it there, I think. But yeah, so I'm just going to try my best to manage that accordingly. Yeah, if BABA comes back below 108s, I like the longs below 108s and then kind of scale out of the pops. Basically going for, that whiplash move back to the upside if it wants to happen. I'm noticing that I am now starting to get short CVNA. I'm playing off the 18 to 1850 level for anybody that's wondering. I think 18 to 1850 is that level of resistance. It's something interesting that I'm looking at. Let me draw the line for visual representation. And stop on this is not going to be 1851. I feel like that's too much games. That could definitely be some type of over-under. But we should not go to 19. And so I'm willing to scale into the short. And if we do break 19 to the upside, it might just be fireworks, and we might like keep going and maybe get a test of 20 over there. So I like this short right now. I do hope it goes higher so that I can take more short. If we just kind of, fade from this over VWAP and then back to 17s, I'll just hold it on the back burner and go from there. But yeah, we're seeing this thing really, really get going, pop to the upside. So I love this, man. So I'm sitting on the offer, I think. I'm sitting on the offer, and hopefully I continue to get fills to the short side on that one. And then, yeah, if we break 19, I'll most likely just be out of that trade fully. Apple is now actually just below the 50 period. It's pretty much barcoding here. So I just want to get out of the rest of this position fully. Maybe there was potential that this would keep going down, but again, it is showing that it's very, very robotic. Earnings coming up. Are they going to announce some type of buybacks? Maybe, probably. It's Apple. Meta did it. Apple's going to come out, and they do it every time. So yeah, I would not be surprised if they come out of nowhere and say, yeah, we're buying back. It makes sense. You issue debt in a low interest rate environment, and then rates go back, the bond prices go down, and then you buy it back. It makes the most sense, right? Why not do that over and over again? Okay, CVNA getting that in front of 18 fill. And a heads up for anybody watching this, there is some size at the 18 level on the offer. Could be interesting for anybody that wants to look at that and do some stuff there. Best of luck to everybody trading that. I did get some a nice fill over there. So lighter position over here because I do want it to go higher. Now, scaling into the short. If it breaks that 18 level, I'm not going to put the stop at 1801. I just want, whether it fills or not, I like my levels. I'm looking at the intraday levels. I don't want to get bamboozled by something that I see on the book and then kind of change my plan. So going to stick to the guns here and see what happens. Bloodmaster saying Tesla make a comeback round 2. I want to have a look here at Tesla, so let's quickly have a look at this one. it's actually getting into VWAP, giving a feel of a potential dip into 190. I do like that long, actually. So it's kind of far away right now, just $2 away. But if we can get into the 190, dip below VWAP, I want that long for then a bounce back. I kind of feel like if it's going to be good, though, maybe it doesn't actually get there. So I'm going to scale these orders just below 91 if I can actually get that fill, and then below VWAP, 2 kind of entries on that one, and then basically watch it and see where it wants to go. I'm looking that Alibaba is now back down, so I'm going to continue to add to this as per the plan and see if this thing wants to eventually pop back. I'm okay if it does make a low of day. So if it goes to like 170.79 and then breaks the low of day, I'm kind of expecting that this could be some sort of, stop low of day, trigger stops, and then bounce back up. If that happens, no problem there. I will just continue to do the same plan that I've been doing here. FaZe is making a new high. So FaZe is going 122 right now. And here I was like, oh, if you give me 10%, well, I'm now 20% in the money here. Do I sell? Do I sell, Ian? What do you think?
That's ridiculous. I love looking at these charts, man. Like, that's just absolutely ridiculous. How FaZe is squeezing. I think you just let it ride, man.
I think I let it ride. I think I let it ride.
Like, trail it. Maybe have a trail stop.
I'm willing to lose
high.
Everything on this.
I don't know about that one, but
Yeah.
I guess it depends how much size you got and whatnot. Someone mentioned HBI. I just wanted to quickly talk about that one. They flushed off of their earnings down 24% on this one. So it is SSR, guys. Means you can't you can't short by just kind of crossing and slamming the bid. You have to wait patiently on the offer. There hasn't been that sort of bounce on this name like you saw on like Snap the other day a little bit, and then also SI. A couple of weeks ago as well. No bounce in this one, just been really weak. So just kind of be careful with that one if you are trying to go long on that one. Meta, I've been in and out of this name, and you guys see me continue to trade it here because it continues to just kind of give these bounces. So I'm trying to scalp it now and get what I can get on it. Let me show you the detailed chart here of the 1 minute. It was kind of holding this 188.50 area, right? So kind of backing up a bit and zooming out. Looking back at this area here, this 188 held over here once it got claimed, right? And then it started to consolidate and obviously had the big breakout to the high of day. But now we are kind of consolidating once again around this 188 area once more, right? So that's where I tried to, decide to get back involved on this name. And now I'm kind of scalping out into the 189.50 area. So I've been slowly kind of taking advantage of that one. But now that one's almost $1 in the money as well for me on Meta, right? I'm still in this BOVESPA short. I did decide where I want to bid out on this one. It's at 107.69, right? Why not? That's basically breaking down this low here, but it's kind of consolidating, doing not too much around this 108 area. I'm 80 cents in the money. I'm holding a short basically, from this 109 area, right? So I'm not inclined to really kind of manage this one too hard or do too much with it. I kind of just place my orders, have my stop in, and then see which one hits first, essentially. That's how sometimes it has to be when you are in a position. It's kind of the market just kind of trending, or the position you're in is just kind of trending. Just let it just do its thing, and not think about it too much. Amazon is also working a little bit for me here. I'm trying to offer out here and into the 50s because it's basically just range bound now. That kind of bounced right off my offer. It bounced off my bid that first time. You guys saw that. Now it's bouncing off my offers, right? So I guess I'm picking some really good prices. I'm not too sure what that means, but that Amazon trade is continuing to kind of just work for me as well. I want to welcome a new member to our Trader TV Live family. It's Steph. She joined the family as well, guys. If you guys haven't already, join up the squad. We obviously offer a lot of great content. We stream every single day, guys. Smash the like button today. We're only at 1.9K likes, man. Are you guys not entertained by this day? The market's up so much. A lot of things are up so much. Like Meta's up 25%, guys. This is basically as good as it gets. Hit this like button, guys. Smash the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Check out the channel. We always appreciate your guys' support and whatnot. I gotta say, man, yesterday's super chat. I don't know what you want to call it, like rampage.
That was insane,
that got
man.
out of that was insane. That just kind of got out of hand.
That was great.
But to see that actually happen is just kind of a testament, to you guys, and your support and whatnot. You know, obviously, we keep growing the family and keep growing the team. Man, there's so many big things to come, but man, thank you so much.
Yeah, guys, thanks again for that. That was awesome. I went home, I told my family and friends, I was like, guys, you don't even know what was going on yesterday. And you could know. You can go back onto YouTube and check it out there. So yeah, always an exciting time. But sorry, you were going to say something?
No, we're just going to send to Brendan at the big desk for happening now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go. It is a 3% kind of a day now for the NASDAQ, leading the way here as we continue very positive. Tech leads right across the board coming off that monster report from Meta. We'll see what happens after the close tonight with Apple, Google, Alphabet, and Amazon to come through. There it is, 3.03 right now for the 100. It is the big ones that are leading, not leaving. 2.8% for the composite, meanwhile. 1%, almost 2 there for the Russell 2000. Small caps having a nice day. The Dow has been lagging all day long, continues to the downside, 0.5%, 1.26. Meanwhile, for the S&P 500, a few other things of note. We talked about Peloton. They gave you that early dip, but then nothing but upside ever since then. Getting back to, or trying to get back to day highs right now, up 2.5 for Peloton currently, and Netflix with those new, you can't share your password anymore unless you are logged in under the same IP address. So Netflix with a nice bounce off 360, 359, 360 this morning on that, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Brendan. Guys, yeah, Baba is working. This is pretty nice. I love this man. In and in, out, out, out. Looking really nice. People in the chat saying, yeah, thank you for that Baba trade. But I will remind you, that was all you, man. You know, it's great to obviously share ideas and everything, but you're the one clicking the button. So congratulations to yourself. It's hopefully now we actually get a nice little pop to the upside and get a test of the 50 period. I'm basically waiting, and I like that I'm like, oh, I'm going to do this, and then it's doing it, and I'm like, okay, here we go. Things are good, so pretty happy with that one. Heads up on CVNA, I wanted to mention from before, it actually did give the flush, so I'm basically paying myself, but this is the name that, you know, if I'm going to hold any short, I feel like I want to hold CVNA short because, yeah, it could squeeze to the upside, but I don't actually believe this is genuine buying where people love the company per se. So yeah, I just feel like this is the short that you hold for the flush. But I will continue to pay myself, but I like to cover, you know, at VWAP. I'll be trying to cover at the 50 period if we can actually flush into that. And then, you know, below 17s would be great as well. That'd be awesome. We'll see where that one goes. Okay, now we flush down. Yeah, let me just take a little bit more there. Yeah, man, I love clicking buttons. So, you know, I just drop the size, click as many buttons as I can, and scale myself out. This is basically the same. To me, this is the same as taking one out at VWAP. But the problem with that is, as a scalper, and this is just kind of like a view into my world and how I think, and this is why I do the things that I do, I kind of get myself in at the area that makes sense. Then as we get down into the VWAP range, if I'm waiting at like 1750 and then it goes 1753 and then bounces, how do you think I feel? I feel terrible. I go, what do you mean this is bouncing? Are we going back to 18 or am I now going to be out of the money? So I just feel like I got to pay myself along the way, and I essentially average out for around VWAP. I average out for around the 50 period. I average in and out around these kind of areas. So that's basically what I kind of think with that one. Baba's popping again to the upside, so let me just see if I can get a little bit more out here. As it continues to pop, and you know, as the 50 period gets closer to the price, you know, initially I was going for that quick dip and rip, and that would have been nice because I would have been, you know, in, and then I would have just gotten out at 108.60, 108.50-ish area. But now that we're staying here, it's kind of a change of plans. The 50 period obviously getting a little bit closer. We will eventually test it and maybe even go to the upside. But for myself, I'm just going to keep going with the plan here, and I mean, it's working. So don't, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's kind of the rule there. HKD, I see somebody in the chat saying HKD on fire. This is fire, man. This is potential fire. Every day, every week, this thing pops. But I don't know if it has the legs to keep going. And it's not really halting to the upside. Volume is kind of light, I guess. I'm not going to take a trade on this. I'm not going to get into this. I take my shots when I think there's enough volume for this to continue. This is giving me a feel that it's up, and then we go all the way back down. So it's all good. I'm just gonna, you know, watch it for the time being. If we keep going, then maybe I'll consider it. But for the time being, I'm gonna let it go. Phase, man. Somebody said in the chat, you know, hold for the dream. I was like, oh yeah, I'm selling at 150. It went all the way back down, guys. My stop is now below 1. So if it goes back below 1, I'm just gonna be stopped out. But what I was telling myself is like, don't sell it here, Luca. It has to pull back. things don't go up all the way. They go down, you get the long, it goes back up, and then you're golden. So now I'm holding, and I'm just like, oh man, I should have sold up there. But hopefully it doesn't break one and stop me out. If it does, I'll be fully out of that trade. Even though volume is still kind of there, just a little bit, I'm hoping that it holds the 50 period in VWAP and bounces back there. But again, yeah, if we break one to the downside, I do have my stop in, so it's gonna trigger around below one. And then if we go to the upside, I'm basically eyeing 150. I think that's the daily target, give or take, that I was looking at from before. And so yeah, if we can get to like 140, 150, that's like the perfect range. But I was hoping that we would go straight line there, but then again, you know, nothing goes straight line forever. So yeah, it is what it is. Adam saying, Luca, could you short Intel to make Neil Roberts happy? No, man. If anything, I'm gonna go long to make. Oh, he's not at his desk. Okay, never mind. Intel. Let's have a look here because I haven't looked at this today. I know Neil is always all over Intel. I tend to stick with AMD and NVIDIA, just more so AMD. I do kind of like the nature of the beast. Intel's kind of interesting, actually. Dip and rip, giving a little potential double top, but I want to look at the daily to see if there's any levels. If there's any time to look at large cap dailies, it's now, because we are flying to the upside. You know, we have the 110 on Amazon. We have the, the 106 on Google, the 150 on Apple. You know, obviously we're above those levels right now, but yeah, definitely interesting levels. And looking at Intel, it's kind of top-ish at around the 30. And there was actually, I think, the PE, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't know this 100%, but the PE is very low on Intel, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember I was talking to Greg. I was like, Greg, the PE is so low on Intel, I'm going to load the boat at 30. And he goes, buddy, I was thinking the exact same thing at like 45. And I was like, no, 30's the bottom. And then it was at 25. And I was like, Greg, oh my God, I would have got smoked on that. But here we are now back up to 30. So maybe it's going to find some resistance at the 30 level. It's kind of showing very loosely that the over 30 can't hold on the daily. But maybe there's a chance that this then breaks to the upside, is now above the 50 period, maybe wants to trend upward. I would look at that not so much as a hard level, but just as a general area, like 30 to like 3150 as that sort of little bit of overhead resistance on the daily. And then if we clear that, then maybe this thing just goes 34, 35 area. But again, on the daily right now, I'm not going to take a trade on this unless it does get to 30. If it gets there, then I will consider the kind of short into 30, short above 30 for them to move back into 30 and below. So I'm going to throw out an order to have that if we do get to 30. Not necessarily convinced that it'll actually get there, but if it gets there, and life will be good. I'll take it short and hopefully make some money on it. I know Stock COVID-19 saying, Luca, you want to short HKD? No. I think it's going to go down, but I don't want to short this. I don't want to short anything that could potentially go to 2,000 when it starts at 10. That's something that I definitely don't want to do there.
Yeah, no, that's not something you really want to do, guys. Just be careful of these like low liquidity names that have just been squeezing. There's been a handful of them recently, and you've seen what HKD can do in the past. AMD, it was interesting, Luca brought it up here. I was actually thinking of looking at that one today as well. And it was actually down like almost 1.5% in the morning in the pre-market. So I kind of looked away from it, obviously, gave my attention to Meta and Amazon and whatnot. But I was looking for more of like a dip into some of these levels from yesterday, like 83, 82 was a nice level that held resistance and then held, as support afterwards. But it never really gave that kind of dip. This is going to be like a day two continuation kind of move for AMD. They had such a strong day yesterday. Obviously strong breakout on the daily. We can show that one as well because that one's obviously, look at this 78 level, guys. And then obviously that big breakout after their earnings. This one is breaking out large, right? And I'm going to zoom out pretty far back here because now look at this gap here. So there is this level 85. Obviously, that got blown through today. But there is a gap essentially now to 90, I want to say, and then 98 to the resistance side there. So, guys, there's a lot of upside potential on AMD. I'm thinking that if it pulls back anywhere close to like 80, 78, those have got to be buys as well, for a long swing play, for a move back to 100, man. This is a journey back to 100 for AMD, and we're basically halfway there after the earnings, right? So, some strong moves for AMD, that's for sure. Someone was saying Meta back to 190. Man, man, I've just been kind of crushing this name here in the afternoon. I added to this position actually because I saw it was kind of holding up above 189. Got the quick pump up and quick scalps out into 190 or 189.50 and then into 190 now. I want to see it actually kind of consolidate here and kind of just trend upwards. I keep saying I don't know if I want to continue to add to this name, but if it keeps giving you opportunities, I guess you just keep adding, right, and keep trying to exploit these opportunities because, man, this is just trending to the upside as the market is kind of fading. I didn't even know the market was kind of fading off of this 41.95. It kind of made that clean double top there on the 5-minute. And now it's kind of fading back towards 41.80. Obviously, I'd be really surprised if the market kind of pulls back all the way. Probably going to hold up around this 41.75 area. But I didn't even notice that because I've been just solely focused on Meta here pretty much. And it's basically just been either consolidating or trending up, right? So I didn't even know the market was kind of pulling back. Amazon, I did get some out here on Amazon just at these highs now. It is kind of breaking out now, so that's what you like to see if you are in obviously a long position here. I think my next target's going to be around this 111.90 area just because of this kind of sell candle there, and obviously higher day next. So let me actually just get those orders out. I'm trying to do better and have more resting orders out. Oh, that didn't actually execute there. Let me go there. Okay, so now we go some resting orders out there for Amazon to take some profit. I'm probably not going to add to this one. Again, I was trying to, obviously, I told you guys I was defending this 111 area. I think if it comes back down there, it's probably just going to stop me out and, break down and test VWAP. So, tight stop now at 111, essentially for Amazon. I've taken, my money on it now. I only have I think about 25% of the position left, and I'm aiming for this high day here on Amazon to take profits. Google question mark. I was talking about Google a lot. I'm in that position too. This position is kind of just been not doing too much for me. Oh, I just got this fill actually. So I want to get this fill back below VWAP here to see if VWAP was going to hold up. Basically just off of this consolidation, guys. I told you how earlier it was kind of holding up around this 160 or 106.20 area. So I want to see if that holds again, and if we get to reclaim VWAP now. My average is 76.4, right? So we're sitting about 30 cents out of the money on this one. I'm not too worried about that one. Let me actually just cancel that offer. It looks like that one's not going to hit for now. But essentially, I want to see if I could take some out around 106.80, kind of break even on some of these shares over here and better my average and have an average closer to VWAP there and kind of just hold that for the rest of the day if possible. Let me actually just set my stop up. Like I said, guys, I like this consolidation off of this 106.20 area. So if that starts to break down, I'm going to have to stop out of that one and reassess. Guys, I mentioned it earlier. If you stop out of your position, this is something I've been really trying to work on recently. Step back and reassess. Don't just start over trading and whatnot and let your emotions get the best of you. Obviously, I know there's going to be opportunities all the time and everything's moving so fast. But sometimes you just have to step back and reassess a bit and take a look at what happened and process give yourself time to process what actually happened. If you were right, or if you were actually wrong and that was a bad trade. What are you guys trading in the chat? I'm trying to bounce back to the chat, but I'm managing all these positions too. So excuse me if I miss your comments and whatnot. People talking about Google. Okay, we just kind of talked about that one. Don't forget about Apple. I think Luca was trading Apple a little bit earlier, guys. Yeah, Apple is going to have their earnings later today, right? You got the big guns today. Apple, Amazon, Google. It's crazy how they all just kind of report on the same day. It basically is, this is Super Bowl Sunday, so to speak, for the earnings season here. But yeah, Apple is going to have their earnings today. It's kind of bouncing around this 150 area. Looking at the daily, obviously 150, it's been around this area quite a bit. 155 is going to be a more interesting level. I guess 160 to the top side. If it starts to break out there, look out. Because we got room to the upside here on Apple. Let me actually just zoom out here. Because 160, once that starts to break out, then you're looking at like 164, 174. There's a lot of upside potential here for Apple, right? Obviously, Apple is one of the best companies in the stock market. People are going to be loading up on this one, I think. Whichever way the earnings goes, if it starts to go down, I think that's going to be a value buy for Apple. And then people are obviously going to be buying the breakouts here on Apple as well, right? So What order just hit there?
Let's go,
Oh, my
Meta.
Amazon order. So,
Instant.
taking some more profits out on this one. Slowly been working for me. I've had to really be patient with this one, but now this one's testing higher. 112, 111.90 I got out there. There was some size there at 112, but I'm not too worried about that one. You got to look at, in relative to the volume on the day. It's done 50 mil volume on the day, and there was like 1.5K lots there, so that's going to get blown through pretty easily if it wants to there on Amazon. But I guess next target going to be testing up to 112.20, 112.30 area. Let me actually just get those resting orders out now to take my profits on Amazon, but I took most of it out actually in front of this 112. So now just holding a small piece of that one. That one's quickly moving up my P&L table here, and collecting some profits here on the midday, which is always nice. I think Luca is starting to print on some of his positions.
Yeah, guys, I probably took like maybe 100 trades since Ian was talking over there, and I'm like, no, I don't know if you could. Somebody's like, Luca, I can hear you raise the volume and listen to his trades. I'm trying to hold it in. But I'm trying my best. Anyways, guys, yeah, so Meta essentially short. I'm now fully out of the Meta short because it just worked so quickly. So I'm basically taking the scalp. So the initial long was good off the bottom of that range, and then I'm scalping out, and then I want that same play to the top. So I got the fill, kind of fly back to the downside, and then basically taking the win on that one. I'm going to revisit it if we pop again to the upside because the market is giving a little bit of a pop. I don't want this line here. Sorry about that. If we pop to the upside, I'm going to reload the meta trade, so I'm going to be pretty happy with that one. I'm also pretty happy with Alibaba, man. This thing is now going towards that 50 area, so I think safe to say I should probably just cover the rest of this. This is where I want it, man. This is where I want it. Beautiful on that one. So Alibaba, nice little winner, popping to that 50 target. So best out is call it 44, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm taking the rest out. I'm noticing that CVNA broke the size. So I reloaded it, and I'm kind of sad because I was talking about taking the 50 period out. And I didn't take any out because I didn't even notice. And it's all good, though, because so I covered it higher, which I was not too thrilled with, but it's all good. Now kind of getting back in front of the size that was there, taking a little bit off for a 10-cent win. Now it's actually breaking the size, going to the upside, which is okay because I do still want to short this thing. So I'm going to see if I can actually continue to get more fills there. Oh, that was a pretty good one, actually. Okay, yeah, so let's see if this could easily be over under 18. Like there was size, there's obviously stops that are there. It breaks the size, it runs the stops. If there's no more genuine buying and follow through, then what happens? We maybe fall back down through 18, then we're back into the same range and we go to the downside. So this is something that, I identified that kind of area, 18 to 1850, and my hard stop is 19. If we break 19 and above, I don't want to be in this trade anymore, but I don't have full position. I want to continue to add to this position. My average currently at 18, so 12 cents out of the money, 20 cents out of the money, nothing too crazy there. But I do want to see if I can keep getting shares here. This is, it feels like it could be a pretty good trade. So we'll see what happens there. I wasn't an Apple long, and people were like, "Oh, Luca, Apple long." It was basically the VWAP buy that I was eyeing from before. So that 149.50 kind of dip. Basically add, and then we're running back to the 50 period. So I'm like, yeah, no problem. I'll cover some and then cover the rest. We actually did break over 150. I probably should have held some for the 150 test, but I did have a lot of things going. So I was like, let me just get out of this one, get in that one, get out of this one. So yeah, I'm basically taking as many trades as I can and basically recycling these kind of levels over and over again. And pretty happy with it, man. Pretty happy. What was the other thing I was going to talk about? Because someone was like, oh, Luke, are you still trying to buy Tesla? The answer is yes, and then somebody else, was it Rage TV or somebody else was like, yeah, it's not going to happen. And I was like, no, come on, don't say that. I think, it doesn't look like it is going to happen. And I even said, if the long is going to be good, it's not actually going to give you the money fills. It's just going to stop over here and then reverse to the upside. So yeah, it is sort of magnet to that 50 period right now. I still do like the idea of the Tesla long, but it has to get there for me to get the long. I'm not going to just jump in randomly over here. Do I think I'm going to jump in over here and then sell it at 196? No, that's why I'm not doing it. So I'm going to be patient with that one. If it doesn't want to stress me out today, no problem. No Stressla, no problem. I will. I'm always happy to not trade Stressla. So yeah, just give me a reason not to trade it, and I will not trade it there. I'm looking at Snap, which I was adding to. Let me just pull it up very quickly. snapped that 1150 level that I kind of identified from before, now falling off. So I'm pretty happy with how that sort of is doing there. So I'm going to take a little bit right now. Hopefully this keeps coming and then goes back to just below 1130. I'm going to actually bid at like 1131s to see if I can get that. It sort of shows that it stops just in front of VWAP, and it is still a day where it is up 10%. Sympathy played a meta being up and everything. So we'll see if this wants to dip down into the 1130s. I'll take the final fill at 1131, and I'll throw it up there. That's basically 10-cent win on the first portion. Give me a 20-cent win on the second portion. That's what I was going for. That was a part of the plan. So pretty happy with that one. I see Mike in the chat saying Tesla to 300 USD soon. Mike, you don't have to announce the US dollars. If it's for anybody that doesn't know that's watching trading, I used to do this before when I started, so I just wanted to answer that. If it's a US listed stock on a US exchange, then it's always going to be in US dollars. If it's a Canadian stock on a Canadian exchange, it's going to be listed in Canadian dollars. So wherever the exchange is, wherever it is listed, it'll always be denominated in that currency, right? So if you're looking at stuff, some of these cryptocurrency coins, these altcoins, they are denominated sometimes in US dollars, sometimes in Bitcoin. They give you kind of both there. So yeah, you don't ever have to specify US dollars. But you do have to specify that it's Stresla. And if Sharif was here right now, he would be saying Tesla. I'm not going to say if that's the first and last time you'll hear me say it. I noticed that I am still in the phase long, which is good, but again, not to where it was, but curling back to the upside. I know some people were saying I'm reloading around the 1 level, and I was like, should I reload too?
That was a nice reload. That one breakout, and then it kind of holds as support. I mean, like that's pretty textbook there. But no phase for me. I saw a comment come through. It's kind of funny. Ian, can you be the Mr. Miyagi of Trader TV Live? I don't even know what that means. So maybe you can kind of specify what that entails. Yeah, no, I know who Mr. Miyagi is.
Well, so you know what they were saying. So somebody was like, Canadians bathe in maple syrup. That's why they're so relaxed. And it's because you have like that super calm demeanor.
Oh, okay.
You're just like,
So maybe like the mannerisms of Mr. Miyagi. I don't know.
So
Need a Fu Manchu. What is going on in the chat? That's kind of funny. But yeah, I don't know. No nicknames for me, guys. I don't know if you guys can come up with some nicknames. I'm all for it. But like I was saying to Sean and Neil earlier, like my name is like it's too short to have nicknames. Like it's 3 letters. It's like barely 2 syllables. Like, how can I create a nickname out of it? So, maybe if you guys come up with something, I'm glad to hear it. Why is Ian's hair so droopy? I didn't really do my hair today. I didn't really put anything in it. I just kind of blow dried it. I blow dried it and kind of just left it there. So, my hair is just kind of just hanging there. Ian the Iguana, I don't even know what that means. Do you guys ever trade cryptos? We do not trade cryptos, guys. We do not trade options. Whenever you guys see us in positions, we're only trading shares and equities and whatnot. We sometimes trade like Bitcoin ETFs and whatnot and like crypto ETFs, but we don't have any access to crypto markets through Day Trade the World. Skiing Ian, iconic here. Icy Ian, Backstreet Boys hair. Okay, now you guys are getting into it now. John Wick, Ian, mean reversion.
I love how
okay, now
I love how the chat is silent.
Revian. Okay, that's kind of cool.
I love how the chat is silent until it's like, oh, Ian's hair, and everyone's incredible. Ian,
there's like
Ian,
key words that we have to say. I guess Ian's hair is one. Beers and pizza, pineapple pizza.
Yeah.
Hey, are we gonna make sure that we get a pineapple pizza for Neil? On Friday?
Yeah,
is that a thing? We're making sure that Neil gets a slice of pineapple pizza, right?
Oh yeah, we're making sure.
You know what though, Neil, I am really with you on the pineapple on pizza thing. Like I hate it. It's not a thing for me. My girlfriend really says otherwise. So sometimes, I do have to get the Hawaiian pizza, and then she kind of picks off the pineapples. But yeah, that's gonna be fun and exciting. Man, now the chat's just kind of going off. I love you guys, man.
It's always a good time, man. So CVNA, just a heads up, back to this over here. I think there was a seller coming in, just over here. So again, I like this level. I like how it looks. It might take some time to resolve. Assuming, just to speak towards overcrowded trades and what that essentially means. If there's a really good level and everybody identifies it and everybody gets in on the right side, so for example, like let's say the short here, when it tries to go down, it doesn't really slam to the downside and just fall off a cliff because everybody is short, and then they start covering, and that's basically buyers. And so, you know, long story short, why are short sellers needed in the market? Because when the market is completely tanking to the downside and nobody wants to buy, you best believe the shorts will be there clicking the buy button because they're covering their shorts. So yeah, it is a product of a healthy market for sure, 100%. Somebody was like, Luca, throw up the phase sign. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. Maybe Pratt will be proud of that one. But yeah, not too sure, but I can Google it if this gets to $1.50, and then I'll throw up the phase sign for you guys, assuming it's like not a bad sign. And assuming it's not too difficult to do. Somebody, Dr. Crusher, saying Rivian, have a look, or not have a look, but Rivian. I haven't had a look at it today, so I do want to look at it. Let me see where this is at right now. Yeah, up 7% with the rest of everything else. One of the common themes that I'm seeing just in the general market, doesn't matter what name you're looking at, is these sort of over-under blow-off tops. And this is the 1 minute, so it's going to look different on a 5, on a 3 minute, but let me just show a 5 like as a good example. It's like obviously very sharper and then back down and then close the candle and back to the downside. I mean, anybody who's been watching me for a few months now knows that I always say the same thing about charts. It's showing you the same information. It's just a matter of whether you decipher it in one way or the other. But this sort of blow off top is something that's a common theme that I've been noticing, where it sort of runs to a level, you know, breaks this, does a sort of over-under, volume picks up, comes back below the range, and then, you know, the short is good, and then maybe you can have this level that's recycled. So if we get back there, I don't necessarily want to short it now, but as in this particular example that I'm giving, if we dropped through and then popped, I do like the short here because you already had the squeeze to the upside and back down. What are the odds that it continues? Is it a healthy continuation? I mean, if things are going up and it's the morning and, you know, they had solid earnings, they announced buybacks, you know, strong trend to the upside. If it's something like an Apple, then yes, maybe I would say, you know, buy the dip. Or if it's small cap that continues to the upside, okay, yes, buy the dip. But if it's just kind of like a blow off top and then volume runs out and we go back to the downside, I like this kind of idea where you short, mean reversion back to VWAP over there and go from there. So yeah, common theme that I'm seeing. Nice to see it. Well, not really nice, but interesting to see it on Rivian and just quickly pulling it up. Like the same way with Meta, right? It doesn't matter what stock it is. Meta over, under, and then just kind of back down, not really doing anything. So Meta didn't really fade to the downside, and this is a product of up 25%, potential gamma squeeze. Nobody's really selling it off. It's Meta. They're announcing buybacks. It got destroyed last year. Now it's, you know, up nicely off the highs. Rivian, not so much, right? Not so much. It's up, down, doesn't do that. Doesn't have the buybacks that kind of drives the buyers to come in and buy the dips. So then you get that nicer fade to the downside. So you can apply different setups in your trading strategies that you find on one stock or the other stock, and it doesn't have to really be stock specific or sector specific. It can literally be setup specific that you see it and you're like, hey, I'm going to do it. As long as price acts accordingly, I'm going to take those trades. But understand where it would make more sense, and then understand where you should scale up on it versus where you should not scale up on that. So yeah, a little nice example on that one there. Let me just quickly check my positions that I have left. The Snapchat trade is slow to move to the down. We actually got 35 dip and then back at the 50 period. I think I'm gonna I'm just gonna take a little bit more of this win right over here because it did dip and then now we're back above 50. In case we go back up, I will reload it if we get back to the upside. But if we keep going down, I'm gonna stick to my like 31-ish. Try to get the final bid down over there. I just don't want this going against me because then I'll just take more shares right up there. Somebody's saying, can you please look at Tilray? That's a new one. We didn't look at Tilray today. Sure, no problem. Tilray, I just feel like the wheat stocks haven't done volume. And anytime I pull up a chart that looks like this, very, very, kind of a barcode, I almost want to pull up the daily and take a swing trade approach to this because intraday, this is something that I wouldn't trade. I'm assuming a lot of day traders would not be trading this. You know, it's 346 to 354, very tight range, not really doing crazy amounts of volume. So I'm going to kind of take that swing trade approach and sort of zoom out on this to see if there is any significant levels of interest. First thing that stands out is that 5 level. On the news that I think this was the potential federal legalization in the U.S. It was either here or one of the two and then a continuation of it. But essentially the pop and the drop, speaks volume. There is no, talk about first red day on something like a Tilray. It literally gaps up and fades the whole way down. Look at that volume spike and then volume is just dead. And it doesn't exceed that volume even after making a high and running 5. And so I think that's just a tell of, you know, look at volume profile on those days, look how it traded, look at the 5 level. I think there's a lot of overhead resistance on this name. This is the name, for anybody that doesn't know, you know, Tilray was at like, was it like 400? Like, look at when this data loads. Like, yeah, like this thing goes higher and higher and higher. Yeah, exactly. Okay, there it is. This thing was at like 70. So, you know, in the height of the marijuana bubble, you know, back in 2020 over here. Oh, this is just 2020. Wasn't there a squeeze before that in like 2018? Yeah, I'm going to let this data load. But essentially, this is a crazy pop to the upside. And I do believe that Tilray was even higher than 75. Yes, okay, here we go. This is the height of the bubble. We're getting super high on this one, guys. Yeah, this is the high. It was at $300 a share. So this thing opened at like 18 and then running to like 285 and then reversing that whole move back to the downside. So anytime that you have these kind of extended moves, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be tulips, it could be weed stocks, it could be Bitcoin. You're going to have so much overhead resistance, and then when it just kind of gets back to the downside, you know, maybe you get a squeeze again on it, which eventually did happen. Then it gets back to the downside. You know, does it have enough to then have another squeeze and then rip to the upside? I think it would need a catalyst, and the catalyst would need to be really good. But again, there is going to be a lot of overhead resistance, and the move doesn't really get going until it breaks levels that nobody can imagine that it's going to break. And so with this, it would almost be like, okay, if we can break, you know, 25 to the upside, 30 to the upside, then yeah, maybe we go to 50. But like this thing has trouble breaking 5. It's going to have trouble breaking 7. You know, I would just use $5, $7, $5, and $10 for that initial potential move, and then maybe runs into resistance, you know, at 11 to 13 over there. But again, these are super wide levels. I'm just giving you know, an alternative take on it. As I'm glancing over at my positions, everything is flat. I got to find a way back into some stuff over here. I am now short BBBY. I had this order waiting. There's a VWAP short for myself. I'm not really expecting too much, but I'm just noticing that obviously with the news coming in this morning, you know, up 18% because they missed the payment, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of funny there. But
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so I'm basically short VWAP with the intention to cover this. I just feel like it could potentially be a free money 5 to 10 cent win. So I'm short this. We'll see if it wants to go down. If it doesn't, if we actually break the high there, which I think was 340, if we go 341, I'm just going to be fully out of this trade.
Guys, some things are really ripping here. I got up out of my desk to take a quick break, and I come back, and I'm like, $2 in the money on Meta, $1.30 now in the money on Amazon, and this is breaking out highs. This one's really interesting. It's just pushing up higher. There's so much buying coming through, a little bit of a volume increase as well here for Amazon, right? So this one's pushing up higher. I made sure to get some out there. I'm not holding that much, I'll be honest on this one. You know, I'm not holding that much anymore, but I'm just going to let it ride. I moved my stop up to 112. Let's see if this 112 can hold now to the upside, and you know, this one just continues to trend higher. But yeah, Amazon working really well now. I guess patience pays, right, guys? Meta as well, reclaiming 191. So on that move, I made sure to get some out.
I think I just sell it.
Holding one more piece on this one. Let me just offer this one. Let me just put out like a basically a God fill offer out around 193 on that one. So if we test up to the high a day, let's see if I can get to that one on Meta here. But Meta has been pretty good for me on you know, for today and this afternoon. $2.50 in the money now for Meta. Can we do this? Do these emotes work? Oh man, the emojis don't work. That's too bad. I was trying to do the one where it's like cash, or the dropping the cash one. That one's pretty sick. But man, we're dropping some cash today on the midday show. That's for sure. I did end up getting stopped out of BABA, guys. I told you that I didn't really care too much about this position anymore. I took out most of it around this 108 area. You know, Luca, that's where Luca went long down there. That was a great long, right? Off of this 108, that was a really, really great long, basically off of the support area here. It was consolidating very, very nicely for a long time, right? So most of my position was already out, so at that time I was just like, okay, let me just let it chill. Let me just focus on the things that are consistently making me money today, which is Meta and Amazon. Google is kind of trending downwards for me. This one is not really doing much at all, right? I told you guys I was going to stop out if this 106.20 area broke. down, and that one's kind of testing very close to that one, so getting close to stopping out there. Basically off of this consolidation, guys, it was basically free money today in the morning consolidating. You know, you could have got long at 106.20, scalped out 106.50, right, and, you know, repeated that a few times until eventually obviously broke out. So that's what I'm trying to do here, essentially, you know, with Google, but it's not really working for me. I'm like been chilling like 30 cents out of the money. I'm waiting for this pop to kind of come. It's coming in other names, which is fine, because obviously we're getting paid on those names, but it's not really working here for Google, right? So I don't know if that's a tell leading into their earnings, obviously, but I'm not gonna, you know, speculate or anything like that. BBBY made the payment, they changed the register. Okay, that's just talking about BBBY. NVIDIA is grinding up. You know, we mentioned Intel earlier, AMD. We didn't mention NVIDIA. NVIDIA's not grinding up. It's kind of breaking out, guys. You know, I would call this kind of like a breakout here off of this VWAP. So, you know, consolidates around VWAP. Kind of looks like it's going to do nothing for the rest of the day. And then, you can tell by the volume, guys. So, you know, look at the volume. If the volume stays low like this, we're just kind of, you know, chilling. But then once you get a big volume increase, and, you know, obviously the market starts to rip up, that's a breakout, guys. You know, breakouts on volume, that's what you're going to look for. You want to be buying on these candles and buying these breakouts to the upside, right? So you could have bought this 214. I don't know if there was size there or anything like that. Obviously, the breakout strategy is kind of formulated around their size being on the level, but 214 breakout was nice. 215 breakout was also nice, and now we're testing 216, right? So, you know, obviously, as it gets higher and higher and higher, it becomes more risky to buy these breakouts, but, you know, obviously you have to manage risk accordingly. But this 216 now is holding very nicely. We just saw a plethora of buying coming in there. So I'm not sure if there's any sort of news or catalyst coming out with NVIDIA. I doubt it, but, you know, clearly some buying interest now with NVIDIA. This one's ripping up, guys. It's breaking out to the upside. I wouldn't really say that one was grinding. NVIDIA looks good, yeah, for sure. When going against the trend, you got to handle a ton of pain. I'm going to be going the other direction. Now these longs are getting absolutely ridiculous. My diabolic plan is to load up as many puts. Okay, so Logan Flips talking about his kind of or their kind of strategy, you know, in the market today. Guys, you can make money anywhere. You can make money going long, you can make money going short. You know, it doesn't really matter. Match your strategy, guys. You know, trade your own books. If you think that shorts are the way and puts are the way, then by all means go for it. But what I will say is that manage your risk, man. Be tight with your risk. Make sure that's top priority. It's not about making money, guys. It's about managing risk, and money comes as a byproduct of trading well.
Yeah, guys, make sure to, you know, if you're, you know, past obviously 1 year of trading, you know, just hide your P&L. Hide your P&L. Don't even look at it. Just do the right thing. And then at the end of the week, you know, just look to see, did you make money? Did you lose money? And then, you know, map your performance. P&L is a product of good trading, not the other way around. I am continuing to average into this CVNA short as per the plan. It is going higher, so I am basically sitting here on the offer just waiting to get these shorts. What I'm hoping for is a flush back down, a break of the 18 and the 50, and then those VWAP covers. That would be great if it wants to happen. I do not have the stop in place as of yet, but I am watching it very, very closely in case this thing wants to rip to 18. You know, could get spicy very, very quickly. So again, this is something that I expect could swipe. So yeah, maybe I should have the stop there. So yeah, let me just actually throw that out there just to make sure things don't go too crazy as I, you know, get distracted with my own kind of explanations here. And yes, somebody was like laughing, saying, I think Lucas saw phase. I was like, wow, phase, like all the way makes a high, but doesn't continue. I was hoping this to continue. So I do have offers out closer to 150. And somebody in the chat before was saying 187. I don't know where you got that level from, but I'll pull up the daily and kind of give my 2 cents on the fact that why I'm saying 150-ish. This is the bottomish of this range, right? So it's not super clean, but I almost want to draw a line that sort of goes a little bit like this and say, like, where's that level? Well, it's around 145 to 150, and then you run into the 50 period on the daily at around 167. I think 187 is just closer to 2. That would be, you know, that would be an extended move, man. That would be a crazy move. Maybe it goes to 187. Maybe you're correct on that, but I will be out of that trade if it does want to bounce into 150. So please phase, bounce to 150. Give me that money. I'm holding for either essentially a break-even loss or a 150 trade there. So I'm basically, that's back burner. I got my stop out. I got my offer out. I'm chilling. I'm waiting to see what happens, and hopefully it's a win and not a loss. I'll say that much. Somebody's saying Google, so let's have a look back here at Google to see if there's any potential trade ideas that I can see. Ooh, I like the long here. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to go long here. Let's go long. Maybe this is going to now curl back up and then test the 50 period and break. Actually, let me get just a little bit more shares here because, yeah, this one looks really good. Okay, so long on that one and then see where that one wants to go. So, yeah, long Google, new position alert on that one. Snapchat, I am reloading this at around 1150. I want this to go higher so I could take more shares. Basically, cover. This was my worry. I was like, okay, we're going back up. Let me take some here because then I'll just continue to reload and recycle this level. Yeah, if I can get 10 cents from that, that would be great. So I'm just going to throw a bit out on that one. Hopefully that one works. And BBBY is sort of back burner. Yeah, if this can just dip down into like maybe 28s, maybe 28s is a good spot, 28s, 29s. Try to get that one. Someone saying should get back to Amazon. Yeah, let's have a look back here at Amazon to see where this one is. It's, yeah, I'm not too sure about Amazon. The thing is when things float around, you like the trade of the day, I think, on Amazon, like the intraday swing of the day, obviously there's multiple scalp trades on it, but the intraday swing of the day on this was maybe like a low of day. And so let me draw a line, and I did this before, but let me just draw the line because we're talking about it right now. That sort of lowish area, that pre-market low where it just went there, it sort of stalled out, then it just instantly moved back, and then you were just in the money if you took the long around that area. So Amazon did gap up on the day. I want to say sympathy play with the overall market. Everything is just very, very strong. You know, Amazon moving after FOMC yesterday, everything basically moving to the upside. But then after seeing Meta earnings, this is kind of nice little gap up, right? So if you're sort of looking at this, saying to yourself, like, you know, it's this is a nice up move and then a gap up, I feel that chart's going to crash here. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Okay,
I'm always so scared when I do
knew it.
that.
I was like, oh, it's too slow, man, so I'll just load it back here. But yeah, essentially, Amazon, that 109 dip buy was good at 109, man. That was the trade of the day, in my opinion, on Amazon. If you had that long, great. You're basically managing the trade. You're scaling out of that trade. We're now towards that general high, but it's giving me a feel that we could easily just like float around. So I actually don't like the shorts or the longs, even though I think we can continue to the upside. I don't want to long it over here. If anything, I want to try to long it down closer to VWAP if we get there. Do I believe that we're going to get there? I'm not really too sure. I would have to see it. But the reason I'm long Google is basically that ideology that, okay, Google, they're reporting earnings, they're under VWAP. That's maybe a better buy, in my opinion, for myself right now. Basically playing off 106. I will, you know, I'm not really scared that it's 10 cents out of the money. If anything, I want to just continue to buy more as it kind of goes down. If it curls back up and goes back to the upside, great, I'll make some money on that. If not, no problem. We'll basically reevaluate that in real time to see where that wants to go. And yeah, Amazon to 120. Not today, man. Not today, but probably sometime soon, if I had to guess. It's one that you know, I didn't expect it to be this high this quick. So maybe next week we're looking at Amazon 120 if we actually do get a melt up. I think we were discussing this yesterday with Sharif. I don't know, Ian, if you heard us talking yesterday, but me and Sharif were saying, you know, choose your fighter. We're having this discussion. Are you going with Michael Burry, who's saying sell? Are you going with Jim Cramer, who's saying buy? I feel like the message there is just very clear. I'm not going to say what it is. I got my own opinions. But guys, let us know in the chat, what do you think? Do we sell these highs right now, or are we going a heck of a lot higher on the overall market? I know somebody before was asking about, you know, SPY. Any thoughts on it? Essentially, the ES, SPY, basically the same thing. For anybody that doesn't know, SPY being the ETF, ES being the futures, but it is a broader market bet. Where do you think the economy is going and all the stocks that are in the S&P 500, up or down? And to be honest, I just think that now that we're seeing SPY close to 420, you know, we're probably going to tap that 420.69.
Yeah, guys, I think it's safe to say though, like if you are long, pay yourself. You know, that's like Neil says that a lot. You know, pay yourself. Make sure you take some profits if they are offered to you, right? You don't want to ride this whole move up and then don't take anything out and then ride it all the way back down, right? That's just obviously a very bad feeling. Yeah, I would say just pay yourself and just trust your instincts and trust the levels, right? So obviously, it's been a great up move the past 2 days for the market. There's some positive news coming through with the Fed and, you know, Jay Powell and whatnot. But he did say that they're still potentially raising rates twice, right? And I, you know, I want to actually bring this up, and this is a good time to do it now. The CME Fed Watch tool because I was looking at this yesterday after the Fed rate decision, and basically now, okay, so March 23. Okay, so yeah, this is what we're gonna do for next year or next meeting, right? So the current rate is 450, right? 475. That's what they just raised to, right? So now they're saying that's an 85% chance that they're going to raise it again, 0.25 rate increase once more. Let's look at May to see. So now this one's a little bit more mixed, right? So now you're looking at May. People are betting that it will stay flat, right? So they won't raise again in May. But Jay Powell, as you guys might have heard yesterday, that he said potentially for 2 more rate increases, which would mean that there is one more in May, right? So we're not out of the woods yet. I believe that the market will probably start to turn around once they stop raising rates and obviously start cutting rates. But we're not out of the woods yet. But I would say that if you are up, off of some swing trades or whatever, pay yourself, man. I would take some of these profits for sure. I think Sean mentioned it this morning, like if you were long Meta yesterday and you wake up this morning and you're $30 in the money, are you not gonna take some profits, take some off at the very least? Of course you are, man. Of course you are. So kind of just have that in the back of your mind. Guys, I rung the final register for now, at least on Meta, up at these highs at 193. I was offering like 192.98 or whatever, and I was like, it wouldn't hit my offer, and I was just like, okay, forget it. I'm just gonna cover and take this win. That was like $3 in the money there for me on Meta. So, very nice some trades here on Meta in the afternoon. It's definitely been good for me. I'm short on Snap as well, and this was actually based off of one of the comments from you guys in the chat. Snap is up 11% today off of nothing. It's basically just like a sympathy move with Meta, and it's kind of making these lower highs now. Snapchat, that is. So I am short Snap now, basically just risking too high a day to see if this one does revert back to VWAP and kind of come back down to reality. The market looks like it is holding 41.95. So some of the names that aren't necessarily or don't necessarily have stronger positive catalysts might begin to start pulling back a bit. But obviously Snap had their earnings the other day. You guys saw that move. It went from $12 all the way down to 10, started to bounce around 10, right? And obviously today, getting a little bit of an up move as well. Obviously this 12 area is going to be very, very interesting because that was where after the earnings, that's where the big pullback happened. So I think that could be potential for, a potential good short there. But yeah, Snap up today, up 10%, basically off a sympathy move with Meta and some of the other tech stocks, right? So, now short on that name. Google is probably going to stop me out, man. This one's just kind of lulling me to sleep. Google is right down to my stop is at 18. So that just kind of ticked there. It's probably going to tick me out. That one's fine. So there we go. So stopped out of Google now. It looks like this trade was wrong, obviously. This consolidation area was nice in the morning and it gave that up move, but not right now, not in this afternoon, right? So obviously Google reports later today. They're having a great day today, up 5.5%. But obviously that can all change in the after hours, right? So this trade's probably done for the rest of the day. Maybe if it pulls back all the way to 105 or 105.50 off of these pre-market areas, you could get back involved in Google, but I would just kind of be careful with that one. On the long side, obviously, you saw me take the L just now, and I think you guys were talking about that a little bit earlier as well. AMD, we talked about this one earlier. Okay, so this one's kind of breaking out to the upside as well. So AMD continues to push up, continues to be strong. No real pullback in this name. So kind of like yesterday, AMD just kind of grinded up, had that big breakout obviously in the morning, and then just kind of grinded up. So similar price action today for AMD. Didn't really give you a chance to kind of get long on that one. I guess 85 breakout. 85 was the top yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's go.
85-ish, I guess. 85.30 was the top yesterday-ish. So you could have taken that breakout, and that would have been nice. But yeah, AMD continues to break out. I want to see if this continued move for NVIDIA happened. NVIDIA, no, okay, so NVIDIA is kind of pulling back a little bit there. Excuse this dark pull wick. Kind of pulling back off of 217, but still holding above that 216 area. Remember how we were talking about this one breaking levels to the upside, 215, still holding up above 216.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, I can have a look there. So I am actually short Intel right at 30. I was waiting for this fill. I noticed that I got it. A little bit of a part fill, but no problem with that one. We're going to see if this one wants to actually flush back to the downside or fill the rest of that order. Not too much crazy size at the 30 level, but I'm basically going to roll with this, and I'm trying to see if I can get, 10 cents. If I can get 10 cents on that, I'll be a happy camper for my scalp. I'm in the background saying, flush, come on. And I'm talking about CVNA. This thing is now finally giving the flush into the 50 period. Okay, you guys saw that. Look at that. Now this is the thing, man. It's like it's there. There's buyers that are there because they're covering shorts. And then as soon as they disappear, we flushed to the downside, and that was pretty solid, man. That was pretty nice. I am still in position waiting. I think this goes lower, man. I do think this has potential to get lower at 17. Will I be in the position come 17? Like, probably not. Let me just cover a little bit more here. Yeah. No, probably not. But we'll see where this one wants to go. I'm basically going to continue to take my win as it, flushes down to the downside. I do think that seller, kind of getting the fill. People then trying to cover that at 18s. There was, programmed buying at the 18 level, just giving me the feel that, is this a short covering or is this a long? I don't think it's a long. As soon as that filled, we got the flush to the downside. So yeah, pretty happy. We'll see if this wants to actually flush into 1750 area. I think, yeah, it's safe to say I should cover some at 1750, 60s. Yeah, it could be a good area over there. So okay, getting the flush that I want. So pretty happy with that one. See that? If you yell it loud enough, guys. If you yell it loud enough, it happens. So there we go. I asked the gods. They paid me there. Pretty happy. I did add one more into Google, and somebody's like, Luca, bail on the Google. Or I don't know if you were saying my name. I think you did. But
I think you're probably referring to me. I was pretty out of the money there on
I know,
Google,
because you're like I'm covering Google, and I'm gonna add one more though, Ian.
I was like sitting like 50 cents out of the money. Like it was poor ads for me. But yeah, I think Google still works the upside.
You know what it is? You have to always give yourself room to add on that like flush where you would be getting out. And this is the games that the bots play in the middle of the day. So I'm like long. Then it's like gives like the dagger flush. Like I have to be adding on that dagger flush. And then if it keeps going, just like get out right away. As opposed to saying, oh, let me just stop myself out. And then it goes back to the upside. Like I hate when I'm long and then it goes down and then I sell it and it goes all the way back up. I think I had a trade on Apple like that, or was it Apple in the morning? I don't know. So I have trades like that all the time. But essentially, I had a trade on something where I was like long, and then it went down, then I punched out at the bottom, then it went back up, and I was like, oh, what's going on? So yeah, I don't like doing that. Maybe I can justify it early in the day because things can keep going, but not in the middle of the day, not when there's no follow through. So yeah, just gonna stick to the plan on that one. Michelle, what's going on, Michelle? Saying, do you think Goog and Apple will flush this week with earnings? I think they're going to announce buybacks, and I think the stock is going to go up. That's just my opinion. That's basically what's been happening on...
Is that the new trend now, buybacks? And then just drive your stock price up?
Well, think about it this way, right? Issue debt in a low interest rate environment, wait for the Fed to pivot, rates go back up, bond prices go back down, buy back your debt with all the money that you saved. So raise the money, let the price come down, buy it back, net the spread. Investors are happy. So that's essentially, they've been doing buybacks along the way, but that's basically the ideology behind that. It's good, man. It's a good, those CFAs, man, they are not clearly the effing assistant to the regional manager. I don't know if you saw this, if you guys know what I'm saying. I may have posted it on my Instagram, or I got to now find the picture here. Maybe, Ian, you can look at a couple of trades while I find this.
Yeah, go for it. I'll address this. I think it's the first super chat that we've gotten, at least on the midday show. Tola, and sorry if I mispronounced your name. What do you think about SI? Thank you so much for the super chat. Obviously, we really, really appreciate it. I guess that's going to potentially the pizza fund or something on Friday, but thank you always. What are our thoughts on SI? It's up 37% today. You guys know that SI's short float is still high. Let me actually check that one since we are on SI here, because this one has been kind of fluctuating up and down, but it's been pretty high. Last time I saw it was like, okay, so here we go. And you guys can use this website as well. We're not associated with them, but flowchecker.com. Type in the ticker name. So SI here, 63%, 70, FIM is saying 76%, TD Ameritrade 77%. So, okay, nonetheless, this is, it's heavily shorted, guys. SI is heavily shorted. So on days where you get large gap ups like this, you know, you have potential for squeezes to the upside on volume, right? So that's why you get this squeeze here on volume and, you know, into the high of day and into 24. So obviously a move 19 to 24, that's a huge move. That's like 25% almost, right? Here for SI today, right? Just intraday alone, let alone, you know, gapping up, right? So I think this 22 area is very, very interesting for SI, just because that's where this huge sell-off happened here. So, you know, that's going to be interesting to see if it can actually hold above this 22 and continue to push up. If it continues to push up, you might get more of these squeeze days since it is so heavily shorted, right? So that's my thoughts on SI. No trades for me on it today. Volume is 22 mils, so not too bad. The spread's not too bad there. You know, prints coming through and whatnot. Obviously, you know, midday, you know, it's gonna lull you to sleep on some names if they're not kind of moving and whatnot. But yeah, that's my thoughts on SI.
Yeah, if we want to just go back to my screen very quickly here, this is basically what I was referring to. Somebody posted this, I can't remember who, and it did make me laugh. CFA, what does it stand for? And I was saying, like, I don't necessarily think so. You know, as I did try to pursue my CFA in the past. But yeah, you know, not the assistant to the regional manager. Shout out to Dwight Schrute. Shout out to Brankles in the back, who is actually a legend himself. Love when he yells, pump it and dump it on a daily basis. Man, it's so fun being a part of a prop floor. Things going crazy. It's actually quite quiet right now, but sometimes it does get loud, and I know you guys in the chat are like, oh, quiet down, I can't hear people talking. But, you know, the floor is alive and well, and things are good. It's always a good time. I'm noticing that I got the full fill here on Intel, so we are above the 30, which is fine. I do want to, I wasn't really risking off 30. I wanted it to go above 30, and let's see if this wants to keep going higher. I'm going to add to the short if it can get to like 30-10, 30-20, like for like a over, under, and then come back down to test just below 30. So yeah, we'll see if we'll see, you know, that sort of blow off top. Again, little muted in terms of the volume. It's not going to be as quick as like a Meta or a Rivian, but maybe a very slow up move and then a retest. If it just keeps floating and keeps going higher, then I'll just reevaluate that one and go from there. Somebody in the chat was like, yeah, Luca, you convinced me to buy more Google. Well, hopefully you bought the bottom and didn't average in the way that I did. We're now getting the pop through the 50 period over there, so I'm just slowly kind of scaling out as per plan. We'll see if this wants to actually run and test VWAP. I feel like I'm missing like the better fills today. Like sometimes I'm on my game and I'm getting like the top fill, and then other times I'm getting like bad fills. Like for example, phase. It's like I got over here. Why can't I get, you know, the top or the top over here? So I am patiently waiting with this one. It is still sort of holding trend, so I'm still gonna continue to hold on to it. CVNA, man, let's go CVNA, flushing to the downside. Nice little move down. Hopefully some of you guys are in that short. You had to be patient with it. Maybe it was a little product of being an overcrowded trade because there was some size there and people risk off the size. This is why initially I didn't want to actually put a stop at 1801 because I like the short. I like the area that I've identified. And let me just draw again the line for everybody to see in case you guys are showing up just for the first time and watching the show. Please hit the like button. We do this every single day. My name's Luca, middle of the day guy. You know, here is the resistance, middle of the day guy. Yeah. Everyone's laughing. This is the basically that resistance overhead. And so like for me, it's like I know that 18 could break, even though there's size there. I don't have the stop because I'm just going to get stopped out, and then it's probably still going to be an okay trade anyways, right? So I stick to the levels. I use 19 as the kind of worst case scenario. If I'm going to lose $1 on this, okay, I lose $1 or maybe like 75 cents after I scale in. And then it finally starts to work, you know, taking the fills in front of the people that are covering, basically in front of the 50 period, having my orders scaled in case we get flush down, flush back up and go. And so that was basically these fills and now getting the VWAP fills and now holding some to see, you know, do we just trend down into 17 and go to like 17 there? So yeah, I'm going to throw a random bids to see, you know, maybe these fill down towards the 17 area. Do I think this thing can, you know, fall off a cliff and go to 15 today? Not necessarily, just because the thing is squeezing still, right? It is still in squeeze mode. And this is not first red day. Like first red day does not happen on a new high day. Like it has to be the second day. So I will be watching this tomorrow to see if we can actually, get a major red day and go like 14, 12. That'd be pretty sick. Like if we open below 15, not 15, but if we open closer to the bottom of the day tomorrow, like a sort of like a gap down, oh baby, that maybe we do fall off a cliff. I mean, this thing could go back to 12 very, very quickly. If we kind of stay here, then maybe we get some sort of inside day. So that's what I'm watching for tomorrow. But yeah, for the time being, which is more important because I'm actually in the trade right now, I'm covering as it works for me in the event that you get these very, very sharp up moves, which is currently happening right now. People that are waiting I don't want to cover up here. I'd rather just pay myself on the way down, and then if we get the pops, no problem. If we go back down, I'll continue to cover more and more. So yeah, nice little winner on that one. Very, very excited with that one. Thank you so much, CVNA, for hearing my prayers to flush to the downside. Pretty happy with it. Just a heads up, Snapchat's actually blowing through that 1160, so I didn't have a stop, and I'm probably gonna hold this. I'm gonna put a stop in. I should have had a stop, honestly, at maybe 61s there. If we go, 71s, I'll get out of this full one. Maybe I'm gonna punch the high today, but it's all good, man. Sometimes things don't work, but 1160 was that that level that I mapped, and it does line up with a high day move. So I'm hoping right now that this thing goes back down, and I'm not gonna have to pay for this little mistake that I made. But so be it. So I am getting those fills, and then this is going. So now I'm basically, I feel like I'm 10 cents out of the money on this. 16 cents. Yeah, okay, no. So this is, it is what it is, though. I'll just take the L if it breaks the 70s over there. No problem with that one. CVNA was good, and Google is actually good, and I'm kind of taking those wins, getting that nice top fill closer to 106.50 on that one. Yeah, we got Google, we got Amazon, we got Apple coming in after the bell. It's going to be exciting. I think they all announced buybacks. I think the stocks rip to the upside. It's going to be similar to Meta. You can look at the Google implied volatility for these names, and you'll find it somewhere online. It'll show you what the market thinks the expected move is for those names. And for anybody wondering, how do you gauge the expected move? You can basically Google it, and there's actually a really good website, Pratt. If you remember it, feel free to. Tools. Yeah, feel free to throw it in the chat there too. Yeah, Sean, if you want. Tools. There you go. Okay. So yeah, it's in the chat, guys, for you guys to see. But let's do Apple as an example, because who doesn't love a good Apple? Apple, then you go to earnings, and then it shows you the expected move. So it's up or down 3.7%. So basically, the options market is pricing in a 4% move on Apple up or down. And so what that means is, it could be at 155, it could be at 144. If bad, 144. If good, 155. Now, if Apple's at 160 tomorrow and then it opens, it'll be similar to a Meta where, the market and everybody did not expect this to open at 160. What made it do that, right? Did anybody think Meta was going to announce, buybacks for, I think it was 40 billion? Maybe not. Whereas, do people think Apple is going to announce those buybacks? I think they do. And so even if Apple announces the buybacks, maybe it is only going to move 4%, 5% because it's not expected. But if Apple says, you know what, we're not buying back any shares, that would be an extreme surprise in my opinion. So, maybe that does kind of trigger. And maybe they say, our guidance isn't so bad. People don't like iPhones anymore, blah, blah, blah. That would trigger a potential, 7%, 10% move to the downside. I'm just kind of throwing numbers out there, doubling basically what the expected move is. But again, you go here, you go to earnings, you see 4% expected move. You can do this for Amazon as well, which I feel like has a wider expected move here. 7.4% for Amazon, and then Google is probably in the middle of that. I would say 6. 5.3% for Google. So yeah, these are the expected moves. If you're trading, if you're wondering, where do I take profits on this move if I'm trading in the aftermarket? Always good to know what the market expects because the market is always correct and you are always wrong. But then obviously sometimes the market gets it wrong, aka Meta from today. So it's that's kind of my sense on that today. Last thing I'll say here, somebody in the chat saying, Luca, you said patience with CVNA, now you're magically out. Well, no, I'm in CVNA still. I'm still in this trade, so I'm patient with it. Yep, from the the over 18, and then taking my wins as they as a day trader, you have to pay yourself as you're getting the win because you're a day trader. You're not a swing trader. So I'm not going for $8 on this thing. If I was, why would I be going for a 30-cent win? It's because I'm a day trader. I will always pay myself, and I'm essentially averaging myself out. what is the average of all these fills? It's probably like 1780. So yeah, I could have had one out at 1780. But the thing is I don't know if it's going to get there and then fill me. So I would rather just, like pay myself, because I'm not going to pretend that I know the price of where it's going. I'm just going to, throw out orders and pray that I fill if it's a winning trade. So yeah, no, I am still in the trade, and I do want it to go lower. I'm kind of eyeing that 17. I am being patient with it. You're going to get, a little bit of up moves. I hope it doesn't go back up now, because I had it the first time. It went up. Okay, no problem. Now I don't want it to go back up. Please go back down and pay me to the downside there. That would be awesome. Yeah, so I'm basically going to be patient, waiting for 17, 1720, 1711. We'll see if it gets there. But again, I do change my decisions in real time. Everybody who kind of been watching me for the past month, look at this. This thing is flushing now, and I'm like dying. Like, do I just take some more off of here? I go, no, maybe I'll just wait because I already took some off. So yeah, decisions, day trading, I'm changing my decisions in real time, depending on what I see on the book, if size pops up, whatever happens there. So yeah, it's day trading. It's not a walk in the park. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, man. You can change your mind. That's why I always say best of luck, trade your own book. It's cool to learn from other traders and potentially follow other traders. But again, if you want to be self-sufficient, you need to be able to figure out these things for yourself. So we all say it here, like trade your own book. Try to find strategies that are repeatable. Try to find good areas that make the most sense. Take your shots where the shots make sense. Finally getting that little bit of a fill at 1720 over there. We'll see if this wants to actually get a 17 test. I probably should cover like the majority at 17 if we do that.
Guys, I'm getting into something here on Meta. I've been pretty busy here. Let me switch to the main screen so you guys can see. Let me consolidate that. Okay, yeah, so I was trying to short. Well, initially I tried the long. Okay, I tried the long on Meta at 193. We're breaking out high a day. Meta's obviously really strong, right? That one didn't work. It got up to like 193, 13, 15, I want to say. And then just kind of turned around, flushed into the 70s. Quickly stopped out on that one. Tried the short on it because when I see that move, see the rejection of that move, there sometimes can be the flush on the rejection, right? So that's exactly what we're getting here on Meta. Let me actually just get a little bit more out. There we go. Yeah, so getting the flush here on Meta, I had to hold it against me a little bit there, but as it got above 193 rather, I just started watching the tape and seeing for sellers to kind of come in and sell this up move, right? And if they did, if there was a big sell up there, then that would indicate that you could get a big flush move, and that's exactly what happened here on Meta. It got up to like 193.28, I want to say, 193.32. Okay, so 32 is the high, and then sellers just kind of poured in. I quickly added to the position on the breakdown again of 193, and now covering into the flush move into the 50s, right? So I'm still holding some of the position here. My price isn't that great because of my last ad there. Excuse me, my voice is kind of cracking and running out here, but yeah, my price isn't that great. It's like 82, but I've taken out most of the position actually. Let me just make sure that. I get most of it out there. Luca, do you mind just taking over quick? I'm just going to get a sip of water.
Yeah, of course. No problem, man. Google is, I'm just wondering where I should cover the rest of this Google. I was just thinking this to myself. I'm going to take a little bit more over here. And I feel like the person asking about the CVNA thing that I was talking about, I was like, I'm short. I'm sure. I'm like, wait, why are you saying like I'm not? Like these are all wins, man. I'm like, oh, but maybe you think I'm long, and then I'm like losing because it's like going against me or whatever. But no, I am short, guys. Position board is below. You can kind of see the positions that I'm in there. Intel is now a little bit back in the money. I don't really love this anymore. I'm just going to cover this for flat right here. I was actually trying to get 9s and 19s and 18s and whatever, but we didn't get there. This is now back at the 50 period. Maybe this is going to make me look silly now if it actually keeps going to the downside, but it's all good. Taking the flat trade on that one. CVNA is, let me just cover maybe a little bit more over here. See if I can get that fill. Yeah, okay, great, awesome. It probably runs 17s and then maybe gives a little bit of an over-under bounce play. So, yeah, I'm basically trying to cover CVNA. I'm patiently waiting for BBY. Phase is on the back burner, not worried. Snapchat didn't stop me out. Okay, Snapchat. 2 cents away, Ian. We're still in it to win it,
yeah,
baby.
Something's pulling
Let's
back
go.
here. Like I actually did end up getting stopped out, unfortunately, on this Snapchat. Man, that was a trade. I gotta respect my risk parameters on that one. Get stopped out is what it is. You're gonna take losses. I did actually get stopped out of Intel as well, unfortunately. That one just kind of hit my max pain threshold, and then I had to stop up. Look at me punching there, high a day, as this one kind of pulls back below 30, right? But it's still kind of hovering around this 30 price, so I'm not even that mad about it. It is what it is. But man, this meta trade, I will say, this one was pretty big. Big on the flush move. You know, I've seen this time and time again, and I want to finally like take advantage of it. Why am I not getting stopped out there, man? These stops are, for whatever reason, just kind of tripping on me here today. But yeah, so I had the flush move here, big size, add on the flush down, and then covering into the flush is pretty textbook. And then now obviously stopping out as it reclaims 193. But man, that was a pretty good trade there for me and put me nicely into the money for the rest of the day, so can't complain. Intel is great. Stock price will hit 1,000 in a few days. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That's obviously a joke. Meta short covered, small loss on stock today. In these slow moving time trading options, not method, use stock, even profits are estimated to be muted. Yeah, honestly, I'm not. Luca's more your guy on like trading options. He has more knowledge about that. I'm not too much into trading options. I find like that, you know, they're good for swings. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong on that one. A lot of people are mentioning Vino or VINO. Let's check out that one. As I expected, kind of small cap stock. Okay, Halter, it's up 100% today. Yeah, you know, it is what it is, guys. You know, we've seen this happen before. Be careful if you're trading this one. I don't see any trades here. It's 1.4 million on the day. I want to just actually bring up the float. I'm suspecting it's going to be super low. Kind of reminds me of that like MSGM from the other day. 2.28 million share float, guys. So, you know, when you get stocks like this, you are going to get tape teleportation. It kind of gives you the false fallacy that you can make money, right? Because obviously, you know, oh, if I only bought it $2 and then now it's at $3, you know, $1 per share, obviously that's going to make you a lot of money. But it kind of gives you that false fallacy because when it has such a small share flow like this, it can just kind of get whipped around super, super hard. And, you know, in that sense, I'm going to bring up this MSGM from the other day. Obviously, this was that squeezer that was running up to like, what, $60, and then they had the offering, and then it plunged $30 right away in pre-market. Guys, this one's doing nothing now either, right? So, guys, don't get caught up in these kinds of names. You know, obviously, if you catch it, then great for you. But don't try and catch it the second time around, or you know, don't be late to the party. You are late, bro. Money made in and out. Yeah, that's what I just said. Like, you might make money, but if you see it the next day, and you know, don't get that FOMO. Thinking, oh man, like, or you know, you hear your friends say, oh, did you see this name? I made money on it, blah, 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 blah. Don't get that FOMO, guys. Just stick to your own books.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up. So on this Google trade, I'm basically covering the majority now at VWAP. Nice little trade there. So going back to the ideology, you know, adding, hoping that it would curl up. It didn't, but giving myself room to add on the little bit of a dip and rip, because I don't necessarily believe that it's going to be sold off into the 106 and continue. It is up 6%. They do have earnings. We were talking about this, the potential buybacks there. So yeah, pretty good there. Congratulations to anybody who had the trade on that one. Really, really good. I know people saying, you know, stop talking about the same stocks. Coin high a day. Just a heads up on that one.
Yeah,
Neil
Coin's
getting
up
back to his desk
20%,
saying,
like, well, what's going on with Coin, right? Like,
it's
like things are
Coin's
just
got the coin.
Things are just low key ripping today. Like, that's like,
Yeah.
I didn't know about Coin at all. I haven't looked at it at all. Obviously, been focused on Meta or whatever. Bring up Coin because Neil puts in the chat. It's up 22%, guys. Like, I don't know if you guys have anything going on with Coin. Shout it out here in the chat. But man, what a move by Coin. Let me consolidate my chart a little bit to see if there's any potential trades here. I don't know, breakout 75, but that kind of chopped you up a bit. Let's look at the daily because I know for sure this is just breaking out on the daily. Okay, yeah, so 75 was kind of this level, right? So potentially a good trade around there. And now ripping up all the way up to 81, man. Like, this is insane. What a day, man. What a day to be involved in the stock market today. I read this quote one time, and it said that most of your gains are made in only 12 trading days of the year, right? And I guess you have to be involved in the market. Obviously, trading is a little bit different, but if you are investing or long-term holding, you kind of have to be in the market or holding positions on these days to kind of capitalize on these big moves, because obviously you get consolidations and whatnot. But hey, man, the market is up like what, like 5%, 6% in the past 2 days alone? It's kind of insane.
Yeah, definitely crazy moves there. Somebody asking, can you please look at SKLZ? It is one of those just below $1 stocks. I don't necessarily, my first look at it is I'm probably not going to have a trade on this. You know, if it was closer to 1 and then it broke out, then yes. But starting here with the volume that it has now, I don't necessarily love it. But let me just kind of draw a line here to see, you know, where are the technicals on this thing. 88, which is over that level right now, and then topish being 110. Yeah, maybe it runs $1 and then runs to 110 and then maybe kind of runs into that overhead resistance. Anything's possible, man. It's over the 50 period on the daily, looking not too bad. Nice little healthy uptrend riding the 50 period. But again, kind of slow. I just want to, I'll stay away from that one for now. I'm already in the phase trade, which is now, yeah, flushing to the downside. Well, the dream could turn into a nightmare, but as long as my stop is in, then maybe I'll wake up before the bad part happens. And we'll be okay. We'll be okay on that one.
Real quick, guys. Brendan just put in our chat. Coin had a favorable court decision, and their lawsuit was thrown out, so that's why they're up huge today. Someone's saying NIO long. I wanted to bring this one up again, guys. This one's just kind of consolidating around VWAP, not doing too much volume, 42 mil in the day. NIO has been known to, like, let me actually just check before I start kind of talking here. NIO, what's their R-vol? Average volume, according to FinViz, is 55 mil. So, you know, we're barely trading one R-vol right now, so probably going to stay away from that one. BBAI. BBAI was one that was kind of interesting the past few days. I guess there's been this ongoing narrative with AI stocks, obviously. AINY, that's the other one as well. We can take a look at that one afterwards. But this one's up 12% today, so getting a little bit of a push up on this name here. Breaking off of this 3 level. I think this 320 area was holding nicely yesterday as well. So, you know, nice move here for BBAI. Let's check out AINY as well to see if this one's having a similar move, and it is. It's up 6%. Not quite the same move. I noticed that BBAI and AI kind of almost contradict each other a little bit. AI obviously having the breakout or BBAI having the breakout and AI having more of like an inside day in respect to the high here. But yeah, these stocks have been kind of having the narrative. Coin upside, is it still ripping? Okay, so it's kind of just chilling around this 81 area. I was thinking like of getting involved here on Coin, but maybe got to wait for this 80 area to kind of dip in or closer to consolidation. I don't want to like buy this high here because it moved so far. Now to be like kind of taking a breakout at the top, it is risky for sure. So, you know, just kind of be careful with that one. But if it comes back into this consolidation area, I have it up here on my side screen. So I'm definitely going to be interested in potentially taking a trade on that one. But just got to be patient and wait now. You know, I've collected a decent amount, a decent share of money for me today from Meta and Amazon and whatnot. So I want to make sure that I keep these trades or keep these profits going into the rest of the day. Coin sell at 83, coin trimmed here. Yeah, so some of you guys are talking about taking profits at coin. Yeah, so exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. I want to be going long right here because obviously people who are long here, you know, you got to think like this, guys.
Google,
so first buyers, obviously, at open around 69. Second buyers you got here, 170 got kind of reclaimed. Then that, you know, rips up and trends up. Now your people are taking profits, right? So that's why you're getting this consolidation. Now you're getting a third group of buyers who are buying here at 77, 78, right? So where are these people taking profits? Obviously on the break of high day, towards high day, right? So you got to imagine that there's going to be profit taking all around the place here on Coin. As it continues to rip up, so be it, right? If you miss the move, it is what it is. I'd rather just stick to my guns and wait for it to come back into some levels that I like and, you know, I can justify buying.
Yeah, guys, Google is going. I am now fully out of the Google position. Though that is like, I feel like these are the money. Well, maybe not, but I'm just like, you know what? My plan was like the majority at VWAP, which is what I did. Then a little bit more. Then for some reason, this thing just explodes to the upside. I'm like, okay, give me the rest of those fills. So covering the final position, nice little win on that one. Definitely can't complain. Averaging 106.25-ish, and basically scaling myself out, getting those 30 to 40 cent wins. Pretty happy. Somebody's saying take a look at DKNG. So yeah, sure, man. Let's have a look here. DKNG. Let's see where this one is. It is pretty range bound. Let's see if there's any area on the daily. First thing I notice is this thing moves, man. I normally don't trade this. I know Sean will trade this from time to time, but these are like down, up, down, up. Let me just see this here. Yeah, maybe there's a level here, 1750 into kind of 19 general area vicinity, and then obviously 20, psychological level. It is potentially running into some overhead resistance, but yeah, maybe it breaks out into this range and then spends some time over here. Not really too sure what to think about it, but from an intraday perspective, it is definitely range bound, up just under 5% right now, but yeah, respecting the highs and the lows. Could be good for a mean reversion type setup, playing off that 1750 to the upside and then 1690 to the downside. Definitely respecting that. Sort of in the middle right now, so I mean, I wouldn't be taking a trade on it right now, but good look, good heads up on that one. Thank you for calling that one out. Yeah, maybe if it gets a little bit higher or lower, I will take a trade on it, but for now, I'm just gonna chill with it and see where it wants to go. Somebody before was mentioning GME, and now somebody's saying it again, so let me look at GME to see where is this thing here. Is there any potential moves on it? Oh, it did squeeze to the upside. Oh, 24 over under. That 24 level, that's something, man. Look at the daily on this thing. I called this from before. I don't hate that I missed this because, you come in as a day trader. There's so many things that are moving over and over again. What are you going to do if you miss them all? You can't catch them all. You could try, but you can't, right? You could try, but I don't think you can at least. But 24 is interesting. Look at this. It's bouncing off the daily around 24 for so long. Bounce, 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 then finally dipping and then ripping, then finally dipping back down. And 24 was the level that I was eyeing. I don't know if Michelle's in this chat right now, but I know he was mentioning, long the bottoms and where does this potentially go? Talking about potential call options that are expiring at that 24-25 level, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, 24 for myself was this was pretty simple in terms of over under, right? You want to watch the level, you want to let it blow off top, scale into that short. Once it comes back below, retest the level, confirming the short is good, not really giving you crazy range on it, but still, I mean, 70 cents, take that and move on, right, any time of the day. So yeah, 24, definitely interesting. Identified level from the daily, testing it the first time, showing you that it wants to quickly, parabolic move to the upside, back to the downside. Pretty sick setup on that one. For the time being, it's pretty much barcoding at VWAP, so there's obviously no trade to be had on it right now. But yeah, definitely kind of interesting, interesting setup how it did run into that 24 level. Yeah, I am sad that I missed it, but it is what it is. You're not gonna be able to catch them all. I covered a little bit of snap around break even in case it wanted to go to the upside. Now it's actually fading back to the downside. So I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna continue to hold this, but I'm gonna reevaluate where my bids are. See if I can get low 40s for some of that, and then yeah, still stick to the 30s if it wants to happen. But this is the thing, man. Things change in real time. Initially, I was going for 30, then it went back up, and then I'm, short. I'm almost getting stopped out. Then I'm changing my mind. So again, I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'm trying my best to manage risk and make that money, man. Mauro, thank you for the super chat there. BKKT ripping again. Let's have a look here. BKKT ripping again to the upside. This is on New York. So let's see if this chart wants to load here. New York BKKT. Oh, ripping again. Ripping this morning and then ripping again. I wonder if there's any levels on the daily because, again, it is still sort of muted. Maybe it could get going anytime that you have an extreme move to the upside and then later in the day. What I look for is, what is the float on this thing? Is there potential high day clear out that could come later in the day? Are people interested? Are there a lot of shorts? Was it easy to borrow on the broker's end? So let's look BKKT. It is, okay, this is not really something that would do that in my opinion. Let's see if the daily has any levels to offer. That 2 level, kind of interesting, but more of a, very, very back burner level if I had to say. If anything, 220. So it actually did run in to that resistance and then fade to the downside. I do think that this probably doesn't have the steam to continue, but if it does and if it gets going and if it makes a high, then it would be kind of spicy. I'd be watching that 220 level. If it breaks that and goes, maybe it wants to run and test 250 and then 3. Those are the levels on the daily. Could get interesting, but yeah, for the time being, pretty slow, not really doing a lot of volume, very, very thick float. So it's not going to have that tape teleportation and really that excitement that you tend to see on stocks that are 2 million float, 3 million float, and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully that helps you. Somebody, Ron Williams, I just took a small phase position and I hate myself. I think, oh, is Prad still there?
No, I don't know. That's funny. That's funny. Guys, I've been kind of getting whipped around here on coin. I was like, I saw a reserve at 81.50 on the offer, so I was trying to short in front of it. I got a quick scalp off of that one. Eventually it broke, stopped out. I accidentally flipped myself long, stopped out of that one. You know, that's pretty textbook. Like if you get yourself into a position you didn't expect, or you take on too much size that you didn't expect, instantly cancel your position, stop out, guys. Don't manage that one. You were not mentally prepared to manage that position. So that's exactly what I did. And then I got the flush move. Well, I didn't get it, but then the flush move actually happened as selling came up, you know, above that 50 area where it was reserving. Gives the flush into like 80, 70. So I'm like thinking, okay, man, I was right about the short in the first place. My timing was off because I was kind of shorting against that reserve. So maybe it's like I got to let the reserve break and then short afterwards. Anyways, I began to overtrade it, shorted it once more, stopped out high a day. So, you know, just like that, a few trades there on coin and a few mistakes. It is what it is. I took my shot here on coin. It didn't work. You know, lost a few cents to the upside there. Can't really be too mad about it, but at least, you know, I got some learning lessons to kind of take away from it. I saw someone in the comments say Meta 194. And if you guys remember, I took my profits out. Meta 200, is that what you just? I don't know about that one, Brad. That's kind of crazy. He said Meta 200. Yeah, I remember taking my profits here. Where's the? Why is the candles all off here? Is it because I'm on the 1 minute? Yeah, I don't know. This is weird how oh no, I had the short, that's why. I forgot that I had the short off 193 there. Man, it's been so many trades this afternoon. I was kind of confusing myself. But anyways, the short off 193, and I was thinking, okay, like, you know, maybe it's done. 193, look at this, how this hole held here and just broke out to the upside. Like Meta continues to move up. Neil, remember when you said Meta, there's no way that 30% move for Meta? It's 27% right now. It's 27%. Like, we're getting close, man. We are getting close on this one. Meta's just having an insane move. I can't even fathom it. Here, I thought I was being smart there, taking profits at 193, you know, previous high a day, double top, blah, 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 you know, decent day, whatever. I was wrong. BABA NY, let's get back to this one. Back to VWAP. Wow, what a move for BABA off that 108 bottom, all the way back to VWAP now. So guys, like if you recall, this was a trade idea that I had earlier. You know, just a short breakdown off of this correction here, this bullish correction below VWAP, cover into the low a day, right? So obviously, you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda, shoulda took off my whole position at the bottom. I've been trying to stop saying those words, shoulda, woulda, coulda. I feel like that's what, you know, usually bad traders might say, you know, just act on what you're going to do, act on your plan. But anyways, that bounced and held nicely. I think, you know, Luca had that long there off 108. Now this one's grinding up all the way to VWAP. Luca, you're probably going to hate yourself for covering that one, but it's all the way back up to BABA. It's all the way back to 109.40. Yeah, it is what it is, right? You can't catch them all, but yeah, that one's all the way back to VWAP. So, you know, those of you, no, but didn't you cover like?
I caught it though, but I let it go.
Oh yeah, you let it go.
It's like you know what it was. It's like in Pokemon when you catch like a Pokemon, but you're like, no, but this one deserves to be in the wild.
Or like when you catch it and then like it somehow like jiggles itself out of the Pokeball.
Yeah.
And then like it escapes.
Yeah.
Like or yeah, I don't know where I'm going.
That could be like a fumble though. Like you're in the trade.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you lost it, but then it would have been a winner.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's
guys,
true.
you can show my screen to show how funny now it looks in hindsight. And let me just say, feel free to put it to my screen right now if you want. But you know, let me just say, this is how I saw it at the time. So I was like, give me those wins, baby. Then we started to go up. I go, give me those wins, baby. And then we really went up, and now I look just dumb. So, you know, hindsight's 20/20. It is what it is. I threw some Pokeballs. I caught some Pokemon. I didn't hold on to them. Sometimes you gotta let them go. You know, they just want to be in the wild and fend for themselves. It's all good, man. I basically spent a good time with it. And yeah, now we move on and we're on to other things. Don't tell me Google's like ripping to the north side as well. I go for one walk, one time. Okay, no, this thing I don't feel so bad. But yeah, maybe this actually wants to get to like closer to 107, 107.50. But yeah, sharpen your hatchet. It's all good, man. Guys, in the chat, let me know what your favorite Pokemon is if you played Pokemon growing up. I want to say that mine was, that's a good question. Do you have a favorite Pokemon?
I wasn't that much into Pokemon, I'll be honest.
I got to think about this for a second.
I don't know, like, I'm super lame, man. Like Pikachu, Mewtwo, like, those are the ones that I know. I'm going to have to stop out of this position. I was trying meta here around 195. I was trying to see like if there was a same sort of thing that I had here on 193, if there was going to be selling above 195, and there was around the 20s, but then eventually just kind of got reclaimed that level, and it's kind of making I guess like higher lows here above 195, just like tick by tick, right? So interesting enough here. Wow, 195.50. So who knew that taking the high a day 195 break on Meta when it's already up 27.5% at 1:30 in the afternoon would be a good breakout to the upside. It never came back through 195. It's all the way up to 195.50. There you go. You get some selling there, but it's right back up, guys. So, you know, there is some serious buying going on Meta today. That 30% is coming very, very quickly. I just want to calculate. So 153.12 times 1.3. So it needs to be 199.05, guys, to hit 30%. Do we get there? Can we launch a poll maybe? Is there a how do we do that, Prad? I don't know how to do the polls, but a poll. Maybe we can do like a poll like over under 30% update for Meta here today, because this one is really pushing towards the upside. Meta calls up 1,700. What is that? What does this say, Luca? Is that 1,700% or 17,000%? I think that's 1,700%.
Meta calls up. Yeah, that would make sense. 17,000%.
That's insane. Yeah, Meta calls are paying ones. For sure. That's for sure today.
Yeah, no, they're definitely paying, man. They're definitely paying. I'm seeing everything that you guys are saying in the chat here. I love to see it. I'm reading it just in my head. Yeah, man, Pokemon growing up was fun. And Lark Moto, you could do both, man. You could do both. Don't be pretending that you can't. That's my comment to that, and I'll leave it at that. Yeah, Snap is not doing anything now. I think I'm just going to hold it because it's not really. But my stop now for... Huh? Oh, you're talking about something else. Snap is... I wonder if Snap's going to fail. I'm going to just... Yeah, I think it's good. I'm going to still hold it. I kind of feel like it could be good, so I'm going to still hold this one. But I'm going to put a different stop, not the one that I had from before. And we'll see where that one wants to go. CVNA is, oh man, back up, eh? Okay, so this is a product of holding now a little bit of size and then not even really paying attention. Okay, at this point, I should have probably been out of the full trade, I guess. I didn't even notice this actually went back to the upside. Huh. Okay, I'm just gonna roll with what I got here. It's no big deal, but I should not, if we do go back up, I don't like the level as much. So when we started the show, I was looking at the level, I allowed the level to develop, and I say, okay, here's the level, I'll take it. Then we finally get there, I take it. It actually worked, so it's a winning trade. I'm not gonna do the exact same thing that on this particular trade as I did the first time, but if it gets there, maybe I'll try to take some, but not full size, like not the way that I did it last time. It'll be like very, very light on the size if I do add to that. Yeah, okay, here we go. Poll, what is your spirit trading Pokemon? Snorlax.
Okay, I like
Easy.
this one. I'm voting Charizard for sure.
But who's like more of like a scalping Pokemon?
A scalping Pokemon? Okay, definitely not Snorlax. Like
No, not Charizard. I think Snorlax would be like my morning Pokemon.
Maybe Charizard is more of the emotional kind of trader, so because he's like fiery, right? Like, okay, so maybe I'm gonna get off Charizard. I think Psyduck would probably be a good trader, right? Like Psyduck, he would kind of be like, he's very like psychologically sound. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, his trading psyche is like super good.
Yeah, Prad's over there. Prad's trying to decide too which one's over there.
Yeah, whatever, Prad.
Yeah, Bulbasaur, whatever. I don't know if that's how you spell it there, but yeah, no, lots of fun, man. Lots of fun here. I don't know, man. Let me know if things are moving. What else you guys are looking at over here? I'm basically chilling. It's 1:30. I'm now in super chill mode. We got half an hour to go. Definitely enjoying myself. Bulbasaur, Psyduck is Ian's nickname.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Imagine, guys, I was saying this, remember we were talking back in the back, and I think I brought it up one time on the show. Imagine if I could just trade without even touching any keys.
Yeah,
like
that would be amazing.
If I was like in the metaverse, just like long, short.
That'd be amazing. It's like, dude, okay, you take like what, like 600 fills a day doing this, like pressing buttons. Imagine how many fills Luke would have if he didn't have to press buttons to take fills. Like, it would be an absolute. Ian is a squirrel. What the heck, man? Oh my God.
Back to stocks.
Yeah, back to stocks. Back to stocks, guys.
Where's Amazon? What's this thing doing? Yeah, see, this thing is this is floating to the upside now. It's if you have the long, great. I think this was a long that how silly do these trades look when it kind of plays itself out? I like
it
long
looks
cover,
stupid.
And then it's like it goes all
You look
the way
like the
up.
worst trader in the world.
I look like the worst trader in the world, but
But
guys,
at the end of the day,
there's
like,
no way
guys,
I'm
like-
the worst trader in the world.
Yeah, guys, like
There's gotta be worse traders out
there's it's your sizing, right? It's your sizing, it's your strategy, right?
Yeah.
You know, Luca's like scalping and now it's a bigger size and scalp for like those 20-cent wins, right? So that's what it is. But man, I was looking back at Meta, and like I said earlier, guys, like, who would have thought that taking the 195 break high a day on Meta at 1:30 in the afternoon would send it up like this, like, and it held on the bid too. It literally held on the bid. It didn't even go back through. We're ripping all the way up. It's testing 197. This is absolutely ridiculous. Like, this is a squeeze if I've ever seen one. Meta is just
wild.
It's being squeezed super hard to the upside. You could have taken 197 there. Okay. Maybe not 197, but that one's some selling coming in there. But this is just incredible. Okay, so you get a little bit of a flush move off 197. Who cares, man? We're up 28% on Meta today here. This is just absolutely insane. Wow, that was a big flush, actually. $1 off of there, off 197.
You're shorting Meta?
Some people just want to see the world burn. That's Sean today with Meta.
Yeah, man. That's hopefully you got that 97 short, that instant flush right off that. I guess we're going to 200. I mean, I guess eventually we're gonna go to 200.
That was like stepping in front of a freight train. I gotta say, like, if you're.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Brendel real quick.
Hey guys, we'll give you Sharif actually celebrating right now in our work chat as well. He's pretty happy today, up 28% for Meta. I'll give you a quick update here on how things are shaping up for the energy side of things today. A bit of a positive day after starting in the red for crude oil right across the board. Some mixed economic data this morning that we discussed in depth as far as manufacturing goods that rose right across the board in December. Which is not what they've been looking for overall. But for the most part, green numbers on this board as far as quotes are concerned for oil markets right now. 0.44 for crude, back to the upside. We started, as I mentioned, negative, bouncing off 75 multi-day lows once again for crude oil, back to 76.80 right now for oil, guys.
Thank you, Brendan. Sorry, I didn't hear it come through on the headset there to send to you, but thank you for the update. I'm trying to long here on Meta. I don't know.
Short, dude. I'm going short.
You're trying to short. Okay, I'm trying to long.
Short.
I think I'm going to write tight risk on it here. I'm seeing because it kind of fell below 196, and then it got bought up on the move, right? So I'm here long at 196, basically flat. I want to see what kind of happens here around this 196 level. If we get another push up into the high of day here, it's just kind of figuring out what it wants to do around this 196 level. It seems like there is some more selling coming in, though.
There should be another poll here. Do we think Meta taps 200 today?
I don't know.
I'm like waiting for someone to answer here. That's why I went dead silent.
Because everyone's like scared to answer now. Everyone's scared to answer. Because we're like, oh, Meta, there's no way this is reaching 30% of the day. There's no way this is reaching
if Sean is short,
195.
He's like right away, no. Yeah, Nick saying F no. Trader Joe saying no. EH saying yes. I mean, did we come all this way to not touch 200? Yes. Really? I mean, it still is like. Is that it?
We're gonna ring the register real quick here on Meta. That was like 30 cents in the money there on the long off of 196. So quickly take some out there. Let me get a little bit more out there. I don't want to be too cheeky with this one. Obviously, Meta is already up 28%. So here I am going long near high a day. 20 cents in the money is not bad. But yeah, I don't know. This one is very It's very scary right now. Let's say that. There's volume pouring in. There's obviously buying. There's obviously selling as well. So I don't want to be too cheeky with this one. I think if it does just dips below 196, if I see like the 90s again, actually if I see the 80s again on the tape, I'll punch out of this one. I have half the position left on this one. So I scalped out half of it there on that up move, and we're flushing back into 196. So this is like the talk of the town right now. If I see that 80 come through on the tape, I'm out. It did not come through. I saw 90 there, and that held there, right? So I'm not punching out of that one just yet. This one is really trying to figure out what it wants to do around this 196 area.
All right, okay, I'm going long. Somebody in the chat is like, Luca, I dare you to go long. Done. Let's see if this goes to 200. I think there's potential. It's a small size, so don't get worried if this goes against me. Do I want to add into this? Not really. But I just feel like if it goes up, then I win, and if it goes down, I think you said you were short. So you're saying, Luke, I dare you to go long meta. If you don't, then my short position looks good, I guess. Oh, no, okay, I read that incorrectly. Maybe I should get out of this. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'm going to get a 50-cent risk. At this point, maybe it goes to 2. I mean, everyone said no. So I will take the opposite there and be happy to lose, and no problem. So stop is in. If I lose 50 cents, I lose 50 cents. Fitch Jane saying, I guess the big collapse end of the world is over now. Yeah, no, the end is done. We are now into new times. The printer is basically back on. Things are good. No, I'm just kidding, but I don't know what's going to happen next. I was actually talking to a trader in the back just now, looking back, and we were talking this morning, and he was mentioning he was long meta, and he was like, I think it's going to go to 200. And I was like, no, 200, there's no way. And yeah, here we are, tapping that 197. So kind of interesting. Somebody's saying 202 meta. Yeah, maybe. That was, I think it's going to go, okay, now we're going back up here. We're going back up, okay.
Guys, I stopped out of that one because I saw the 80s. Yeah, that was a mistake. Definitely should have gave that one a little bit more risk, but I guess, that's what I said. I stuck to my plan, can't be mad. But yeah, it's ripping back up to 196.50, guys. The whole chat, I look up and I was like, I kind of feel bad for talking about meta so much, but the whole chat is just like meta. Tesla, meta. You guys are all on meta as well. Remember how far we have fallen. Anything's possible when we run back up. Yeah, anything is possible, guys. We can definitely break highs. Once again, I'm just looking at upside. Look at this. Look at the daily here on meta. This is absolutely insane. Just going parabolic. Let's zoom out a bit. This chart just looks absolutely insane. Like, look at this low at 90. Imagine buying that dip, Luca, at 90, and then you're 100% in the money. I don't know why the rest of the chart's not loading there, but clearly 200 is a level. Are we hitting 200 today, guys? That's going to be okay. The poll's here. Will meta test 200 today? Nah, man. Nah, go there. I know Prad's making these polls, aren't you? I'm going to say no. 72% of the chat is saying yes. Yeah. Meta is just absolutely ripping. Guys, Hayes Records, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Obviously, the show is coming to an end here. Let's check out some of the things that you have tossed in here with this super chat. TBT.
Yeah, man. I'm voting Yaman because I'm long.
These are
life is good, baby.
These are what these are like what ETFs here? TBT, TNX.
Congratulations, chill vibes.
I'm not too sure here. Do you know these stocks, Luca? The ones that Hayes Records kind of typed in?
VIX. Well, the VIX, TBT. Just Google them. That's. TBT is okay. So treasuries, 20-year treasuries.
Yeah.
I know them, but I don't know them offhand. But yeah, I know what they are. 10-year treasury yields and treasury bills trending up, flush incoming. So you're basically going for the. The thing is this though, the past year has shown that the market is not, and I don't want to say uncorrelated, I don't want to say broken, but for lack of a better word, it's the market is broken now. Anything is possible. So the old correlations don't matter anymore. Look for new correlations. Anything is possible. We're talking about, is Meta, up 30%? Is it going to go to 200 here? Joking around, but yeah, it's what world are we living in where Carvana or BBBY, I should say, claims bankruptcy and they fly up like 400%? Like I just don't understand. So yeah, I just want to say take the old correlations with a grain of salt because it is a sort of new macroeconomic environment. There's a couple good articles that I was reading online where somebody said it very, very well, better than I can say it right now. If I find that, I'll post it on my Instagram. But essentially, yes, old correlations are not as strong as they used to be. Don't be surprised if you say to yourself over and over again, what is this market doing? This market is broken. It doesn't make any sense. You would think yields up, stocks down, because that's kind of the way that it always works. But yeah, maybe things just deviate from the norm and show you something different. So I would just say, don't be surprised if things kind of deviate. Even though it doesn't make sense, it's just been showing us that, we're in times where things don't necessarily make complete sense. That's what happens in a sort of transitory environment where things are changing. Is it going to be stagflation for a long period of time? Do we get some sort of hyperinflation? What is going to happen next? All these questions kind of go unanswered for a long period of time. Time gives you the answer eventually, but again, don't be surprised if you are surprised. So, expect the unexpected, learn to be uncomfortable, be comfortable being uncomfortable. What else do I got here? I'm running out of ways to say it.
Bring out quotes, yeah. No, I like that one. Be comfortable, being uncomfortable. I think that's like a common theme with trading just in general.
Yeah.
Guys, BBBY is kind of ripping here, going a little bit parabolic, but it hasn't even broken the high, so that's not gonna, really entice me, especially when I see like Meta just like ripping. I feel like Meta is kind of like the casino almost today.
Yeah, it is.
Just being up so much. I haven't seen this in a long time. But I saw a funny comment here. BBBY, we need to save this company, guys. This company's going bankrupt, man. Like, sooner or later, you're gonna see the Bed Bath and Beyond clearance sales at the store. So make sure to be there when that comes. You can get probably some sick deals. For that one, don't let your dreams be dreams. Some more quotes coming through here. A cliche machine. Sometimes you just gotta. This is my thing about cliches. Cliches, even though they're like tacky or whatever, like there's some level of truth to them. There's some level of truth to them. There's some reason why. They were said by, a wise man back in the day, right? Don't let your dreams become nightmares. I like that one a little bit better. What do you always say about nightmares or whatever?
The dream can turn into a nightmare real quick.
Yeah.
What did I say today was actually pretty funny. I was like, yeah, guys, hopefully the dream doesn't turn into a nightmare. That's why I have the stop out. So hopefully I wake up before the back.
Yeah, exactly.
That's on phase, and I'm still in phase. So it's a dream that was good and then kind of went bad and then went back to being good, and now it's just kind of floating around. But stop is in, so yes, I will not die in my sleep here. If anything, I just wake up and then drink a Spro and life goes back to being normal. I love, these cliches are so cliche, yes, Ryan. But it's nice to hear them, and if you guys have quotes, feel free to throw them in the chat. I love reading people's quotes from time to time. I sort of add it to my book of quotes that I just write down, and I just kind of go with that over there. I know they were talking football before. I'm not really a huge football fan, but I want to kind of show a little picture as to the team that I cheer for. And I don't think they made it far this year. So this is because it's just the way that it has to be. From back in the day, I'm loyal to my team. This was my team. I have a Troy Polamalu jersey. And this was my dad's team. I was like, this was my team, my first team. I roll with them. If they stink, whatever, they stink. But I'm not a bandwagoner. I'm not going to just flip-flop. I will be watching the Super Bowl, and I will be.
Player from their team right now.
Name what?
Name a single player on Pittsburgh right now.
Right now, I don't know. No idea. But I don't support the players. I support the team. So whoever's on the team, you got my support. No problem. Yeah, guys, I'm not a huge football fan, obviously.
That's something exactly someone who's not a huge football fan would say.
I'll be gambling on it for sure. I'll be gambling on it. But yeah, I remember there was the year that it was Atlanta versus Tom Brady, and Brady was down. I remember this because I gambled on it, and who ended up winning? Brady won. Yeah, and I picked Brady, and my friend was like, no, the line says Atlanta, like Atlanta's going to win. And Atlanta was up, and he's like, Luca, it's okay. You don't know anything about gambling or football. And I was like, whatever, man. Tom Brady for the win. They came back and won.
Let's talk about that real quick, because Tom Brady retired.
Again.
Yeah. This is probably obviously the final retirement for him. But I was looking at some of his stats, man. Like, this guy is actually the GOAT. Like
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like
Oh,
number one
yeah.
all time for like regular season touchdowns, postseason touchdowns, passing yards, regular season and postseason.
Yeah.
7 rings. Like this guy's absolutely like insane. Like. And a long career too, and like obviously, you know, football, people tend to have shorter careers because it's just so tough on your body and whatnot. But
Yeah, it's amazing how he lasted so long and then
yeah, like
did
it's
what
just,
he did.
it's
Like,
just
incredible
incredible.
to see, man.
He's obviously like definitely one of the best ever to do it in like any sport. That's for sure. Tom Brady, just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and somebody in the chat's asking, are these guys trading? Yeah, man, absolutely. I have tons of fills still sitting in the Carvana short, basically waiting for 17 to break to the downside so I can cover the rest at maybe like a 1675-ish territory, give or take. I'm in a meta long because everybody thought that meta's not going to go to 200, so I was like, well, let me go long and prove them wrong. So, you know, smaller size, but we'll see where that goes. I do like the trade, so I want to be in it, obviously. That's why I'm in the trade. And still holding the phase trade from before. Basically approaching, you know, we have 10 minutes left on the show. After 1:30, things kind of, you know, like 1:20 to like 2 o'clock, things are a little bit slower. So yeah, not too bad of an afternoon for myself. Can't complain. Just basically recycling a lot of different trades. You know, obviously traded like a complete, you know what, this morning. But doing okay now. Doing okay now. Could have done better, but, you know, something to work on, something to improve on. Definitely not, you know, a complaint on my side. Always, you know, looking forward to the next day. I say this all the time, flatter forward. If you had a bad day, hopefully it's not too bad of a day. Come back, try tomorrow. The market will always be there, you know, with or without you, because it doesn't honestly care about your opinion. So, you know, if you're there and in it to win it, and you got to kind of the confidence, protect that confidence, not your P&L. Your P&L will follow, and good things will happen. But yes, tons of trades on the day, tons of notable ones, some good, some bad. NVIDIA, I want to just quickly check to see where this is. This is such a funny, like, I knew it was going to probably be in this range still, and I was sort of, somebody called it like, oh, you guys are missing NVIDIA. It's like breaking the high a day, and as Ian was talking about, I was like, this is for sure like a scalp short play, sort of over under the 216. So I sort of took the short, covered it quickly, and then when I pull up the whole chart, I have one trade on NVIDIA today. It looks so silly. But it's like, you know, I traded quite a few different symbols. Maybe I have like probably 15 names or 10 names traded, give or take. But yeah, make the money where you think you can make it, and go from there. Stan O in the chat, what's going on, Stan? Saying, Michael Vick, the GOAT. Yeah, Michael, I remember, so growing up watching football, when I was watching, you know, Donovan McNabb, Michael Vick, obviously Ben Roethlisberger, you know, had a great career. Shout out to him. Randy Moss.
Oh,
legend with Tom Brady.
I just remember all these guys from like those OG like Madden games.
Yeah, or
like when
or
you're
Street,
like,
NFL Street.
Yeah, like when you were a
that
kid, like playing
was
those old Madden games. That was always fun.
Yeah.
Guys, real quick, back to the markets. I'm thinking like 197 break on Meta to get back long. It's just kind of just bouncing around 196. If it breaks 197, I'll try that long. Yeah, no trades for me for now. I've been trading a lot on this show. There was one comment that I saw here that I wanted to address. Is tomorrow going to be Free Fall Friday?
Maybe.
Yeah, good luck with that one, man. Honestly, after seeing the market the past 2 days, I don't. That's going to be a shot in the dark for sure. I feel like we're just having a continuation. So I don't think Free Fall Fridays come in, but obviously it could be wrong. But I think if 4,200 here breaks out, if we gap up over 4,200, or if we keep grinding up higher over 4,200 today, you better watch out for tomorrow, because there is some upside to be had. That's for sure. No shot we get a free fall, yeah, exactly. Amazon, Google, Apple could crush the market. Yeah, it's going to really depend on, you know, going into earnings, what's going to happen after market, right? With these big companies, obviously they're going to move the market, and that's going to define how the market probably trades tomorrow and probably for the rest of, you know, the next week. As well, right? Some people were talking about holding positions, swing positions, you know, holding Apple long or holding Google long through earnings. Guys, just be careful with that one. Obviously, you never know what can happen. Let's say you were short Meta, and then you obviously see the move after hours with Meta. Look what happened. You could have got absolutely obliterated, right? So just kind of be careful with that one. It's always kind of good to have like a sentiment and obviously have a plan going into trades, but that is a lot of risk to be taking on. Obviously, big risk, big reward. But that being said, you know, I was there before. I was there before as a retail trader, and I've blown up many accounts as well, taking on a little bit too much risk than your account may allow for, right? So just kind of be careful with that one.
Yeah, man. You know, it's okay if you lose everything. And it's okay if you lose everything all the time. As long as you hit that one time and scoop it all back plus more, that's all that matters. What's going on, Michelle, in the chat? Who else is long ape? Not me, but I know you were talking about it from before. I just wanted to say very quickly, BBBY, I noticed that I wasn't in position anymore, so I did get stopped out. Thankfully, had the stop in play. So yeah, I didn't have to go through that Snapchat, the same that I did on the Snapchat fiasco over there. You know, getting that little bit of a pop and then finally dropping. Stopped out of Snap as well, so no big deal. But looking over at Ape, I know you were talking about the amalgamation of shares that are going to happen with the you know, potential combined split. Calling out the long from yesterday, I just feel like from an intraday trade, like it's tough for me to look at this and be like, yeah, like I'm gonna buy 280s and then sell 290s because just 10-cent range, $2 stock. Like I don't see the volume and I don't see it there. But then I look at the daily and I'm like, up, up, up. Like this thing's going through and potentially breaking. So, you know, it's yeah, it's looking pretty good. So shout out to you for that call. That was a nice little move to the upside. If we break 3, do we actually go 354? Maybe that happens tomorrow. You know, memes on a Friday, meme movers on a Friday. That'll be interesting. If we go parabolic into the 4 level, then I'll get excited and I'll probably try to short this thing at 4 if we get there. But we'll see if that wants to happen. Or, you know, if we do the reverse split and then, you know, amalgamation does a lot of volume day 1 type thing, then yeah, we'll be all over it for sure. But yeah, again, shout out to you for that one. That was a sick call from yesterday. And you're also saying Ape should catch AMC in price. I mean, I don't know. Like, I didn't look into the details, but I mean, it's going up, so I do like that look. So yeah, just a heads up for everybody watching that. You know, do your own due diligence. I'm basically sitting here calling it, waiting for volume to come in so I could jump in on the action and see something. I am still in this meta long, waiting for it to do something. But guys, this is holding here. So maybe do I add to this now? Let's see if the 50 period catches up to it and then it gets a little bit of a bounce and then it wants to maybe run into 200. So I'm sticking with the long here, but again, if we break, I'm gonna give this like a very wide stop. If we, you know, break 194, like 50 or whatever, then I'll just be out of the trade. So that was, okay, so yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that one. So, and the phase thing, I don't know about this one. I think I'm just gonna have to off this. I don't love it anymore. The volume is just not there. This is the problem. When I'm in a trade that I'm in the money, but then I'm not supposed to be in the trade anymore, but then I shouldn't have even been in the trade. It was like a joke to begin with. I go, what do I do with this trade? I'm not really too sure. And somebody was like, Luca, throw up the phase clan or the symbol. I'm like, no, because it didn't go to 150. If it went there, I would have been Googling it and trying to figure out what I got to do here, but it's not really paying me. So yeah, not this time phase, maybe next time.
real quick, guys, here. Meta does seem like it's breaking down a little bit. Not breaking down, I would say, but it's pulling back a little bit here. 195.50 now. So it seems like it couldn't really hold above this 196. 196, a little bit too much selling pressure up there. But it's not even like, it's not flushing. It's just kind of grinding lower. So it's like people are taking profits, I'm assuming, and it's just kind of like just slowly pulling back a little bit. This 195 is going to be interesting, I think. Like if it can hold above 195, because we saw that breakout, how good it was. It never touched back through, and then it retested and it held on the bid again. So this 195 is going to be very, very interesting. I think I'm just going to be patient and wait for that one. Maybe, well, it's probably going to come very, very soon here. So potential bounce off of there, we'll see. But yeah, what a huge move for Meta today. We've talked about it enough. If you made money on this name, congratulations. If you didn't, that's okay. It hasn't been, well, I was going to say it hasn't been the most straightforward, but it kind of has. It's just like, just buy at whatever price, and you know you're going to be in the money eventually, and it's just going to go up.
Can I say one thing here?
Yeah, go for it.
So there's actually a race that I just noticed, and I think somebody in the chat called it out, saying Tesla and Meta are racing to 200. And wasn't this we ran the poll at the beginning of the year. We said, which stock is going to outperform next year, Meta or Tesla? And on a pound-for-pound basis, that being percentage basis, I'm not really sure which is winning the race. Is it maybe...
The market is ripping.
Maybe Tesla's actually winning that. But guys, what do you think hits 200 first, Meta or Tesla? That is a great question. I'm going to say I'm going to say Meta. No, but Tesla looks better. Huh. No, I'm going to go with Tesla. I'm going to say Tesla hit. No, well, yeah, I'm going with Tesla. I think Tesla hits 200 first.
I think Tesla hits 200 because it can just have those like explosive days,
Yeah, I feel
right?
like, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try the long here on Meta just real quick before we end the show. Basically going to stop out 195, and of course, as soon as I get in, that's exactly when it starts to pull back a bit. But we're long now on Meta. Gonna see, just tight risk to 195, so it's probably gonna stop me out. Real quick, guys, I wanted to check back on some other names. The market is absolutely ripping today, guys. Like, coin is up 28% now. It's up over $84. This is unbelievable. I was hearing Sean go off about Apple. Apple's up to 151 now. Like the market's claiming 4,200. This is just crazy, like this move today, and it's all coming here in the late hours of the market today, right? So it's quite a crazy move. Not really sure how to explain it. Obviously, you know, yesterday was a great day, and JPOW was pretty dovish, but I didn't think about this continuation. This is an insane amount of continuation.
Yeah, man, this is, you know, the NQ is up 4% today. I mean, I've seen, you know, it's funny. I think it was you who was mentioning like, oh, blah, 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 7% move, like it's nothing crazy. And I don't know if like what you were talking, but somebody in the chat was then like, this talking about 7% move as nothing. What world are we living? I was like, I don't know, man. The world that we're currently in. Yeah, just a heads up, guys, before we do pass it off. Apple at that 151 level. Maybe something there. I took a little bit of a short in front of 151 and kind of getting out of that quickly. Nursing the Meta long, nursing the phase long. We'll see where these ones go. CVNA going to hold on to that short. And, you know, we got 5 seconds before we pass it off. So, Ian, you know, thank you so much.
Yeah, real
for
quick,
coming on.
guys. Yeah, thanks so much, guys. You know, I just took the profits there on Meta. I was just trying to trade there real quick. But thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure. It's been a great show. Happy to be here always. You know, happy to kill with my guy, Luca. Give me props there. There you go. But we're going to send it off to Brendan, Sean, and Neil. They're going to crush it for the closing show, guys. Chance for tuning in a new video. Don't forget to hit the like button. Ciao.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome back in 2 o'clock on what is turning into a very positive afternoon for mostly the NASDAQ, mostly tech stocks, but dragging the S&P along with it. It's all about Meta. It's all about Apple just starting to go. We'll talk about all of them coming up here in the next couple of hours as we take